Chapter 391. Yes, Swishaoduo admitted it completely. Although these 8 dragons are located in different directions and have different paths, the position of the dragon heads has always been pointing in this direction. Swishaoduo said, "Therefore, there must be a saying in the Gu King city. There is no doubt that the gathering of fate energy is evident. However, there is one point. The Gu King city is in the northwest direction, and the Hidden Dragon High School is in the southeast direction. The mountain shape of the dragon veins may pass by occasionally, but none of them pass by the southeast hinterland. Although this makes sense in terms of geography and earth veins, it is more or less a little strange. You must know that in the southeast position of the Hidden Dragon High School, there are 3 dragon veins intertwined at the other end of the Dragon Tail mountain range. However, all the way to the northwest, they perfectly avoid the area of the Hidden Dragon High School. After this section, the dragon veins and dragon bodies begin to intertwine. The dragon heads also move forward in a winding manner without avoiding each other. However, why do they all go around this area at the same time? Swishaoduo could not understand this at all. He could not help but feel suspicious. When he looked at the area again, all he could see were a few small hills. There were no signs of dragon veins at all. In fact, compared to other places, there were more depressions like basins. From the perspective of the aura examination technique, such a place would not even have a dragon's cave, much less a dragon's vein. However, the dragon veins stretched for thousands of miles and left such a blank space. It was like a painting with splashing ink leaving a blank space. It was full of disharmony. After the great changes in the world, although there was the change of meteorites, the dragon veins in this area of Fenghai did not change much. The end of the 8 dragon veins eventually soared into the sky. In other words, these 8 dragon veins are now empty. Although the dragon chi still exists, it is already abnormally thin. It will take an unknown number of years of nurturing before it can take shape again. But now, the dragon veins are gone. Swishaoduo frowned. No matter how he looked at it, he could not understand it. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. At the very least, in all the books that he had read about the Qi observation technique, they all clearly indicated that a place like the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School would definitely not have a dragon vein. But if that's the case, it's completely at odds with the momentum of the words that the principal wrote unintentionally. Could it be that I was wrong this time? Swishaoduo muttered to himself. Swishaoduo's gaze went from near to far, and then even further away. Even further away in the southeast, there was another uncertain location. Over there, he could vaguely feel his meridians churning. They were faintly moving towards him bit by bit. "Principal, may I ask, where's that place?" Swishaoduo raised his hand high and pointed to a place in the southeast that was out of sight. "That's the direction you came from." Yi Changqing smiled faintly. "You came from Phoenix City. That's where you came from." "Oh!" Swishaoduo began to recollect. Along the way, he and Li Chenglong had indeed crossed several mountains in succession. Those mountains were all mountain ranges that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It could be said that they were extremely majestic, until they went down the mountain range and once again set foot on the plains. They ran madly for another 1,800 miles before they reached the territory of Fenghai City. He frowned and pondered, and did not speak for a long time. It was very rare that there were no signs of meridians here. It was inexplicably chaotic. The dragon vein was horizontally and horizontally, but it was stable in all directions. Their final destination was the same, and they were all heading towards the northwest. This was not a big deal, right? According to the terrain and the Qi observation technique, this should be normal, right? However, Swishaoduo felt that something was wrong from the bottom of his heart, but he could not tell what was wrong. "What did you see?" Yi Changqing's smile was very warm. In his opinion, perhaps as a principal, he saw a promising junior. Then, when he first arrived at Fenghai City, he brought him to see the whole Fenghai City that did not matter. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He was idle anyway. Moreover, this child's words and actions were really insightful. His facial features were also not exaggerated, but he really had some skills. As for the dragon vein, for thousands of years, the dragon vein of Fenghai City had been determined. How could there be any other changes? If there were to be any, it would be a real joke. I can't see it. So Xiaoduo shook his head in confusion. At this moment, he was very disappointed and lost. Judging by the meaning of the words just now, there should be the existence of dragon qi. But in reality, there was clearly no such thing. Except for such a contradictory situation, it was really a blow to him. Then let's go down. Yi Changqing smiled. Okay. So Xiaoduo nodded. He could not see anything. If he did not go down, could he still live in the sky? No matter how disappointed or unwilling he was, he knew when to advance and retreat. Yi Changqing smiled and once again flew straight with Xiaoduo and slowly descended. They flew horizontally for 7,000 to 8,000 meters and descended about 100 meters. So Xiaoduo still looked back unwillingly. At this moment, the two had passed the position of the dragon's head and arrived in the sky above the middle of Fenghai City. According to the dragon vein, the two were now close to the dragon's body and belly. As they flew forward, Xiaoduo still looked back from time to time. Suddenly, at a certain angle, he clearly saw the 8 dragon veins converging from 8 directions to the northwest. The dragon's head was surging, and there was a faint feeling, the feeling of rushing to be the first. Perhaps there were benefits on the other side? Or could it be that they could only rush to the sky from there? Or like there was some kind of peerless, ferocious beast chasing after these 8 dragons. They were all fleeing for their lives in a hurry. Zhuo Xiaoduo's consciousness was in a trance. He seemed to have vaguely thought of something, but his mind was blurry and difficult to clear. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The two had fallen straight down from the sky. The landing point was the courtyard of the villa where he and Li Chenglong lived. The location where he talked to Yi Changqing just now was actually the same. Yi Changqing's landing posture was extremely gentle, just enough to ensure that he landed. He was still sitting on the chair in his original position. At this moment, the world was completely dark. The curtain of night had officially fallen. The headmaster's control is really unprecedented. So Xiaoduo could not help but flatter him. When he thought of this, some vague thoughts that were still lingering in his mind just now were completely dispelled. Little rascal! Yi Changqing smiled faintly and said, "How can such a shallow method be associated with unprecedented and unprecedented? The 2 little guys from the Xiang family are coming to find you. I'll go back. You can do it yourself." With a chuckle, his body suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. So Xiaoduo turned his head and saw the door creak open. Li Chenglong came out of the room with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Have you been here all this time? Why didn't I see you just now?" Li Chenglong's eyes were full of disbelief. So Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Li Chenglong. "Swollen, what do you mean? Why did you bring people to our house? There's no food or drink inside. Did you bring them here to invite me to dinner?" Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing smiled apologetically. "Hello, class monitor." So Xiaoduo felt more and more that something was wrong and instinctively became alert. Why are these two suddenly so polite to me? This is not right. There is something very wrong with this. As the saying goes, if one is polite to a wise man, he must have a request. These two have big plans for me. In an instant, Xiaoduo felt as if he was on a battlefield. A creepy feeling of being coveted arose spontaneously. "Let's make it clear first. I don't have money," Xiaoduo said righteously, "and I will never treat you." The 3 of them were speechless. How much can a meal cost? Do you have to be like this? Even if you want to amass money, you don't have to save so little money. Seeing the 3 of them come together, Xiaoduo knew their intentions very well. He turned his head to look at Li Chenglong and happened to see Swollen's slightly evasive eyes. He could not help but understand. A dog's stomach really can't hold 2 tails of oil. So Xiaoduo sighed. "Class monitor, I heard that you have aged vanilla orchid here." Xiang Bing was a straightforward person. When she saw that Xiaoduo was trying to evade the topic, she simply asked directly and went straight to the point. "What vanilla orchid? I don't have it." No, and it's aged. You're so particular about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more straightforward. He flatly denied it with an innocent face, as if he really did not have it. He was very confused. Xiangbing could not help but feel angry. The other owner, Li Chenglong, had already taken the initiative to confess. You're still stubbornly resisting. Aren't you just trying to buy it? You're really good at amassing money. Stingy guy, once there's an opportunity to amass money, you won't let it go? Xiangchong bowed and said gently, Class monitors, this vanilla orchid is very useful to the Xiang family. We're not here to make empty promises. If you have any conditions, just tell us. No matter what conditions you have, we'll accept them unconditionally. So Xiaoduo said indifferently, I really don't have the herb we're talking about. I only have a stock of herb that Li Chenglong left with me a few days ago. I'm just helping to take care of it. As for whether this herb is what you're asking for or anything else, what does it have to do with me? Li Chenglong's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise, as well as intense gratitude. Then he was slightly astonished. The vanilla orchid was something shared by both of them. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's words now meant that he was giving up his share of it, and Li Chenglong was the sole owner of it. In other words, he was transferring all the favors he had received from helping the Xiang family to Li Chenglong alone. It was hard to imagine how much help this would be to Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong was grateful in his heart, but he was also secretly laughing. Could this guy have misunderstood something? His style changed a little too quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained indifferent. His heart was as calm as ever, and he felt relaxed. Chapter 392. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's stingy character, he didn't want to give it away so easily. At the very least, he wanted the other party to give him a bargaining chip that was full of sincerity. A bird in the hand is better than 10 in the bush. No matter how great the Xiang clan's reputation was, it was still not as practical as tangible benefits. However, this vanilla orchid was indeed obtained by Li Chenglong through painstaking efforts. Moreover, it was Li Chenglong who brought people here today. So Xiaoduo suddenly couldn't bear it and simply agreed to Li Chenglong's plan. Li Chenglong didn't find the vanilla orchid by chance. So Xiaoduo knew this better than anyone else. Ever since the two of them left the safe area of Phoenix City and entered the meteorite plains, he had been searching for it. Along the way, Li Chenglong did not know how many of those dark red and bare mounds he encountered. He even deliberately passed through the most dangerous areas in the core of the plain. After finding the vanilla orchid, he stopped looking for other resources and sped up all the way to Fenghai. The reason was self-evident. Moreover, Li Chenglong's Li clan was only a small clan. Thinking of this, so Xiaoduo didn't hesitate anymore and directly handed the decision to Li Chenglong. On the other side, after hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's declaration, Xiangbing and Xiangchong immediately fixed their burning eyes on Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly. Along the way, Li Chenglong dug up hundreds of such caves. Only when he found that troublesome herb did he stop looking for it. Just this hard work is something I can't afford. I hope the Xiang clan doesn't think it's easy to get it. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Only painstaking efforts and sincerity can achieve it. Xiangbing and Xiangchong nodded repeatedly. Xiangchong said emotionally, to the Xiang clan, this kindness is more important than a mountain. Although I, Xiangchong, don't have much ability, I can make a promise on behalf of my Xiang clan. I won't let Vice Class Monitor Li's hard work and sincerity go to waste. Xiangchong said heavily. This promise didn't seem to say anything, but it already represented that anything was possible. What's there to lose? We're all classmates. It's only right that we help each other. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about swollen face and Miss Xiang's bruised nose and swollen face. Judging from the situation, it's very likely that she'll continue to be beaten in the future. Just take swollen face's apology in advance. Xiangbing's face turned red as she glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Class Monitor Zhuo had a strange charm. His ability to attract hatred was unparalleled in the world. Just a moment ago, he was still talking about serious matters, and even when he was determined to help, but the words coming out of his mouth always made people unable to help but have the urge to beat him up. Until now, Xiang Bing's face was still bruised and her nose was crooked. She looked like a female hooligan who had just been beaten up for a territory and had returned in defeat. The vanilla orchid was really too important. After Xiang Bing heard about it, she couldn't care less about herself. But Xiang Chang's eyes flashed. He looked thoughtfully at Li Chenglong and then at Xiang Bing. Then he laughed and said, "Class monitors, well, don't worry. Accidental injuries are inevitable in a fight. How can Bing be angry? We're both doing this for the future of martial arts. There's no need to apologize. You're exaggerating. He laughed. In the future, I'll have to rely on Vice Class Monitor Li to take care of Bing. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head, saying, "Actually, it's pretty good. When I fought with Xiang Bing, I beat her up. Ahem, I had a lot of fun. I improved a lot." Xiang Bing heard someone's words and made a gurgling sound in her throat. She was so angry that she almost suffocated. Xiang Chang's expression was also interesting. So Xiao Duo even had a feeling that he couldn't bear to look at them. Xiang Chong said, "Class monitors, can I see the vanilla orchid you kept?" "Why can't you see it?" Zhou Xiaoduo was very straightforward. Since he was determined to do a favor, he didn't want to drag it out. He quickly understood that if it was okay, then it was okay. If it wasn't, then forget it. This point had been reminded countless times in his father's messages. As the saying went, teach your son in front of others, teach your wife behind others. However, Zhou Chenglu never taught his son in front of others. As for Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's education, he usually taught them about the ways of the world through his mobile phone. When he encountered something, he suddenly had an epiphany and felt that it would be beneficial for his son and daughter. He would just type a few words over. If he sent a message over, he could ignore it. There was no need to reply. If he sent it 3 times and still didn't reply, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan would have to write a report on the 3 points mentioned above. It couldn't be less than 5,000 words. There had to be evidence to prove that he really understood and understood. Zhou Chenglu also passed by as if nothing had happened. All kinds of things were done quietly through his mobile phone. For example, Zhou Chenglu once sent a message about giving gifts as a favor. When you're out, you have to socialize. When you're single, you have to ask for help. If you need to give a favor, you have to make a prompt decision. Make the favor real as soon as possible. Don't drag it out. Don't leave people hanging and don't make them wait. If you drag it out, it'll turn into resentment. If you hang it out, it'll turn into hatred. If you wait, it'll turn into enmity. Don't mention it before you give it away. Don't mention it after you give it away. If you don't give a small gift, it'll be heavy. However, when you speak, it'll be light. Zhou Xiaoduo knew he still did not understand these words. However, this did not stop him from strictly following Zhou Chenglu's instructions. Even if he could not figure it out now, there was no harm in thinking about it in the future. No matter what, his father's life experience was much greater than a young boy like him. There was nothing wrong with trusting his father. "It's right here." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled. He invited the siblings into the living room and brought the vanilla orchid out of his spatial ring. He placed it on a cloud wood coffee table. In an instant, a fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk wafted into the air and filled the entire villa. The temperature in the room rose as well. Needless to say, Zhou Xiaoduo had been nourishing this herb with the Flaming Sun Sutra all this while. 10-leaf. It's actually a 10-leaf cultivator? Xiang Chong stood up abruptly. Amidst his shock and bewilderment, he was exceptionally shocked. The extreme joy in his eyes caused his entire body to tremble. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, had a surprised expression on his face. 10-leaf? That can't be, right? He remembered that when he and Zhou dug up the vanilla orchid, although it was a top-grade herb, it was only a 9-leaf cultivator. How did it sprout a 10-leaf cultivator in just a few days? Naturally, Swollen did not know that Zhou Xiaoduo had many high-end items in his spatial ring. Just the top-grade jade of astral souls in the spatial ring alone was a peerless item in the world. Under the nourishment, the vanilla orchid had benefited greatly. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoduo had nourished the vanilla orchid with the Flaming Sun Sutra many times. It was only natural that its quality had improved. Swollen, Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Since you're so eager to give it to the great beauty Xiangbing, I'll give it to her for you. Li Qinglong, a man of steel, was dumbfounded. Why did I? On the other hand, Xiangbing's face was flushed red. She stomped her feet angrily. However, the vanilla orchid was too important. She did not dare to be angry. Thank you, thank you. Xiangchong was so excited that he began to stutter. An indescribable excitement rose in his heart, so much so that he could not stop trembling when he saw the vanilla orchid. Even now, he was still trembling. He did not expect this great contribution to fall into his and his little sister's hands just like that. Gentlemen, I have to make a serious announcement. Li Qinglong was dazed for a long time. Finally, he said seriously, this vanilla orchid does not belong to me alone. It belongs to me and Zhua. It's true that I spent a lot of effort searching for this spiritual plant, but the fact that this spiritual plant can reach its current quality is all thanks to Boswa's care. Therefore, this gift to the Xiang clan is naturally a gift from both of us. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other and smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They said, of course, class monitor and vice class monitor. Zhou Xiaoduo said casually, we're all classmates. There's no need for pleasantries. Now, it's more important to send it home. Why do I hear that not everyone wants old Master Xiang to be in good health? Yes, Zhua is right. After being reminded by Zhou Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong hurriedly took out his mobile phone and contacted his family. Now that they were in Zhou Xiaoduo's villa, they were naturally safe. In this place, no one in the whole of Fenghai would dare to be presumptuous. After all, the principal's house was just next door. However, if the siblings were to walk out without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, Xiang Chong was absolutely certain that in less than a minute, their corpses would be strewn on the streets, and the vanilla orchid would disappear without a trace. Well, it would be best if they did not know where it was. The probability of it being destroyed on the spot was more than 90%. After all, there was still a chance if they did not know where it was. How could those people give the Xiang family any chance? Xiang Chong's report on the phone ended very quickly. He did not say much. He took a picture of the vanilla orchid and sent it over. That was it. However, after half a minute, or at most a minute, the sound of thunder could be heard. There was a loud rumble in the air, and a towering aura suddenly descended. The current master of the Xiang family, the backbone of the family, and the elders of the Xiang family flew over from 3 directions. They landed in the courtyard of the villa together. The leader was a burly man with a full beard. He strode towards the door. However, he did not push the door open directly. Instead, he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. The door opened with a squeak. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong flashed out. Dad, where is it? Let me see. The burly man was pleasantly surprised. He strode into the door. However, his height of 3 meters was too big. His forehead hit the door frame with a thud. With this collision, he himself was fine, but the entire villa shook a little. He touched his head as if nothing had happened and walked into the living room quietly. He saw the vanilla orchid at first glance. The complete product. It's really the 10-leaf orchid. Chapter 393. The burly man's eyes shone brightly, and his breathing stopped. After a long while, he took a deep breath and turned to Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong. Class Monitor Zhua, Vice Class Monitor Li. I'm Xiang Tianfei, the current head of the Xiang family. I'm also the father of Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong. I'm worried about the fragrant orchid grass and didn't realize my lack of manners. Please don't blame me. So Xiaoduo looked obedient and sensible. Uncle Xiang, what are you talking about? You're Lil Bing and Lil Chong's father, so you're Li Qinglong's and my elder. We're family. How can you say that we're lacking in manners when we're family? Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's eyes widened in an instant. That obedient look looked really sensible. Coupled with that pink and tender face and that slightly shy blush, one couldn't help but have a feeling that this child is really good. Damn, here it is again. This is the Zhuoxiaoduo from the Longhu ranking competition. When he faced a group of high martial arts teachers, he's really a 1,000-year-old fox. Whatever he pretends to be, he's exactly like it. The brother and sister were actually very impressed. The two admitted that they were far inferior to him in terms of his ability to change his expression at will. Xiang Tianfei was startled for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Good, not bad. In that case, Uncle won't stand on ceremony. This generous gift is really too much. Uncle will definitely repay you. Zhuoxiaoduo had a sincere and honest look on his face, as if he had nothing to hide. What are you talking about, Uncle Xiang? You're too polite. We're already very happy that our family can use it, especially Li Chenglong. I'm just afraid that our family can't use it. Ha! The previous sentence directly called him uncle, but this sentence directly referred to our family. It made one feel extremely close to him. Xiang Tianfei was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at Li Chenglong. His smile became even more affectionate. So Xiaoduo laughed and said, Li Chenglong, that brat, we've been looking for this all the way here. He's exhausted himself. This guy is really lucky. He really found it. Uncle Xiang, since we're here, let's hurry up and take the vanilla orchid home. I heard from Li Chenglong that this herb is quite precious. It's best to take it as soon as possible. What's that saying again? A long night is fraught with dreams. Xiang Tianfei said repeatedly, not bad, not bad. Little Worm and Little Ice Egg are really lucky to have classmates like you. Since that's the case, Uncle Xiang won't stand on ceremony with you. My family has been waiting for this thing for more than 20 years. I'll send it home now. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Uncle Xiang, please. Xiang Tianfei smiled from the bottom of his heart. He picked up the vanilla orchid with both hands and put it into his spatial ring. Then, without stopping, he immediately took his leave. Outside the door, a total of 16 experts of the Xiang family stood in a defensive formation, waiting silently. The moment Xiang Tianfei stepped out of the door, he flew up into the sky without saying anything. The 16 people followed him in 2 rows, protecting Xiang Tianfei in the middle. They left in a flash like a storm. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing didn't leave with their father. Because Xiang Tianfei was in a hurry to use the herb, he didn't have time to talk about many substantive issues. For example, the price? How to thank him? Even if he didn't mention it, such a big matter couldn't be settled with a simple thank you. However, before the two of them could say anything, they heard Xiaoduo laughing loudly, his whole body trembling. Little Worm, Little Ice Egg. These names are really beautiful. So Xiaoduo held his stomach and swayed from side to side. He was overjoyed. Ice Egg. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's feelings of gratitude instantly froze. What replaced them was embarrassment and anger. Shut up. Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, Who doesn't have a nickname? There are people called Gooden, Gosheng, and Stinky. Don't you have a nickname? What's so funny? So Xiaoduo said proudly, Ice Egg, you're right. I've only had one name since I was young, Xiaoduo. There's no other name. Xiaoduo's name is so simple and easy to understand. Ice Egg, let me tell you, your father and mother are insulting you. If I ran away from home earlier, I would have turned evil. Let me go back and fight with them. Xiang Bing was so angry that she almost had an asthma attack. Her eyes were as wide as copper bells. Xiaoduo, don't go too far. Let me tell you, I'll ask my father to beat you. Ouch. Xiaoduo smiled. It's possible before today, but after today, your father definitely won't beat me. Do you believe me? Well, you definitely believe me. I guess even your brother won't dare to beat me now. What should I do? Why don't you ask Li Chenglong to beat me for you? Xiang Bing was so angry that her chest puffed up. She looked at Xiang Chong fiercely. Someone bullied your sister, and you're just going to watch? Go and beat him up. Xiang Chong smiled bitterly. First, I really can't beat him up. He's our benefactor, a big benefactor. Second, if I can beat him, even if he's my benefactor, I'll choose to beat him up first. Let's not talk about other things. Class monitor Zhuo's personality is really too weird. Xiangcheng was also from a big family. His experience and knowledge were far beyond ordinary martial cultivators. However, he had never seen or even heard of Zhuo Xiao's personality before. He really didn't want to die from anger. His previous sentence was polite, but in the next second, he could anger you to death, drive you crazy, and make you so angry that your liver hurts. He was kind and honest to his elders, but he was so cheap to his peers. Should I say it or not? I haven't eaten yet. I remember saying it just now, but it seems like no one took it seriously. I'm so sad. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned to Li Chenglong and asked, "Swollen, are you hungry?" Li Chenglong, "I'm hungry." He was also confused by Zhuo Xiao's actions. At this moment, his mind was in a daze, as if he had fallen into 5 miles of fog. I heard that there's a very special restaurant in Fenghai City. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with great interest. The ingredients in that restaurant are all astral beasts of the core formation stage and above. They use a special method to transfer the essence and spiritual energy of the astral beasts to the best piece of meat from the astral beasts. Then, it's made into dishes that retain the essence and spiritual energy of the astral beasts to the greatest extent. As for the vegetarian dishes, almost all of them are spiritual plants and spiritual herbs that are more than 100 years old. The wine is also made from spiritual roots and spiritual fruits that are more than 100 years old. It's really tempting. After hearing this, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chang's little faces turned as pale as bitter gourds. When Li Chenglong heard the benefits, he naturally had to play along with Zhuo Xiaoduo. He immediately showed a very interested and greedy look. Really? There's actually such a good place? Of course. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of reverie. He said with fascination, "It sounds like a high-end restaurant. I wonder if anyone would be willing to treat us to a meal." Li Chenglong hesitated and said with uncertainty, "It's just a meal. Don't you have that much magnanimity?" "That's not necessarily true. There are all kinds of people in this world." Zhuo Xiaoduo said earnestly, "Swollen, you have to change your character. You can't go on like this. You're already so old. Why don't you have any social experience? In this world, people don't have to treat you to a meal just because you help them. What's the old saying? Treating you is a favor, but not treating you is reasonable. In our world, treating you is a favor, but not treating you is unreasonable. If you're unreasonable, then so be it. What do you do to them? Who knows, maybe he really did just say thank you and treat you to a meal." Zhuo Xiaoduo said disdainfully, "You're thinking too much." Li Chenglong grinned. "That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Usually, the bill is paid with star origin coins. Do you know what the bill is in that restaurant? It's the mid-grade star gray jade of astral souls, swollen. Don't tell me you don't know the market value of mid-grade astral souls jade? It's so expensive." Zhuo Xiaoduo was still going on and on. Xiang Chong couldn't take it anymore and quickly stopped him. I'll treat you. Class monitor Zhuo. You must be tired. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal there. Take a rest. Really?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with suspicion. "Really?" Xiang Chong promised. "How can I accept that? It's really expensive." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. Xiang Chong felt that he couldn't keep up with Zhuo Xiaoduo's train of thought. "It's my duty. All right." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of embarrassment. "I didn't expect you to treat me for a month." "All right, a month it is. We'll just eat there at noon and in the afternoon. There's no need for breakfast. It should save you a lot of money." Xiang Bing sat on the ground and stared blankly. "A month? Who said it's a month?" Zhuo Xiaoduo, you've gone too far. I'll kill you." Xiang Bing was furious. She couldn't take it anymore and pounced on Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her 10 fingernails were shining, and she hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. "Help!" Zhuo Xiaoduo fled. Li Chenglong had an idea and asked, "Boss, do you need my help?" Zhuo, why did you say that Xiang Bing asked me to hit you? Why should I help her? We're on the same team." When Zhuo Xiaoduo heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a moment and was almost scratched by Xiang Bing's sharp claws. As he fled, he stole a glance at Li Chenglong. Bro, you're not called the leader of the Iron God sect for nothing. I'm completely convinced. After another 40 minutes, the four of them set off and headed for the legendary first grade in the firmament. The reason why it took so long was mainly because Xiang Bing had to take care of herself. She went to the principal's house next door and used the principal's nutrition cabin to heal her injuries. Otherwise, that you might as well kill a stunning beauty like Xiang Bing if you let her eat downtown with that crooked nose and swollen face. Chapter 394. First Grade of the Firmament. This was the name of the restaurant, extremely domineering, mainly because it had the capital to be so domineering. In this restaurant, there were no ordinary ingredients at all. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs, including special ingredients that were extremely hard to find in the depths of the ocean. From the innate realm to the unlimited star beast meat. Theoretically speaking, that as long as you ordered in advance, this restaurant would be able to get it for you. One must know that some high-level star beast meat could cause an Origin Core Grandmaster to explode with just one bite. This was enough to prove the huge amount of spiritual chi in this restaurant. However, to eat here, not only did one need to make an appointment, one also needed to have a high enough cultivation base and a large amount of jade of astral souls or other treasures that could be used to offset the price. It could be said that even the cheapest meal here, a bowl of white jade soul rice with a bowl of purple core grass soup, was not enough for an ordinary person at the bottom of the food chain. However, even though the price of the food was so high, there were always no empty seats here. Every day, there were 3 halls. In the morning, there were 9 tables for breakfast. In the afternoon, there were 9 tables for lunch. In the evening, there were still 9 tables for dinner. Other than that, there were also 9 tables that were not used easily. And that was all. This meant that the first grade of the firmament would only serve 9 tables of customers in the morning, afternoon, and evening market under normal circumstances, and those were the 9 tables that were not used easily. Only people above the royal god realm had the right to eat at these tables. Only cultivators above the royal god realm had the right to eat at these tables. If you were only at the cloud transformation realm, under normal circumstances where all 9 tables were full, even if you were able to bid 100 million jade of astral souls, you would not be allowed to eat at these tables. How many royal gods were there in the entire Fenghai city? However, the first grade of the firmament would rather keep the tables empty. Sometimes, the tables would be empty for a few months. The rules of the first grade of the firmament were so strict and domineering. The reason why they could go today was because Xiang Chong had called his father and asked for his membership card. Then, he had asked the family to send a royal god realm cultivator to accompany them. Only then did they have the right to eat at the royal god realm seats. If they followed the normal procedure, there would be no seats. The ordinary seats below had already been queued up for a few months. They had arrived at the first grade of the firmament. There weren't any buildings in this area, only this small building. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters was filled with soft green grass. There wasn't even a single luxurious vehicle to be seen. Normally, those who could come here to eat had already surpassed this level. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong secretly looked at each other. This was a grade 1 from the heavens. Just based on its external appearance, it was already far above Phoenix City's highest grade club, Brilliant Sky. Fenghai was indeed worthy of being the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. It was not something a small city at the border of Phoenix City could compare to. What a waste. Seeing a god-reigning expert bring 4 juniors to the top floor, the diners all had looks of pity on their faces. Even if he were to spoil a child, he shouldn't spoil her like this. It was reasonable for the god-controlling cultivators to go up, but why would those kids who were at most in the embryonic breathing realm of the innate realm go up? They couldn't even digest the meat of a nascent soul transformation stage star beast. Bringing them up to eat the meat of a primordial elixir realm star beast wasn't a waste. However, they were rich and willful, especially with a god-controlling cultivator bringing them along. This was something that couldn't be said. This is my first time coming to this place. Xiang Chong looked like he had just arrived. He grimaced and actually looked timid. I've been here 3 times, and I've always come with my father. Xiang Bing raised her hand and smiled proudly. Xiang Chong was speechless. Suddenly, he felt that it was unfair in his heart. He brought his daughter here, but not his son. He suddenly felt that he wasn't his biological son. Humph. Are they really twins? It's too unfair. This place is so expensive. Li Qinglong obviously didn't understand why they had to come here for a meal. After all, from a normal point of view, treating someone to a meal here was already a huge favor. Was it really worth it to waste their friendship on such a place? Xiang Chong started to order the dishes, and Zhou Xiaoduo started to read the introduction in the room. There were several thick books. After flipping through them, he passed the introduction to Li Qinglong and walked out. With an obedient and honest look, he went to the lobby manager to get close to him. The manager was very patient with the guests brought by the Xiang family. He answered all their questions patiently. After a short while, all the fragrant dishes were served. Zhou Xiaoduo also returned to his seat, satisfied with his inquiries. Eating was secondary. Gathering information was the main purpose. However, if he didn't come with the Xiang family, Zhou Xiaoduo would have to wait at least half a year to eat here with his own ability. This was already the most optimistic estimate. He ate his meal with a satisfied expression and even drank some wine. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong said goodbye and left. Not bad, not bad. Bing Dan Little Worm, from now on, we don't owe the Xiang family anything. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and waved his hand. Together with Li Qinglong, they disappeared into the crowd. Behind them, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing didn't have time to react. They didn't understand the meaning of Zhou Xiaoduo's words. They just waved their hands subconsciously, and Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong disappeared. These two classmates of yours are really not simple characters. Behind them, the middle-aged man who accompanied them to eat all the way said. This man was also tall and sturdy. His curly beard was almost the same as Xiang Tianfei's. The only difference was that he was a few centimeters shorter, his beard wasn't as thick, and his eyes weren't as dignified and sharp. Second uncle, what's wrong? Xiang Chong was still puzzled. This was Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's second uncle, the younger brother of the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Tianxiang. When they were eating just now, they introduced each other briefly. After that, they didn't talk much. This was a meal for the younger generation to get closer to each other. Xiang Tianxiang was very clear about his position. He was really just an accompaniment, a tool that allowed them to have such a meal. At this time, he couldn't put on the dignity of an elder. Instead, he had to reduce his sense of existence as much as possible. First, he seemed to deliberately take advantage of you to give you a sense of balance. You feel that you won't owe him much in the future in school. This is taking care of your feelings. Otherwise, if you're in the same class and have to face two classmates who owe each other a big favor every day, you two will unconsciously feel inferior. Also, you'll always be in a disadvantageous position psychologically. This is extremely detrimental to your state of mind. If that's the case, the friendship of giving the vanilla orchid won't be maximized. Because you don't get along well with the two of you, there will always be grudges between you and the Xiang family. More or less, there will always be regrets. Therefore, this meal was arranged. From your eyes, you can see that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know that things are expensive. He's eager for quick success and instant benefits. He's taking advantage of your kindness and taking advantage of you. Thus, you've reached a balance in your hearts. Because you've indeed paid a huge price, you don't owe each other anything. Everyone is equal. After all, you paid a sky-high price for this meal. Ordinary people may not be able to afford it, even if they save for a lifetime. Don't you understand? The main purpose of this meal is to take care of your feelings. It's purely for the two of you. It's not that he wants to eat or take advantage of you. Do you understand? Xiang Tianxiang saw things very clearly. This was the value of a mature adult, as well as an experienced and knowledgeable person. I still don't understand. Second uncle, what you said is so confusing. Xiang Bing was still confused. Idiot, Xiang Tianxiang reprimanded without any trace of politeness. He genuinely wants to be friends with you. He doesn't just want to be your benefactor. That's why he said that last sentence. From now on, He and your Xiang clan don't owe each other anything. Xiang Tianxiang recalled the whole process of the meal. This kid has an exquisite heart. He's talented. Even if you try to learn from him, you won't be able to learn it. There's really no comparison between people. The brother and sister lowered their heads and pondered. Think about it carefully. Even if he said that we don't owe each other anything and dispelled any possible discomfort between the two of you, in reality, can our Xiang clan really erase this favor? Our Xiang clan owes him a huge favor, but this favor is owed by the entire Xiang clan. It doesn't include the two of you. From now on, this favor has nothing to do with the two of you. Brilliant! You've preserved the existence of the favor and taken care of your classmates' self-esteem. Moreover, you've also obtained the information you wanted. Xiang Tianxiang sighed. These two classmates of yours are both shrewd. You must get along well with them in the future. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing nodded. Xiang Bing's face twisted. She said, "Second uncle, you said that this guy took care of our self-esteem. Didn't you hear during the meal just now? He's a bastard. Every word he says makes others feel uncomfortable. It's as if he feels uncomfortable. How annoying." She recalled how Xiaoduo said, "Little worm," and I said just now Xiang Bing still felt that her hand were itchy. She really wanted to beat him up. A faint smile appeared on Xiang Tianxiang's face as he said, "That's right. Every word he says makes you want to beat him up uncontrollably. But you just want to beat him up, right? Have you ever thought of killing him?" Xiang Bing was startled. "Why would I kill him? We're on good terms. Why would I want to kill him? You're on good terms? Didn't you say that he's a bastard? Why can't I kill such an annoying guy?" Xiang Tianxiang continued to smile. "It's not that bad. I just want to beat him up." Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong answered at the same time. "If someone wants to kill him or deal with him, what will you do?" Xiang Tianxiang asked again. "Of course, I'll save him." The two answered at the same time. Xiang Tianxiang laughed. However, he only laughed along the way. He didn't say anything else. When the two asked, he only said, "Think about it yourself." Chapter 395. Then, he laughed heartily to himself, as if he had encountered something funny. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were confused. "Brother, why do you think Xiaoduo asked about the source of those ingredients?" Xiang Bing secretly asked Xiang Chong. Xiang Chong could not figure it out either. He pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know. Maybe he hasn't seen it in his hometown and wants to broaden his horizons. That's why he asked. That's normal. Phoenix City is too remote." Xiang Tianxiang followed them with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he finally could not help but look at his nephew and niece. He sighed and said, "Tonight, second uncle has something that you must remember. Second uncle, please say it. People like Xiaoduo won't say anything meaningless." Xiang Tianxiang said, "Do you two really remember it? Although it's only a meal tonight, it means a lot to the two of you. I hope that the two of you can think about it carefully from the very beginning. Think about what each sentence means, what purpose it has, what effect it can have, who is being taken care of, who is being praised, who is being highlighted, the feelings of both sides, the feelings. Why would such a person ask about the source of ingredients for no reason?" As Xiang Tianxiang spoke, he also sighed. What a monster! At least, when he was their age, he would never have thought of so many things. He would never have been able to do such a thorough thing. Why did Xiaoduo pass those thick introductory books to Li Qinglong after reading them? And when Li Qinglong read those books, he seemed to take longer than Xiaoduo and read them very carefully. Could it be that thinking of this, Xiang Tianxiang was shocked by his own thoughts? Could it be that there was something that he hadn't seen completely? At this moment, Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong were strolling in the downtown area. Fenghai City was different from Phoenix City. This city was much bigger, and the nightlife was also very rich. Although it was already 10 o'clock at night, the street they were strolling on was still crowded with people. The shops on both sides of the street were also brightly lit and filled with people. "It's so prosperous." Xiaoduo was dazzled and could not help but exclaim. Li Qinglong followed from the side and said softly, "Back then, during our first trial, we obtained a lot of resources in one go and exchanged them for a large amount of contribution points. Old headmaster, he came to talk to me. Xiaoduo walked forward slowly, as if he did not hear him. At that time, the principal asked me how I found so many treasures. Was it a coincidence or some other reason? I told him the truth. Li Qinglong said. Then, the principal told me that Xiang Quangren, the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, was poisoned by the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Then, he told me to do my best to find a suitable vanilla orchid. Even if I couldn't come to Hidden Dragon High School, I had to find a way to help you find it and pave the way for you. So, when you said that the vanilla orchid was mine, it was wrong. It belonged to both of us, Li Qinglong said. So Xiaoduo snorted and said, Why didn't Grandma, he tell me? Li Qinglong snorted and said, Who doesn't know that you're a money grubber? If I really told you, even if we found it in advance, you might have sold it. I really don't know how to explain it to the principal. So Xiaoduo snorted and said unhappily, Am I that kind of person? Li Qinglong rolled his eyes and said, You're that kind of person. You're the kind of person who always maximizes benefits. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush. Today, when I saw you push things to me, I felt that something was wrong. I know that you want to build up some connections for me, but that's not necessary. When we came together. When we leave, we have to leave together. There's you and me, and vice versa. No matter what happens, we'll shoulder it together. If there's any benefit, we'll naturally enjoy it together. Li Qinglong said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but I don't need to differentiate between us. So Xiaoduo laughed and said, If you don't need to, then you don't need to. Look at how serious you are. It's as if I've done something to you. Are you afraid that I'll abandon you? Li Qinglong snorted and said, Do you think I don't know you? No, no one knows what you're thinking in your heart. Don't be fooled by your cheerful face, as if you don't care about anything. You're a person with a deep heart. Only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. You're reasonable, but you're only reasonable to your own people. Li Qinglong sighed softly and said, So, you've never purposely shown your intelligence. In fact, you're not necessarily worse than me in terms of meticulousness. In terms of the ways of the world, you're much better than me. I don't want any misunderstandings between us. We'll always be the closest person to each other who can turn their backs to each other. Li Qinglong said seriously. So Xiaoduo laughed and patted Li Qinglong on the shoulder. He said, It's such a beautiful night. Let's talk about something happy. Don't make it sound like I'm bullying you. Li Qinglong snorted and said, You're making it sound like you're bullying me. There's someone selling cotton candy in front. So Xiaoduo said excitedly, I'll buy you a cotton candy. Come, little swollen, give me a smile. Li Qinglong was not teased by him, but he was made to spit out the tea when he suddenly laughed at the system. Get lost. You dare to tease me. Do you believe that I'll really deal with you when I get back? Amidst the banter, the two teenagers happily walked through the crowd. A small crisis that could not even be considered a crisis quietly passed by. Just as Li Qinglong said, although Xiaoduo acted cheekily every day, he understood everything in his heart. In fact, he understood it better than Li Qinglong. If Li Qinglong had just gone with the flow and accepted the fact that the vanilla orchid belonged to him, then he would have received the Xiang family's support. What Li Qinglong could have received was the support of the Xiang family in exchange for the Phoenix City's Leaf family's prosperity. He could have also married into the Xiang family in the future and had a smooth life. Moreover, Li Qinglong's aptitude was not bad and his knowledge was profound. It was expected that he would reach a high position in the future. However, he would have lost a true friend because of this. A true brother would have become an ordinary friend. Perhaps in a short period of time, the two of them could still play around and have a good relationship. However, they would never be able to return to the sincere feelings they had when they were in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. Because at that time, the two of them got it together. Although a brother did not care and let you enjoy it alone, if you really enjoyed it alone, you were insensible. How many friendships will be destroyed over such a small matter? Li Qinglong saw this point very clearly. Perhaps Xiaoduo really did not care, but Li Qinglong could not pretend that Xiaoduo did not care. Because even if they were brothers, they could not bask in the limelight endlessly. That would not last long. When Zhuo denied it in the first sentence and agreed in the second sentence, Li Chenglong had a feeling that something was amiss, so he hurriedly explained. When Zhuo proposed to buy cotton candy for Li Chenglong and flirt with him, it meant that he really did not care. By the way, since you've explained it, I'll accept it. As Li Chenglong said, there is only sincerity in a brother's friendship. If you give sincerity, you'll get sincerity in return. However, sincerity was the hardest thing to give. Perhaps the old principal had really instructed him, or perhaps Li Chenglong's family had received the news. Zhuo did not intend to ask about these. This was no longer important. Swollen was still swollen. This was a person who treated him sincerely and was on his side. It was enough to know this. Why should he get to the bottom of it? The two strolled back and bought a lot of things. There was a lot of food and toys. Of course, most of them were for fun. Li Chenglong took a fancy to a transparent, snow-white dog jade sculpture. When he wanted to buy it as a decoration, he was strongly opposed by Zhuo like never before. Li Chenglong really liked it, but Zhuo also sincerely opposed it. The two almost got into a fight. Because of this, in the end, Li Chenglong succumbed to Zhuo's abuse of power. He was angry, but did not dare to say anything, so he gave up on this good feeling. He really did not understand. That white dog jade sculpture was so beautiful. Why did Zhuo not like it? This person was really strange. No one followed us. Li Chenglong's first sentence when he returned to the villa was, I remember that we have a lot of enemies in Fenghai. No one will deal with us for the time being. Zhuo was very sure. He said lightly, if we die or something happens to us as soon as we arrive in Fenghai, I dare to guarantee that none of the families in Fenghai will survive. There is no need for other forces to make a move. The Hidden Dragon High School will be the first to make a move. They can't afford to lose this face. If they can't protect us when we arrive in Fenghai, no genius students will choose the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. And those clans who have a grudge against us are not fools. Not only will they not act rashly, but they will also think of ways to protect us. It's still the same reason as before. If their enemies cause harm to us, they will still be the ones to suffer in the end. Zhuo laughed and said, so, for at least 3 months, we will be safe and sound. We can play as much as we want. That makes sense. Li Chenglong immediately said, Zhuo, I found that this Hidden Dragon High School is not simple. In these 2 days, I have inquired a lot of information. This Hidden Dragon High School's upper management is almost the core of Storm. Oh, can you be more specific? Zhuo lay on the sofa. The entire Hidden Dragon High School's upper management includes 1 principal and 8 vice principals. 1 is the head of martial arts. 1 is the head of literature. 1 is the head of teaching. 1 is the head of weapons. And 1 is the head of tactics. Li Chenglong began to list the information he received in the past few days. Among the 8 vice principals under the principal, the first one is Xiang Bing's great-grandfather, Xiang Quangren. He is also the sworn brother of the current principal, Yi Changqing. He is a hardcore supporter. If it wasn't for the fact that he was besieged and plotted against by the Umno Alliance more than 20 years ago, he would still be the second person in the Hidden Dragon High School. In that battle, although Xiang Quangren defeated his opponent, he was splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Since then, his body has been smelly and it is difficult for him to appear in public. Otherwise, the Hidden Dragon High School would not have become the chaotic situation it is today. Rumor has it that there are other suspicious points in this matter. The one who did it is said to be the Umno Alliance. However, this matter has not been confirmed. Li Chenglong's eyes flashed. You must know that a few decades ago, the Hidden Dragon clan was at its peak. It was a good time for the clan to be at its peak. Several clans in Shangjing were racking their brains. They wanted to insert people into the Hidden Dragon clan. There were also a few local clans who were working on this matter that Li Chenglong revealed a sinister smile. 7 chapters, begging for monthly votes to make up for the previous 2 days. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription. Thank you. Chapter 396. Zhuo remained silent. Ever since Vice Principal Xiang was poisoned by the water of the River of Forgetfulness, there were three major changes in the Hidden Dragon High School. First, a Vice Principal Liu escorted supplies and students to the Sun Moon Pass. First, it was for the students to gain experience, and second, it was to provide talents for the army. However, they were attacked on the way. It was said that the attackers were from the Umno Alliance. Vice Principal Liu did everything he could to protect the students on this trip, but his cultivation was crippled, and the three teachers who accompanied him were all killed in battle. However, they held on until the reinforcements arrived. All the students were safe and sound. When Vice Principal Liu came back, he was already on the verge of death. Although he managed to keep his life in the end, he had no choice but to resign from his position and retire in the family quarters. After a month, another Vice Principal Shi went out for a meal. It was just an ordinary dinner. However, he was inexplicably poisoned by the immortal intoxication. Finally, he was found in a room in the red light district with a naked woman lying beside him. Coincidentally, the reporters rushed in first, and then the people of Star Shield also rushed in. In just one night, the whole internet was boiling. The scandal of the corruption of the Vice Principal's ethics was immediately spread everywhere. Vice Principal Shi took the blame and resigned. He disappeared from Fenghai City. 19 years ago, during the Battle of the Sun Moon Pass, a masked warrior broke into the battle at the critical moment. He fought against 23 Umno Alliance soldiers and stabilized the precarious battle line. However, he unfortunately died in the battle. His body was smashed into pieces. Later, a DNA test confirmed that he was Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng. In the will left by Vice Principal Shi, there was only one sentence: "I am willing to sacrifice myself to serve my country. Can I get my innocence back?" Li Chenglong sighed as he said this. Vice Principal Shi participated in the battle with a mask. He started as an ordinary soldier. That year, he was ranked first among the top 10 desperados of the Eastern Army. After his death, his real identity was exposed. Marshal Dongfeng was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. However, Vice Principal Shi's classmates were his classmates. After Vice Principal Shi's accident, his classmates and their families all died at home the next day. None of them were spared, and there was no trace left behind. And it's precisely because of the death of his classmates' entire families that the netizens speculated that it was Vice Principal Shi's revenge. As for that whore, her entire family died that very night. This matter has become an unsolved case. Even if Marshal Dongfeng intervened, he wouldn't be able to find out the truth that was buried back then. As for the third matter, it was about Vice Principal Cheng, who was ranked last. Not long after Vice Principal Yu Shi's accident, his two beloved granddaughters were raped and killed. His three grandsons all died in the mouths of star beasts when they went out to train. Vice Principal Cheng resigned and disappeared from Fenghai. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that he is still in Fenghai. For more than 10 years, he has been investigating openly and secretly, intending to find out the truth of the case that year. However, it is also true that Vice President Cheng did not enter the Hidden Dragon School and left a vacancy. Hidden Dragon School, in less than a year, has lost 4 vice principals in a row. Li Chenglong sighed softly. So now do you understand how deep the waters of Hidden Dragon School are? So as Xiao Duo said indifferently, what I am more interested in now is who is filling in. The first vice principal to fill in is Vice Principal Wei. He has a good relationship with Hidden Dragon School. Not only did he come from Hidden Dragon School, he was also Principal Yi Changqing's classmate. He was originally the Chief of Staff of Shangjing Garrison District, and now he is replacing Vice Principal Xiang's position. The second Vice Principal is surnamed Wu. It is said that he is a direct descendant of Shangjing's Wu clan. This Vice Principal came through manipulation. It is said that the Wu Yun Tian you killed, and this Vice Principal Wu's Wu clan are from the same clan. It is just that they are from the same direct descendant, a branch. The third Vice Principal to fill in was originally Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon School's teaching director. His surname is Liu. The last Vice Principal to fill in is surnamed Gao. He came from Xiangjing's Gao clan. The Gao sisters you killed were from Xiangjing's Gao clan's branch in Fenghai City. According to seniority, they're Vice Principal Gao's great-granddaughters. Originally, there was a rumor that these sisters caught Vice Principal Gao's eye. If they had good results in the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, they would be recorded as direct descendants of the main clan. Unfortunately, once they are impermanent, everything will be for naught. Li Chenglong shook his head and sighed. No wonder the two of us received such high treatment. The other students are squeezed into a dormitory, but the two of us have a villa. Moreover, it is right next to the principal's house. It is the principal's property. So this whirlpool is not shallow. So Xiaoduo pondered for a long time. He did not speak. Why don't we transfer schools? Li Chenglong was not joking. He was sincere. After careful consideration, he put forward this suggestion. This was only mentioning the 4 vice principals. The other important positions, such as the head teachers of each class, had not been mentioned. The heads of the various departments had not been mentioned. This was simply a huge swamp that would make one feel despair as long as they understood it a little. This could no longer be described as a trap. A swamp. A bottomless swamp. One careless move, and they would sink into endless despair. Transfer schools. So Xiaoduo raised his head in surprise. Where are we going now? You just mentioned the 4 vice principals. Aren't there 4 more vice principals? As for the other 4, even if only 2 of them are loyal to Principal Yi and Vice Principal Xiang has just been released by us, aren't we almost evenly matched? What's more, the things you said before were obviously traps and framings. They were just taking advantage of loopholes without any evidence. There are almost none of them who have openly fallen out with us. So Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder and chuckled. Swollen, we are still far from the point of despair. You have to have confidence in yourself, and you have to have confidence in me, your boss. When have we ever been afraid of playing dirty? Li Chenglong sighed. His eyes were somewhat listless as he muttered. The problem now is that we are not as dirty as others. So Xiaoduo walked to the window and looked at the dark night outside. He said softly, it's not that we don't know how to play dirty. It's just that we don't want to play dirty. But if others really want to play dirty, we can also play along. He smiled faintly. We may not play dirty, but we can play more ruthlessly than them. Zhuo Xiaoduo's snow-white teeth flashed in the night. He laughed and suddenly opened his mouth wide to the twinkling lights of Fenghai City outside the window. He said softly, ah. The sound caused by this shout was actually very soft, and even the action was very funny. However, Li Chenglong did not feel like laughing at all. He only felt a chill down his spine. He seemed to feel that Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth had swallowed all the darkness outside. Take a rest, Zhuo Xiaoduo said silently. The things you said are really too dirty. It makes me very uncomfortable. Li Chenglong was silent. Indeed, it was too dirty. The result was even more dismal. When he saw the conspiracy, all kinds of benefits and all kinds of dirty means pouring into a high martial arts academy that cultivated talents for the mainland, and saw the teachers who were focused on cultivating the students, and some who did not even understand the dirty means outside the school, fall one by one to those dirty means, that this feeling was as if his chest was about to explode from the suffocation. So Xiaoduo did not ask whether the families of these replacement vice principals had been investigated, because there was no need to ask. The investigation was certain, but it was also certain that nothing could be found. In this world, there were countless ways to frame a good person to eternal damnation, and there were no loopholes. Even if the whole world knew that this person was wronged, it was useless. A stink was a stink. The so-called justice and justice might be late, but it would never be absent. It was just a comforting saying. Even if it really came, would the justice of being late still mean anything to the person involved? How could the loss and harm caused be compensated with a slogan? With the power of these big families, big corporations, and big families, it was really enough to clean up all the dirty things. There were no loose ends left behind. There was only one way to deal with this kind of thing. Immediately catch them red-handed when they were being framed. And there was a prerequisite. The other party had to be a core figure. As long as it was not a core figure, it could still be instantly cleared. Even if you knew that the other party was behind it, you still couldn't do anything to them. Unless they were completely disheartened and directly destroyed everything, regardless of whether you admitted it or not, they would directly destroy your whole family. But even so, it was still possible to be led astray and kill innocent families. A group of teachers who taught students in the school, many of them retired from the battlefield. On the battlefield, they risked their lives to kill. Flesh and blood were dripping. Knives went in and blood came out. Their minds were filled with killing the enemy. After retiring, their minds were filled with students, martial arts, the future of the students, how to send suitable talents to the battlefield. How could they be the opponents of politicians and schemers? They did not even need to think about it. Dirty, compromise, politics, darkness, and sneakiness. How could they be spared? Swollen, analyze carefully. Analyze and deduce according to the individual. Don't do it together. So as Xiaoduo said, it's very easy for people to have the feeling that this is something done by a group of people. But if you work hard in this direction, you're done for. You'll be directly led into a maze and can't get out. It's better to catch one and focus on digging down, even if it involves another one. Temporarily make a note of it and then throw it aside. Continue to dig up the original one and completely solve the first one, then talk about other things. So Xiaoduo said, okay, it's not early, sleep early, there's still a battle tomorrow. So Xiaoduo said, don't think too much, there's still a lot of time. I'm going to sleep first. So Xiaoduo turned and went upstairs. This chapter suggests rereading from the end of the previous chapter. Chapter 397. Li Chenglong sat on the sofa, still feeling indignant and unable to calm down for a long time. His lungs were about to explode from anger. When he first heard these things, Li Chenglong already felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Now that it came out of his own mouth, he became even angrier. He faintly heard Zhua Xiaoduo murmur a sentence. It's just that these people have never met unreasonable people before. Li Chenglong was stunned. So Xiaoduo had already gone upstairs and disappeared. Li Chenglong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For a moment, his hair stood on end. Because he thought of something. Zhua Xiaoduo seemed to have never reasoned with anyone other than his own people. Even if he occupied the absolute height of reason, he still never said anything reasonable from his mouth. The so-called reason did not exist with Zhua Xiaoduo. Including that time when Li Chenglong was beaten up by students from other classes, Zhua Xiaoduo blocked the door to beat him up. The reason was completely on Zhua Xiaoduo's side, but Zhua Xiaoduo had never tried to be reasonable from the beginning to the end and dealt with it in a normal way. I'm here to beat people up, or to be beaten up, not to reason. This was Zhua Xiaoduo's style of doing things. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Zhua Xiaoduo's meaning. They had already used such dirty means, and they still wanted to look for evidence everywhere, and then take action after getting the evidence. In this world, how could there be so much reason to talk? As long as they were sure that they were on the opposite side, they just had to fight. One by one, there would be a time when they were right. It's a pity that our current strength is far from enough. If only Zhua and I were at the cultivation level above the God-reigning realm, we could ignore everything else and directly fight. Li Chenglong muttered to himself. So Xiaoduo went upstairs and sat in front of the window. He wanted to calm his heart that was about to explode from the excitement just now. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then he suddenly did a few somersaults on the bed and hummed a little tune. Come on, it's fun. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Then he winked at the mirror. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, woo. Waha. He really succeeded in making himself laugh. His gloomy mood was swept away. Only then did he take out the void extermination pagoda from his spatial ring. He put on all the weights that could be worn. He took out the training hammer from his ring and entered the Tower of Annihilation in a flash. The sound of the wind rose rapidly in the Tower of Void Extermination. But Zhua Xiaoduo's bedroom was silent. In the morning, Class 1 officially started their first class. The whole class found that when Xing Tian didn't seem energetic today, he even looked a little tired and dispirited. His whole person seemed to be haggard. Teacher Wen went to the podium and was silent for a while. He called out 4 or 5 people in a row and used his primordial qi to check the meridians of these people again. He was silent for a long time and said, "Your cultivation methods still need to be changed. After days of fighting, I found that I neglected a very important thing after analyzing your performance in the battle. That is, cultivation aptitude and personal intelligence are not equal. So, the few of you still need to change." When Xing Tian paused and said, "Later, I will personally take you to the Pavilion of Martial Arts and choose a few secret books, the kind that doesn't need to use your brains." The true meaning of this sentence was very funny, but no one in the class laughed. Everyone could see that when Xing Tian had racked his brains and spent a lot of effort in these 3 days of testing. The current situation of each student was firmly engraved in his heart. Then he carried out a comprehensive analysis. Everyone's name, height, weight, age when they started, what stage they were at, what achievements they had, the original direction of cultivation, how they changed to other cultivation methods, the best time to cut and dot, what kind of evaluation were the 3 touches and 5 comments, what level they were at, and what kind of talent they had, who had habitual movements in the fist art, who had what kind of subconscious reactions in battle, whether they were good at dealing with different kinds of opponents, who had long arms, who had short legs, who had long upper body and short lower body, who had short upper body and short lower body, who had short upper body and short lower body, who had strong bridge and horse but lacked flexibility, who was overly flexible but had an unstable foundation, who had excessive pursuit of power, who had excessive pursuit of skill, who had a cold personality, who had a strong desire to kill, who had a big picture view, who was worthy of the student's reliance, who was suitable to use a saber, who was suitable to use a sword, who was suitable to use other weapons, who was suitable for assassination, who was suitable to be trained as an assassin, who could be trained as a shadow, who could be trained as a general or a commander, who was suitable to be a spy and carry out special missions, that if they were to form a team, other than those who had already formed their own teams, who was the most suitable to form a team with, and who could complement each other the most. When Xing Tian had sorted out all of the above-mentioned matters once through. Now, it could be said that except for Zhuo Xiaoduo, all of the 35 students, himself, his parents, and his original teacher, did not know as much as when Xing Tian. The effort he had put into this was unimaginably vast. For the past 3 days, the students had been fighting nonstop and cultivating nonstop. When Xing Tian, on the other hand, had not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. He had been paying attention to the students and paying attention to every detail of the students. Every student was a book. Some were easy to read and understand and easy to set up. Some were like a deep pool that could not be immediately seen to the bottom. They needed to be explored, analyzed, and targeted. How can it be so easy to be a teacher, especially a teacher of high martial arts? This was what the old teacher in charge of the teaching group had said when Xing Tian had first joined the school. In the martial arts schools below, many of the teachers' cultivation levels are not high and their skills are limited. It is very easy for them to teach the students astray. They will impart their own habits, movements, and mistakes to the students. Therefore, in the first month of high martial arts school, the initial period is the most precious. You must discover all of their mistakes during this time and correct them as much as possible. In the first month of high-intensity battles, do not worry about the students getting hurt. Especially remember, in battles between people with similar cultivation levels, if there are frequent situations of rapid defeat or serious injury, the loser must have a major flaw or fatal mistake. The main purpose of the first month is to fix, to change, to straighten all these crooked trees. But for those students with strong personalities, do not force them to fix. Just let their personalities grow wild. Even if you die of exhaustion within the first week, you must grasp all the information of all the students. Not only must you memorize it in your heart, but you must also engrave it in your mind and heart. In the past, when a teacher saw his own disciple fighting with the enemy on the battlefield, he should have won. But because of a habit that the teacher did not notice, he exposed a flaw and finally died in the hands of the enemy. He felt guilty for the rest of his life. He regretted it for the rest of his life. You must put your heart into it. You can be strict, you can scold, you can mock, you can use any method you want. But no matter what method you use, you must put your heart into it. Put your heart into correcting the flaws of your students. Correct the shortcomings of your students. Give your all to your students, because the future of the entire continent is in your hands. That year, the old teacher's words echoed in Wen Xingtian's mind day and night. Since the battle at the Sun Moon Pass that year, he had injured his meridians and felt that there was no hope for him to reach the top in this life. But thinking of his own talent and fighting experience, he was not willing to be buried in the battlefield like this. So he turned back to teach at the Hidden Dragon School. After 700 years of teaching, the number of students who came out under Wen Xingtian's tutelage had long been unknown. Perhaps there were high and low cultivation levels, big and small abilities, but none of them had any basic flaws or unnecessary actions. He was like a repairman who was strict to the point of almost obsessive-compulsive disorder. He trimmed each tree until it was straight to the point where it could grow into a tree. He nurtured each and every baby eagle until it could fly in the sky and absorb nutrients in the sky to grow. Then, he let it fly and soar in the sky. The Hidden Dragon School was plagued by internal and external troubles. Evil winds and evil spirits attacked from all sides, but it was still able to stand tall among the three great martial artists. It was because the Hidden Dragon School had such a group of brilliant teachers who could not be defeated and could not be defeated. All of them were the dreamlike strength of the high school that Yi Chongqing had painstakingly brought up single-handedly. As the saying goes, a great teacher must have a great teacher before having a great teacher. This was a matter of order. There were many teachers like this in the Hidden Dragon School. Every one of them poured their heart and blood into their students. Every graduation season, the ones who cried the most often were not the students, but these teachers. This was because they had poured too much heart and blood into their students. They did not cry for departing, but for their own students. Once they left, those students who rushed to the battlefield would not survive for 10 years. The piles of bones that were sacrificed on the battlefield and turned into tombstones were filled with the heart and blood of the teachers of the Hidden Dragon School. Every death affected the hearts of the teachers. Every year, the teachers of the Hidden Dragon School would organize a group to go to the frontline cemetery to visit their deceased students. A teacher held onto his student's tombstone and cried bitterly, "I only hate that I taught you too well. Your bones are too hard. Child, even if you take a step back, so what?" In these 3 days and 3 nights, Wen Xingtian had created 36 files for each of his students. In the future, he would continue to add to the files as he discovered them. This was his compulsory course. He would do this homework every time he taught a new class, from now until the graduation season. At that time, every student's file would be at least a foot thick. The amount of heart and blood he had spent on this was unimaginable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Zhuo Xiaoduo. After he had finished creating Zhuo Xiaoduo's file, he threw it aside. There is only one way to deal with this bitch, and that is to ruthlessly beat him up. Wen Xingtian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes with great interest. This was a sign that he could go all out. Maybe some people will think that this chapter is too lame. Chapter 398. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat at the front. He felt that teacher one was looking at him in a weird way. He felt more and more restless, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Why do I have a bad feeling? This feeling is even worse than when I faced Teacher Qin that day. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered in his heart. He could feel more and more that his homeroom teacher, Teacher One, was full of malice towards him, the freshly minted class monitor. Wen Xingtian's condition did not look good, but his actions were still swift and decisive. The first thing he did was to divide the students into 9 groups. The groups were not evenly distributed according to the number of people. For example, Zhou Xiaoduo was in a single group. Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Meng Zhangjun, Pai Yibao, Yin Hao Han were in the second group. Then there was Xiang Bing, Zhen Piapiao, Jia Kuang, and the others in the first group. The 9 groups were divided according to the current cultivation level and combat strength level of the individual. They were divided into 9 levels. This grouping is not fixed. Everyone can move forward to the next group. Whoever you can defeat, you can get 100 points from the target's current points as a reward for your victory. Everyone rubbed their palms together when they heard about the reward and punishment system. Teacher, what about me? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. He was in the first group, and there was no higher target. Who would he need to defeat to get points? Could it be that anyone could beat him? That would be awesome. You? When Xing Tian said lightly, you are the target of everyone in the class. Anyone who defeats you will get 1,000 points. After all, you're the class monitor and the chief. Of course, there will be a special reward for defeating you. Considering that your strength is far above the other students can join forces to defeat you. It will be fine as long as there are no more than 10 of them. You can't take the initiative to challenge anyone because your goal is to defeat me. If you can defeat me, my one, 7 million points in the Hidden Dragon High School will all be yours. So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. 7 million points? What a great temptation, but your cultivation base is at the pinnacle of the royal god realm. With my shallow cultivation base, if I want to defeat you, let's not talk about how long it will take, but at the very least, it won't be something that can be done in 3 to 5 years, right? Most likely, he had used this trick to fool the previous first seats of the class, right? In the end, wasn't your 7 million yuan still the same? Cunning old fox, too cunning. Also, why do I have to lose 1,000 points every time I lose? Even if the others can't beat me, they can team up. What if I'm not in a good state and get knocked out by them? Wouldn't I lose a lot? Fuck, this was clearly discrimination, blatant discrimination. So Xiaoduo was not convinced, but he did not dare to say anything. He could tell that when Xing Tian's eyes were scanning his face with malicious intent. If he said one more word, he would become Xing Tian's punching bag. A gentleman does not fight when the odds are against him. At this moment, when he could easily get beaten up, masters would decisively back down. As expected, Xing Tian looked very disappointed. Next was the martial arts theory class. Xing Tian taught the students not only by words, but also by example. For an experienced teacher like him, his rich experience in teaching was really to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. He could give countless examples according to each student's background, family, experience, and personality. He could give countless examples that were almost tailor-made for each student. The first time the students heard it, they would be able to hear it and remember it for the rest of their lives. After 2 hours of teaching, he took the students to the special martial arts field of Class 1. He messed up the order and started the fight again. After that, he continued to mess up the order and fight without any difference. Zhou Xiaoduo was free at this time. He was alone on the side, training with weights. Xing Tian did not care about him. Right now, all his attention was on the other students. He realized that among all the students in Class 1, there were only 2 students who had the least amount of problems, or rather, almost none at all. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. These 2 guys did not have any fancy moves when fighting. Once they made a move, they went straight for the vital points. They treated the fight as if it was a real fight and the opponent was an enemy. Xing Tian admired the teacher who taught Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. This kind of fighting foundation almost did not need to be fixed. A student who did not have any flaws on his body was really rare. Even Li Chenglong, who was slightly weaker, was very good at seeking luck and avoiding danger in a fight. Seeking luck and avoiding danger here referred to the sense of danger and the choice to deal with the opponent's attack. If the opponent's attack was not dodged in time, he would make a judgment at the first moment and choose the position that would consume the least energy and not affect his counterattack to deal with the enemy's attack. This characteristic was too rare. One had to go through countless battles and reflect on his own shortcomings after each battle to come to a conclusion. He had to integrate this experience into his body and turn it into instinct. Compared to these two people, there were also people who had more outstanding performances, such as Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, and a few other children of aristocratic families. During the fight, every movement they showed was mixed with a kind of beauty. The women were more elegant, while the men were more chic, that although their movements were all inadvertent, it made the onlookers feel that it was very pleasing to the eye. They were full of heartfelt admiration, smooth and natural, like moving clouds and flowing water. They were indeed children of aristocratic families. However, when Xingtian only snorted at this kind of performance, disdaining it. Beautiful? Chic? What was the use of it on the battlefield? Do you know how much effort you've put in for this posh? It required the cooperation of the whole body to achieve that kind of beauty. But on the battlefield, could beauty and chic kill people? Or would the enemy be merciful because they thought you were handsome and beautiful? Would you not win when you should win, and not kill when you could? The plot of not killing because of one's looks had always only appeared in novels. In a real battlefield, only the one who survived to the end would be the winner. Lying on the ground, no matter how beautiful, was still a corpse. When Xingtian spoke casually as he watched the battle, at the side, the teaching assistant was quickly taking notes. Every word and sentence was recorded in the book. Suddenly, when Xingtian rushed into the battlefield in a flash and slapped Xiang Chong 7 to 8 meters away, Xiang Chong was stunned and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. When you retreated to dodge just now, you could have avoided me by stepping back. Why did you add a backflip? Are you retarded? When Xingtian's face was stern. I've already observed your movements 3 times. When you encounter a similar move, you will definitely use a chic backflip. When you don't need to turn sideways, you must twist your way sideways. Are you fucking fighting or dancing? Also, when you attack, you must have one hand in front and one hand behind. If you attack with the front hand and defend with the back hand, it's fine. But your hand behind your back are used to make cool poses the entire time. Who taught you such a bad habit? Someone like you still wants to join the army? Even if there is a day when you can set foot on the battlefield, you'll have to fight on one side and die on the other side. You'll have a funeral for your family immediately. When Xingtian's words were harsh and sharp, Xiang Chong was dizzy from the slap. He was stunned for a long time before he said, "This. I've been practicing like this since I was young. Do you know what it means to advance and retreat like lightning? To send and receive at lightning speed without any sloppiness? What's the use of your sloppy movements? Are you trying to be cool or handsome? Are you here to go to school or to flirt with girls? No wonder your Xiang family's reputation has been getting weaker and weaker these years. Since Vice Principal Xiang retired, all of you have started to change from the Overlord family to the Bai family, right? You're like this, and so is your sister. Is this the current style of the Overlord Xiang family?" When Xingtian's voice was stern. "If you do this again, I'll break your legs and throw you back home. Do you think I won't dare?" "Well said." A majestic voice sounded from behind. Zhou Xiaoduo followed the voice and saw an old man with gray hair and beard at the entrance of the martial arts gym. Although the person had gray hair and beard, he stood there like a towering mountain. His height was no less than 2 meters, and his stature was so imposing that it was hard to believe. He was as straight as a mountain, unshakable. That domineering and majestic aura gave people a feeling of invincibility at first glance. "Thank you, Teacher Wen." The old man's voice was as loud as a bell. "What kind of bullshit is this bunch of brats practicing? I just finished teaching those brats at home a lesson, and when I came over, I was so angry that I almost fainted. They deserve to be beaten up. They only know what real combat is after being beaten up so many times." Hearing this voice, it wasn't hard to guess that this was Vice Principal Xiang, who couldn't go out because of the water from the river of forgetfulness. This old man's face was still a little pale, but the domineering aura that overflowed from his body already showed the power of a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains. He really lived up to his reputation. One Xingtian turned his head and said without any trace of politeness, "Vice Principal Xiang, Congratulations on finally stepping into the Hidden Dragon High School. But I've taught for so many years, and I've never allowed outsiders to watch. Even more so, I don't allow outsiders to point fingers. Do you want to go out yourself? Or do you want me to send you out? Hearing this, all the students immediately praised the teacher in their hearts. So awesome. This was directly driving the vice principal out without any hesitation. Teacher 1, did you forget that your level is not as high as his? Xiang Kuangren didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled apologetically and said, I'm here this time to see 2 people. When Xing Tian frowned, it's your business who you want to see, but right now, you're delaying my teaching. Please, let's talk after class. Xiang Kuangren coughed and stopped talking. When Xing Tian became impatient, he raised his wrist to look at his watch and said angrily, You've already delayed me for 2 minutes. Get out. Immediately. Chapter 399. All the students felt their scalps go numb. Is this the way to talk to the principal? Is it going to be a big battle? They had heard that Vice Principal Xiang Kuangren was also a ruthless person with a fiery temper. Judging from his words just now, it was obvious. Then they heard something that should never have happened. Vice Principal Xiang nodded repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll leave now. With a swoosh, he disappeared. The old man, who seemed to have such a fiery temper and was as lofty as a mountain, was chased away, just like that. Teacher, you're awesome. So Xiaoduo could not help but exclaim. He could not help but admire Teacher Xiang. What are you shouting for? Come here, let me see what you have. Zhua Xiaoduo was pushed to the edge of a volcano by his heartfelt words. When Xing Tian had wanted to beat him up for a long time, because this kid had been training by himself, it seemed to be too easy for him. Now, he finally found a reason to do so. Zhua Xiaoduo was immediately met with a beating that was more intense than a storm. Yes, you didn't see wrong. It was a beating. One Xing Tian suppressed his cultivation level to the inner core realm and then gradually increased it to the high-level inner core realm to fight with Zhua Xiaoduo. From the beginning to the end, Zhua Xiaoduo was suppressed to the point that he could not even breathe properly. However, this was also the battle that Zhua Xiaoduo had fought to his heart's content recently. Fist techniques, sword techniques, and all kinds of sword techniques were used one after another. He was fully immersed in the battle. In the end, he even integrated his knowledge of hammering techniques, such as lifting heavy weights as if they were light and lifting light weights as if they were heavy, into his sword techniques. He attacked when Xing Tian relentlessly. When Xing Tian watched as Zhua Xiaoduo wielded the civet cat sword as if it was flying. Occasionally, there would be a ferocious strike that smashed down like a sledgehammer. Sometimes it was just a sword, but it felt like a sledgehammer had smashed down on it. Then he looked at Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulders and arms, so Xiaoduo's waist strength, and the rotation of Zhua Xiaoduo's other hand. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. With a slap, he sent Zhua Xiaoduo flying, following in the footsteps of Xiang Chong. As a result, squad leader Zhua, who had been showing off his invincible might and brandishing his sword to his heart's content, was slapped by his sword. His entire body spun more than 400 times and was thrown 130 meters away. After his defeat, he was still feeling dizzy and confused. He had lost in a baffling manner and did not know what was going on. When Xing Tian cast Zhua Xiaoduo aside, I'll find you tonight. Wait for me. Zhua Xiaoduo was confused. What's wrong? When Xing Tian had other plans in his mind, but he did not say them out loud. With his many years of experience on the front line and his many times watching Zhua Xiaoduo's movements, he could not believe that this kid's sword was not his ultimate weapon. Was this kid's trump card a sledgehammer or a sledgehammer? He had to get to the bottom of this tonight. After making up his mind, he immediately focused all his attention on the other students. Only a strand of his mind set his spatial ring to his self-destruct program. If he encountered an accident one day and someone wanted to touch his spatial ring, the ring would self-destruct. Inside the ring were the files of the 36 students he had created. If this information fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be a disaster for this group of children. for an entire day. Then, he heard when Xing Tian's angry roar. All for show. It's all for show. Who are your teachers in the martial arts school? Misleading students. Zhen Pia Piao. Where did your bad habit of flipping your hair come from? How do you want to flirt with these few strands of hair? If you do it again, go shave your head after class. Are you here to study or to flirt? Xiang Bing. Are you looking for death because your inner demon is gone? Is the Xiang family's domineering attitude to be reckless and reckless? Can't you learn from Li Chenglong? His foundation is much weaker than yours, but his current strength is much stronger than yours. Don't you have any shame? Can't you leave some dignity for the Xiang family? I really feel sorry for Xiang Quangren. He has no successor, no successor. Pai Bao, where's your leg? Is your leg broken? Don't you know how to kick people? Why don't you hit a girl? Where did your bad habit of being protective of girls come from? Do you believe that I won't castrate you so that you won't have the right to be protective of girls in the future? Meng Zhongjun, what's with your posture of raising your hind leg when you stab with your sword? Are you learning how to pee like a dog? Do you need me to give you a nickname of pee with a sword so that the whole world will know of your heroism? Hao Han, why did you retreat just now? Is the sword in your hand the only weapon in your entire body? Can't you hit your head? Can't you use your hands? Do you have legs so that you can walk? Don't you know how to kick people? Is your brain flooded with water or urine? Li Chenglong, what the hell is wrong with you? Do you only know how to hit Xiang Bing? Or do you only know how to be ruthless to Xiang Bing? Why aren't you steel for other women? If you can't smash Zhen Pia Piao's nose in 1 minute, I'll break your legs and throw you out of Qianlong. Can't you grab and hit such long hair? What's the use of a woman's hair in battle? Isn't it so that you can grab and kill it like a chicken? Isn't your garrison shop known as the home of soldiers? How did you cultivate such a group of gentlemen? Are you fighting with women or drinking coffee with women? You're so polite. Fuck, what garrison shop? Change it to a pickup shop. Gentlemen, they're all fucking hypocrites. It had to be said that other than being good at teaching students, Teacher Wen's mouth was equally good. No, it should be said that it was poisonous. This poisonous tongue dared to say anything. It could scold thousands of soldiers and horses. So Xiao Duo realized that once this Teacher Wen entered the teaching mode, his entire person changed. Originally, he looked like a refined teacher, but after entering the teaching mode, he completely disappeared without a trace. In a second, he turned into the roaring emperor of a cesspool. Every sentence made people have the urge to jump off a building, especially those girls. They were scolded until their eyes were red and tears were about to fall. But because of this, they were scolded even more fiercely. Why are you crying? Did someone die in your family? This is a battle. Cry for me. If you have the ability, cry for me until you die. Don't stop until you die from crying. Under such a poisonous tongue, their bad habits were quickly corrected. No one wanted to be scolded a second time. It hurt their self-esteem too much. Then, everyone realized that Teacher Wen not only scolded them, but also hit them. Moreover, he did not control his strength. Chu Chu sent Xiang Chong flying with a slap. Only blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She was the lightest one among them. Yu Yan made a cool move. She turned around and drew her sword. As she turned around, her fine black hair immediately turned into a waterfall of rain, scattering down in a beautiful and magnificent manner. Her skirt and hair fluttered. The beauty drew her sword. It was a national beauty. Her opponent was stunned by her glory and was stunned for a moment. But after 2 slaps, the 2 of them were slapped into the nourishment cabin by Wen Xingtian. If you draw your sword, then draw your sword. Why did you turn around and flutter? What's wrong with your hair turning into a waterfall on purpose? Can I grab your hair and beat you to death? Or can I stick to you the moment I turn around? Fuck, how can you be stunned by a woman? Have you never seen a woman in your life? You don't learn your lesson. Next time, I'll break your 3rd leg. And you, Gu Qianfan's don't return sword is like a pole dancer when you use it. I really want to see Gu Qianfan's expression when he sees this with his own eyes. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I can finally laugh at that old fellow for not teaching properly. What sort of no-return Gu Qianfan? You should change your name to pole dance instructor. With one slap, Yu Yin Air broke one of her opponent's legs. With another slap, Yu Yin Air followed in her opponent's footsteps and broke one of her legs. They were sent into the nourishment cabin one after the other. Teacher Wen did not waste any time. He would only hit you once for a bad habit. Once hit, you would not dare to do it again for the next 3 years. After 3 years, the movements would be fixed. Even if you wanted to, you would not be able to use any extra movements. You would not be able to use them at all. When Xingtian's roars were like thunder, they kept ringing in the ears of the students. Each of them was trembling with fear. They used 120% of their strength and 120% of their attention. It lasted until 11:50. The bell for the end of class finally rang. When Xingtian's roar came to a stop, and everyone collapsed to the ground as if they had been drained of all energy. In fact, based on the current intensity, it might not be everyone's limit. However, their mental tension had already reached the limit. Their nerves were stretched so tight that they were about to break. After reviewing the whole course of the class, they did not have the time to gloat over others' misfortune. Their minds were filled with the words they had been scolded. Then, they compared the new movements with their original movements. It was almost 2 levels higher. After this class, Li Chenglong's title as the leader of the Iron Steel sect became even more unshakable. The 3 beauties of Class 1 were each disfigured by him twice. The other female students were also sent into the nourishment cabin by Li Chenglong at least once that the leader of the Iron Steel sect was simply deserving of the title. Let's go eat. When Xingtian clapped his hands and said lightly, well, the results of the training are acceptable. He turned to the teaching assistant and said, don't forget to remind me in the afternoon to bring a cup of tea to moisten my throat. A big cup. So Xiaoduo and the others collectively felt a chill run down their spines. Was he going to continue his poisonous tongue in the afternoon? The students of Class 1 rushed to the cafeteria like a swarm of bees. In the first month of freshman, everything was free. Food was no exception. They could eat for free. At this time, the cafeteria was already filled with people. So Xiaoduo relied on his physical advantage and was the first to rush into the cafeteria. When he saw a table that had just been vacated, he immediately sat down. Then, he started to call out, there's a table here. Come take a seat. A few senior students were walking over with food. When they saw that their target had already taken a seat, they did not care and wanted to sit at this table. So Xiaoduo smiled innocently and said, seniors, I'm sorry. This table is taken. If there are only a few of you, you can eat together. However, there are so many of you. I have many classmates over there. Chapter 400. These senior students were wearing 2 clawed, golden dragon costumes. They were obviously second-year high school students. They were holding dishes in their hands and were calm and unhurried. Was this table taken? They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had been a few years since they heard such a tone. This was the beginning of the school year, and someone dared to court death. If the other party was a 4th-year or 3rd-year student, it would be fine. But what was wrong with this 1st-year student? Was the newborn calf not afraid of the tiger? The leader looked at Xiaoduo from head to toe and seemed to find him familiar. He couldn't help but say playfully, I was wondering who was so arrogant, daring to snatch our table. Isn't this the Sword King? Snatching your table? So Xiaoduo was stunned and couldn't react immediately. How would you talk like that? It seems that I've already sat down before you guys. I've already sat down and greeted my people. You guys come over and say it's your table? So Xiaoduo smiled and ignored him. He stood up and waved his hand, swollen, little bug, Bing Dan, There's a table here. I've already taken it. Come over quickly. Xiangbing's face was red, and she was fuming. She cursed her father 1,000 times in her heart. Can't he mention my nickname in front of anyone? Why did he have to mention it in front of this bastard? Then she cursed with Xiaoduo 1,000 times. What kind of occasion was this? How dare you speak such nonsense? Didn't everyone know about it? At this time, the leader of the students said lightly, Sword King is with Xiaoduo on the Longhu list, led Phoenix City Second High to the top, and took 1st place. He's known as a rare genius. But no matter how talented you are, it's not a reason to snatch our table. His eyes were sharp. Get out of the way. This is our table. If you dare to snatch it again, we seniors will have to teach you a lesson. Xiaoduo continued to greet them. Come over quickly. He frowned and said, What do you mean by your table? I was the one who sat down first. Wait a little longer. There'll be an empty table soon. Okay, that's it. What do you mean by that? A girl in the opposite crowd sneered. We clearly came first. Why do you have to occupy our table? You guys didn't even get a meal and just snatched a seat. How are you going to eat? We've already gotten our food. Let us out. The girl was very dissatisfied with Xiaoduo's behavior. How ungentlemanly. He actually didn't give up his seat for a beauty. Although Xiang Bing and the others walked over, they didn't sit down when they saw the dispute. Li Qinglong asked, Why don't we wait for a while? Why? I was the one who sat down first. First come, first served, do you understand? Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. This is our table, the girl said angrily. Xiaoduo laughed angrily. Your table? Why don't you call it and see if it answers? Every time it was mealtime in the high martial arts school, this kind of fight over empty seats was a common occurrence. Everyone had their reasons, and everyone had their reasons. The girl said that it was their table, and it made sense. They did come over when they saw that there was an empty seat. However, before they came over, Xiaoduo had already sat down. This was also the truth. Therefore, when Xiaoduo said that the seat was his, it was only natural that they should have it first come, first served. Of course, Xiaoduo did not know that the other party had already taken a fancy to this table. Even if he knew, he would not give it up. Just tell us, are you giving it up or not? A few of the second-year students were angry. They were no longer as calm as they were before. Sit down, all of you. Ignore them. I took the table first, so it's ours. Xiaoduo kept calling out to his classmates and ignored the second-year students. The face of the leading boy became gloomier. What's wrong with you? Why are you being so unreasonable? Xiaoduo stood up impatiently and said, The most annoying thing is to be reasonable. How can I be more reasonable than you? This is the high martial arts school, and we are martial arts students. Why waste your breath talking about reason? Come, let's fight. If you win, this table will naturally be yours. But if I win, I'll have to trouble you to find another table. Do you dare? Let's do it. The leading boy handed his food to the girl next to him and laughed. You asked for it. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, every meal there would be people fighting over tables. This was a very normal thing. Often, in the time it took to eat a meal, there would be more than 10 fights outside the cafeteria. It was too common. However, it was the first time that a new student who had just entered the school for 3 days took the initiative to provoke a senior student. Many of the spectating students stopped eating and looked over with interest. This kid was too arrogant. He was simply courting death. Don't talk nonsense. I hate being reasonable the most, and I hate nonsense even more. I'm the only one here. Who's going to fight on your side? Let's go. Let's finish the fight and eat. I'm starving. Xiaoduo turned over and jumped down from the 3rd floor. As soon as he landed, he shouted loudly, The one upstairs, come down. Before his voice died away, a few rows of heads popped out of the cafeteria window. They were all there to watch the show. Everyone looked over and found that it was a strange yet familiar face. They couldn't help but talk about it. Someone already shouted, Sword King. Xiaoduo laughed and saluted with his hands folded. This is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with this place. Today, I'm going to embarrass myself here. Everyone, if you have money, please help me out. If you have money, please help me out. He actually spoke like a street performer. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other subconsciously and then looked at Li Qinglong. Only then did they turn their attention back to Xiaoduo. This isn't a way to make money, right? A white shadow flashed by the window, and the tall boy who was the leader of the other party also came down. He was calm and composed. Xiaoduo, I didn't mean to embarrass you, but now you're the one who's being overbearing. At this moment, a person suddenly came out of the crowd and jumped down. He said lightly, Zhao Wensheng, it's just a fight. Why do you have to bully your new classmates? Just give me face and give the table to Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. The person who came was also dressed in white. He was a two-clawed golden dragon. Obviously, he was also a second-year student. This person was tall, handsome, and had an outstanding temperament. He had an extraordinary presence. When he stepped out, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Wensheng was even more shocked. Wu Yanhai, how come it's you? But why did you step out to help Wu Xiaoduo? Wu Yanhai was the elder brother of Wu Yuntian, who died at the hands of Wu Xiaoduo. He was also the cousin of Wu Yuntian. He was a member of the Wu family. With this, Wu Xiaoduo knew the general background of this person without any introduction. He couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Wu Yanhai. His eyes were full of curiosity. Would the Wu family really be so kind? Wu Yanhai smiled and said, I stepped out because I don't want the two of you to hurt each other because of a momentary fight. How can the Wu family break the rules of the life and death arena? Since Wu Xiaoduo came to Hidden Dragon City, he is our classmate and our junior. Even if we have no intention of becoming friends with him, we can't just watch him get bullied under our noses. What if someone instigated it to be our Wu family? Wouldn't we be wronged? So, Zhao Wensheng, how about we just let it go? Wu Yanhai smiled helplessly. Zhao Wensheng's face was gloomy. Now the whole school knows. How can I let it go? If it were you, could you afford to lose face like this? Wu Yunhai's face darkened. Then you must fight? Of course. In the cafeteria, the winner eats while sitting and the loser eats while standing. This has been the rule of Hidden Dragon City since ancient times. Why? Shall I give you face now? Zhao Wensheng said angrily. It's just a normal fight for a table. Why did you bring up the Wu family? Wu Yanhai snorted and said, Since it's like this, I'll fight with you. A senior bullying a new student. Even if I win, what's the glory? Many of the onlookers felt their jaws drop. Was this Wu Yanhai crazy? Why did he have to get involved when others were fighting for a table? This was a normal thing. Why did he have to get involved? At this time, another voice shouted from above. Wu Yanhai, get out of the way. Both sides are fighting for a table. You're the third party. What the hell are you blabbering about? So Xiaoduo came to Hidden Dragon High School. Can't he get beaten up? With the time you're causing trouble, both sides would have been settled long ago. So Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the window above. He saw a person wearing Hidden Dragon High School's four-clawed golden dragon costume standing there. Although this person looked young, in his early 20s, the beard on his face had already begun to form. He was tall and broad, with a straight nose and a square mouth. He had a wide face and big ears. Although only half of his body was exposed, he was like an iron tower, full of power. This person's status among the students was obviously very high. Wu Yanhai finally took a step back and said, Since it's like this, Brother Zhao, please show some mercy. Zhao Wensheng snorted and said, Do you think I'll beat him to death? It's just a small punishment. So Xiaoduo stood in front of him. He finally frowned and said, Are you guys done blabbering? Why is it so troublesome to fight in Hidden Dragon High School? Senior Zhao, you've been blabbering for so long. You've already finished eating. Are you sure you're not here to pick a fight with me? Zhao Wensheng snorted and said, You're right. Blabbering really does waste time. Come on. Before he finished speaking, he was already in a fighting stance. But just as he said, come on, he suddenly felt his vision go dark. He saw stars twinkling. So Xiaoduo, with his amazing speed, arrived in front of him in an instant. A fist smashed down brazenly. Zhao Wensheng's reaction was quick. He snorted and also punched out without dodging. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided. There was no room for hesitation. So Xiaoduo only felt a slight pain on his fist, but without thinking, he kicked out. Dragon Gate Kick. Chapter 4:01. However, when Zhao Wensheng and Zhou Xiaoduo's fists met, Zhao Wensheng immediately felt that something was wrong. His opponent's strength was surging towards him like an avalanche. Zhao Wensheng's knuckles made a crisp cracking sound, and a piercing pain quickly attacked him. Zhao Wensheng knew that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Just as he leaned back, An unbearable pain came from his crotch area. Ow! Ah! Zhao Wensheng had just called out, but he forcefully held it back. However, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. His whole body was bent, and he almost knelt on the ground. Zhou Xiaoduo was slightly surprised and stared blankly for a moment. He didn't deliberately kick Zhao Wensheng's crotch. His goal was to kick Zhao Wensheng's lower abdomen. He wanted to kick Zhao Wensheng out and decide the winner. However, when Zhao Wensheng leaned back and retreated, the kick to his lower abdomen accidentally hit a vital point. Upstairs, the black-faced boy loudly said, "Zhou Xiaoduo wins. Come up and eat." Then he turned around and walked back to his table to eat. Zhao Wensheng raised his hand and saw that his fist was dripping with blood. His knuckles had already sunk in. It was obvious that his injury wasn't light. He gritted his teeth and snorted, "You win. I'll eat standing." After eating 2 pills, he clutched his stomach and staggered up the stairs. "Not bad." Zhou Xiaoduo cupped his fists. "Thank you for letting me win." This Zhao Wensheng was really a man. He had an unyielding spirit. Ever since Zhou Xiaoduo's kick, that kick appeared in the world. Basically, everyone who was hit by it would fall to the ground the moment they were hit. Their hands would cover the area where they were hit. There were very few exceptions. However, not only did Zhao Wensheng not fall to the ground, he was actually barely able to stand. If it wasn't for the black-faced boy announcing the winner, he would probably have fiercely counterattacked and continued to fight with Zhou Xiaoduo. He wouldn't have given up just because of a momentary slip. The combat quality of the Hidden Dragon High martial arts students was very high. Zhou Xiaoduo had seen through this, which was why he said, "Not bad." He wasn't speaking without thinking. The two of them went upstairs one after another. After Zhao Wensheng's pain subsided a little, he took his bowl of rice and walked to Zhou Xiaoduo's table. He stood up straight and started eating. And he wasn't the only one. A few of his classmates also carried their own food and stood in a row with him, eating while standing. However, the people present were not surprised and were used to it. In the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School, this kind of thing happened every day. There were many people, but there were few tables. If one wanted to eat quickly, they would directly use force to snatch a table. If they managed to snatch it, they would sit down and eat. If they lost, they would stand behind the winner and eat. If your companions are willing to be punished with you, then they can stand and eat together. If they don't want to be punished with you, then it doesn't matter. The fact that martial artists had to strive was something that could be said to be vividly expressed in any aspect of the Hidden Dragon Martial School. The 5 people who were eating while standing all had fire in their eyes. They could only watch as the competitors sat down and ate. They were gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Xiang Bing explained his Xiaoduo while eating. Fighting over tables is very normal in the Hidden Dragon Martial School. It's very common. You must never let people sit down and eat, and also don't let other people sit down and eat. This is the rule. This is also the code of brotherhood. There are many every day, but it's inevitable that there will be revenge later. If martial artists don't even have this little bit of anger, then they don't need to live. Class monitors with your personality. It's better for you to train hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid that in the 4 years of the Hidden Dragon Martial School, you will spend most of your mealtime standing. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. What do you mean? It mainly depends on who you hit. Usually, when a new student hits a senior, the senior students of the entire grade will feel uncomfortable. Take Zhao Wensheng, for example. He's from the 2nd grade's class 7. After today, I'm afraid that from time to time, the people from class 7 will come and fight over tables with you. If you can't beat them, then it depends on how long they want you to stand. If you meet those who seek revenge for the smallest grievance, they will come and fight for every meal. According to the rules, even if they come and fight for every meal, it's still allowed. The winner is respected, and the loser is humiliated. That's why I said that in these 4 years, you will have to spend most of your mealtime standing. A sympathetic expression appeared on Xiang Bing's face. So Xiaoduo snorted and said, "I thought it was something. If you have the ability, then come and fight me." If the student you hit has a lot of means, power, or background, even if his class can't beat you, the class above him will make a move. So on and so forth. But if you have the ability, you can always fight back. Once you beat the senior students of the entire grade, no one will bother you anymore. Xiang Bing explained. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. It has never happened before. So Xiaoduo nodded and couldn't help but praise. That's a good rule. In the future, when I come to this cafeteria, I will never have to worry about not having a table to eat. Other than Li Qinglong, everyone else was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Behind them, Zhao Wenqing's hand was dripping with blood. He said, "So with Xiaoduo, I admit defeat because I'm not as good as you. But my 4 classmates lost face with me. It's my fault. I will find someone to get back at them." So Xiaoduo chuckled and said, "Anytime. But to be honest, I admire you and your classmates. Just this spirit of brotherhood is worth a toast." The girl said angrily, "It's too late to flatter now. We have to get back at you. We have to get your table back. Anytime." So Xiaoduo finished his meal as fast as he could. He poured the last half a bowl of rice directly into his mouth and laughed. "You are welcome to trouble me tomorrow." After saying that, he stood up and walked away at lightning speed. Xiang Chong and Li Qinglong's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. So Xiaoduo could have sat down and eaten slowly. He could even eat until nighttime. According to the rules, Zhao Wensheng and the others would have to stand with him until then. However, the other party had lost and had to stand to eat with his friends. So Xiaoduo finished his meal as fast as he could and left. He ate really fast. Xiang Bing and the others had only finished a third of their food. He walked even faster and disappeared in a flash. According to the rules, as long as Xiaoduo left, Zhao Wensheng and the others could sit down and finish the rest of the meal in peace. Although he didn't say anything, it was a kind of demeanor in itself. Anyone could see and understand. The young man who looked like a black iron tower at the next table looked at Xiaoduo disappearing in a flash. His eyes were filled with admiration, and he said, "Xiaoduo, not bad." When Xiaoduo walked out of the dining hall, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned around and saw Wu Yinhai walking over with a big smile. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "As expected of the champion of this year's Longhu List tournament, you're really good. You can fight against someone of a higher level and win without breaking a sweat. I admire you. Senior brother Wu, you're too polite." So Xiaoduo said lightly, "I didn't come here for any other reason than to get to know junior brothers Wu. I'm Wu Yinhai from Fenghai City's Wu family." Wu Yinhai smiled and said, "In addition, the family head has solemnly instructed me to pass you a message of apology when I see you. In the life and death arena, one is responsible for one's own life and death. Previously, Yin Tian was too overbearing. In the end, it was our Wu family's fault for not restraining him well. I hope junior brother Zhuo won't take it to heart." Looking at Wu Yunhai's smile, face, and aura, Zhou Xiaoduo sensed that something was not right. Or rather, something was not right. However, the Wu Yunhai in front of him did not have any hostile intentions. This could be clearly seen from his facial features. Even his aura showed that he genuinely wanted to get close to Zhui Yuntian. This discovery caused Zhou Xiaoduo to be alarmed. He had killed Wu Yuntian in front of so many people. Wu Yuntian had been beaten to the point that not even his bones remained. It was the most miserable way to die. And now, the Wu family was not only looking for trouble, but also protecting him, sending their disciples to make friends with him. This was the magnanimity of a big family, a smile that could wipe away all enmity. Was the Wu family really so magnanimous? An inexperienced young man might believe it. Besides, he was also eager to bury the hatchet with the Wu family. After all, he had just arrived at Fenghai City and was unfamiliar with the place. The Wu family was a local tyrant. It was better to avoid trouble if possible. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, why not accept it? What if it could really wipe away all enmity with a smile? But Zhou Xiaoduo would never believe it. How could Zhou Xiaoduo believe this sudden kindness? Not to mention the good intentions of his enemy's family, even if it was the good intentions of a complete stranger. Even if it was the good intentions of someone he wasn't very familiar with, Zhou Xiaoduo would still be extremely vigilant. This old scoundrel asked himself, if I were the head of the Wu family, and the child I had painstakingly raised was killed in the life and death arena, would I admit it? Because there was a rule on the continent. In the life and death arena, the winner and loser would be responsible for their own lives. Once in the life and death arena, all enmity would be over. Would I follow the rules of the continent? Fuck off. Whoever kills my son, I'll take the lives of his entire family. What rules are there to follow? Thinking of this, Xiaoduo felt relieved. Even a magnanimous person like me would take revenge. How could the Wu family not take revenge on me? Now, this sudden kindness, I'm afraid it's a trap to numb me. Your family head is really considerate. Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity as he sighed emotionally. I'm also very regretful about the life and death arena. But at that time, it was a life and death situation. There was really no other way. Xiaoduo sighed faintly and said with a face full of regret, in fact, your brother. Although his speech and behavior were a little domineering, he was still a straightforward man. If he didn't die, he would have made friends. What a pity. Wu Yunhai laughed in his heart. You don't know how vengeful Wu Yuntian is. You actually want to make friends. You think too much, right? These people from small places really don't know how sinister people are. 7th and 6th. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 402. That day, when life and death were determined, it was too late for me to regret it. Xiaoduo sighed, as if he was truly regretting it. He said with all his heart, to be honest, senior brother Wu, before I came to Fenghai, my biggest worry was the Wu family's evil intentions. But after hearing what you said today, my heart is at ease again. I really didn't expect the Wu family to be so magnanimous. I'm really overjoyed. He held Wu Yunhai's hand and shook it again and again. He said respectfully, Senior brother Wu, please go back and report to your family's old master that I, Xiaoduo, am deeply grateful. I hope from the bottom of my heart that I can bury the hatchet with the Wu family. When the time is right, I will pay a visit and thank the old master for his kindness. Wu Yunhai laughed heartily and said, There's no need to thank me. But the Wu family is always looking forward to junior brother Wu's visit. He sighed softly and said, Actually, we were also thinking about what we should do if junior brother's Wu enters the Hidden Dragon High School. How should we face him? To be honest, although we don't really understand the old master's order, we are also relieved. After all, in this world, it's better to have more friends than enemies. Wu Yunhai's feelings were also very sincere. He said, In the future, if you have any problems in the Hidden Dragon High School, don't hesitate to look for me. Even if I can't solve it, I will definitely mediate for you. He patted Xiaoduo's shoulder and laughed. After all, there are many people watching you now. If something really happens to you, the first suspect will be the Wu family, huh? He was joking enthusiastically and didn't mean anything else. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. His mind was already filled with 700 to 800 ideas. He laughed and said, That's right, that's right. Wu Yunhai clearly wanted to be friends with Xiaoduo. His feelings were very sincere, and he didn't hide anything. However, as for Xiaoduo's thoughts, it was a matter of opinion. You don't know, but the matter of the life and death arena back then caused a huge commotion in our family. My fourth uncle, who is Wu Yuntian's father, was furious, and the old master was also furious. However, it seemed that the old man's attitude changed drastically after he received a phone call, and he immediately issued a ban. Otherwise, we might not be able to become friends today. Who knows, we might even be the ones fighting today. Wu Yunhai said joyfully. So Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yunhai and wondered if this guy was really brainless. How could he say such a thing? There was a lot of information in there. This was too. So Xiaoduo laughed along. He seemed to be the same as Wu Yunhai, the type that was heartless. Sea of Clouds? Why are you here? Hey, isn't that Xiaoduo? At this moment, two young men walked over from the other side. The moment they saw him, they were pleasantly surprised and walked over. Junior's Wu. I've heard a lot about you. One of them said emotionally. You and Yunhai seemed to be chatting happily. Wu Yunhai snorted and said, if you want to befriend junior brothers, go ahead. There's no need to use me as a shield. It's not like I haven't seen the hysterical behavior of the Gao clan before. The two young men's faces immediately darkened. One of them said angrily, my sister was killed. Can't I be angry? To put it bluntly, I'm still angry when I see Zhuo Xiaoduo, but my family doesn't allow me to do anything about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Hey, this guy's personality is quite interesting. The other one frowned and said, third brother, how can you say that? The one who spoke in front was speechless. The person in front had a three-clawed golden dragon on his chest. He sighed softly and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Junior Zhuo, I'm Gao Qingxiang. This is my younger brother, Gao Chanyan. Gao Yin'er, Gao Pinger in the life and death arena, is our sister and cousin. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, this. To be honest, I don't want to meet you face to face, and I don't want to be friends with you either. But during this time, we've been tied together by fate. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly. Because nothing can happen to you. If something happens to you, our family will be the biggest suspect, just like the Wu family. So in the next period of time, let's get closer to each other. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled honestly. Thank you very much. I'm really ashamed that the Gao family is so righteous. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly and said somewhat helplessly, what do you mean by righteous? You're a smart person. You can't not understand our feelings. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm very uncomfortable with interacting with you more. But it can't be helped. This is the family's decision. Junior Zhuo, I just hope that you're not that kind of annoying person. Otherwise, I'll feel wrong for our family's good intentions. That won't happen. That won't happen. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sternly, the enmity has already been formed. It's just karma entanglement. I don't have much hope for the so-called turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. I just hope that we can live in harmony. That's my optimistic wish. He put on a sincere attitude and said, seniors, since you've already said so, it's enough to show that you're upright. If I say anything else, it'll only be awkward. It's just that at the life and death arena. Sigh, I was like an arrow on the bow. I had no choice but to release it. Now that I'm talking about this, how can I not cry? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. His face was full of sorrow. At that time, the life and death arena was broadcasted live on the internet. It was Wu Yuntian who forced both sides to sign the agreement. The whole world could bear witness to this. It was not something that could be erased with just one family's words. So Xiaoduo's sigh lingered in the air, lingering in the air. He said sincerely, just as Senior Gao Qingxiang said, I don't dare to hope to become true friends with you seniors. But in this deceitful society, when we need to support each other, we have to cooperate. No matter what, we can't let others take advantage of this loophole and sow discord between us. Seniors, please go back and tell your elders that I've received your family's kindness and sincerity. But when I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit and apologize in person. Junior Zhuo, you're exaggerating. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly. You can't do what you want in the martial world. We're angry about what happened in the past. Even now, we still have resentment. But we've seen the truth with our own eyes. We understand Junior Zhuo's situation from the bottom of our hearts. After all, no one wants to die. It's all fate's fault. Gao Qingxiang looked up at the sky and sighed. In front of him, he seemed to see the smiling faces of his two cousins. Then, he glared at Wu Yunhai. At the end of the day, Zhuo Xiaoduo, the murderer, had to bear a small part of the responsibility in the life and death arena battle. However, the other instigator, Wu Yuntian, was also guilty. It could even be said that it was reasonable to put all the blame on Wu Yuntian. If it wasn't for his aggressiveness, what happened later would have happened. If one looked deeper, it was all because of the Wu family's lax upbringing that led to such an unfilial son. He was a burden to others and to themselves. What's more, why did he have to offend Zhuo Xiaoduo? If he wanted to fight to the death, he could have just found someone weaker to kill. But he had to find Zhuo Xiaoduo. Not only did he get himself killed, Even his two cousins were killed. That Wu Yunhai sighed and said indifferently, "You guys talk. I'll be leaving first." He said goodbye to Zhou Xiaoduo and left his contact information. Then he turned around and left. Wu Yunhai was also sighing in his heart. Zhou Xiaoduo was not the only one who was implicated in the life and death arena. The Wu clan and the Gao clan were both famous clans in Fenghai City. The two clans had a close relationship for decades, but after this incident, it was not far from breaking off. The Wu family's Wu Yuntian was arrogant and proud. He didn't pay much attention to his other brothers. His relationship with his family was average. However, the two beauties of the Gao family were the hearts of the entire family. Now, when the young people of the two families met, there was no one who didn't raise their eyebrows. There were many young people of the Wu family and the Gao family in the Hidden Dragon High School. During this time, there had been dozens of open and secret fights inside and outside the school, and he had seen blood in battle no less than a dozen times. The young people of the two families liked to stick together. Wherever you go, I'll go. I'm there to look for trouble. They could start a fight with just one look. Now, several nightclubs in Fenghai City had been closed by the young people of the two families. Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun were obviously depressed. After exchanging contact information with Zhou Xiaoduo, they also turned around and left gloomily. Along the way, they whispered and sighed softly. It was obvious that their stomachs were full of complaints. Just as they said, coming to get to know Zhou Xiaoduo was a request from their families. It was not that they personally thought that Zhou Xiaoduo was a good person. Even if there was a reason behind it, no one would think that Zhou Xiaoduo deserved to kill his sister. He really had nowhere to vent his anger. Gao Qingxiang looked gloomy and said, "Check where the Wu family is going tonight. We'll go too." Okay. Looking at the three people leaving, Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of smiles, sadness, and frustration. He seemed to be very sentimental. He looked up the sky and sighed, "What is this?" Then, he also left with a heavy heart. On the way back, Zhou Xiaoduo walked very slowly. He was analyzing the three people's words inch by inch. From their expressions, talking, and revealing their true feelings, he thought back and judged that Zhou Xiaoduo came to a conclusion. These three people didn't seem to be pretending. They were all sincere. This meant that they really came to meet him. They really didn't want to help him at all. But because of the family's order, they had to pinch their noses and help him. That was basically what they were thinking. But what was the reason? According to Zhou Xiaoduo's sinister personality, he would definitely not think on the bright side and think for everyone's sake. He would only habitually consider and think in the worst direction. There must be a conspiracy. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately came to a conclusion. Chapter 4:03. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the two families are under great pressure. Someone with a high status is pressuring me, putting my safety on the same scale as their family survival. That's why they're doing this. First, they're showing kindness to me to the greatest extent to dissolve the knot in my heart. The second possibility is that they want to kill me. They're already plotting, but they didn't tell the young people in the family. They're using the young people's impulsiveness to pass me false information. They're even using this to create an illusion, to create an atmosphere for future attacks and get rid of suspicion. But no matter which one it is, they'll kill me sooner or later. Turning hostility into friendship is a joke. Zhou Xiaoduo walked with a melancholy expression on his face, as if he was really depressed, regretful, and troubled. But in his heart, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. I'll discuss it with Swollen tonight. This situation is very different from what I predicted before I came. It's completely inconsistent. Two heads are better than one. We need to brainstorm and come up with a countermeasure. As he walked forward, Li Qinglong, Xiang Bing, and Xiang Chong caught up with him from behind. Zhua, yes, finished eating. There should still be a group battle in the afternoon, right? Li Qinglong said, glancing at Xiang Bing as he spoke. Xiang Bing didn't want to be outdone. She glared back. Yes, Teacher Wen is still trying to figure us out. This battle should continue until teacher Wen confirms that he knows the ins and outs of each of us, right? Zhuo grinned and said, in addition to continuing to figure us out in the afternoon, he should continue to be sharp-tongued. Especially after this meal, I think many people will forget something. There will definitely be a good show in the afternoon. Hearing this, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces turned pale. This was especially true for Xiang Bing, who was a carefree girl. After eating this meal, her mood had already soared. Her heart was filled with the glory of winning the table. She really forgot the nightmare in the morning class and was still excited at the moment. After hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Luckily, Zhuo reminded him. Xiang Bing glanced at him gratefully and hurriedly reviewed the scolding, beating, and mistakes she had made in the morning. This was a big deal. At this moment, an old woman walked towards them. She had a head full of silver hair, and her entire body was filled with a gloomy aura. She was as thin as firewood, and her eyes were gloomy. She looked like an evil spirit that had walked out of hell. Wherever he passed, the surrounding students, even those who were not close to him, could not help but take a step back. The aura that flowed from this person's body made people and ghosts stay away. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing stood still and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Granny Yu." The old woman rolled her eyes and said eerily, "Call me Granny Sure." This voice was like a gust of cold wind that came from the depths of hell. When people heard this, they really couldn't help but shudder. They shuddered, goosebumps all over their bodies, and their hair almost stood up. "Hello, Grandma Sure." Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong hurriedly changed their greetings. Their faces were pale. It was obvious that they were very afraid of the person in front of them. This Granny Sure stood in front of the four people. Her body was frighteningly thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her pair of flickering eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, "You're Zhuo Xiaoduo?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned and said, "That's me." "Hello, Granny Sure. Come with me. I want to ask you something," Granny Sure said lightly. As she spoke, she walked forward, not giving Zhuo Xiaoduo a chance to hesitate and refuse. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" When Xing Tian's figure suddenly appeared, he chuckled and said, "Why are you here? Haha, are you looking for Xiaoduo? Sister-in-law, if there's anything, why don't you tell me directly? I promise to do it properly. What can a little kid do?" "Get out of my way," Granny Sure said eerily. "What? I'm looking for your disciple, and you're jumping out and interfering? Don't worry, I won't beat your baby to death." When Xing Tian looked embarrassed and said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo is new here. He's not familiar with many things." "Sister-in-law, I said, get out of my way." Granny Sure sneered and said, "You're really a good teacher to love your disciple so much. However, Wen Xing Tian, your brother has been framed for so many years. Where are you, Wen Xing Tian?" When Xing Tian's face was pale, he said softly, "Sister-in-law, we've always been working hard. When have we ever slacked off?" "Hee. Working hard, never slacking off? What's the use of letting your brother sink to the bottom of the sea?" Granny Sure's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. She said word by word, "Are you going to get out of my way?" When Xing Tian hesitated for a moment, he stepped aside and said softly, "Sister-in-law, there's something wrong with this kid's brain. He'll talk nonsense from time to time. If he offended you in any way, please be magnanimous." He. Granny Sure laughed eerily. Her white hair fluttered in the wind as she walked away. When Xing Tian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a complicated gaze, he said softly, "Go. You have to talk to your Granny Sure properly." "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed and followed Granny Sure. On the other side, when Xing Tian turned his head and looked at their backs, he sighed and said, "Go back and train by yourself. Continue to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and disappeared without a trace. When Xing Tian appeared in the headmaster's office in less than 2 seconds. "Headmaster," Mrs. Sure took Zhuo Xiaoduo with her. Yi Changqing was stunned when he heard that. Then, he stood up abruptly. His expression was extremely complicated. Why did she look for Zhuo Xiaoduo? I don't know. When Xing Tian said, I didn't stop her, mainly because I didn't dare to. Headmaster, if you have time. Yi Changqing's expression kept changing. He sighed deeply. You didn't dare to stop her, but I did? Yinfeng was framed back then. Who didn't know? For so many years, we couldn't find the murderer. How can we face Mrs. Shi? When Xing Tian looked gloomy. Yes, I feel guilty about this. I really don't have the face to face her. I feel guilty too. Every year on Yunfeng's death anniversary, I don't have the face to see him. Yi Changqing stood up heavily and sighed. Forget it. I'll go and take a look. Zhuo followed Grandma Shi for a few steps. Suddenly, he felt his body become light. Grandma Shi had already grabbed him and lifted him into the air. He only felt dazzled. After a series of changes in the air, he had already left the Hidden Dragon High School and arrived at a small courtyard. It was a very dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was full of weeds. It was unknown how many years it had been since the place was cleaned up. The weeds were as tall as a person. It was a mess. There was only one stone path, which was buried in the weeds. With a creak, Grandma Shi pushed open the courtyard door and walked in with Zhuo. The door opened. What greeted them was a huge picture that took up an entire wall. It was an old man with a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and a short beard. The old man was sitting on a chair with one hand on the hilt of his sword. The long sword in his hand was cold. The light in his eyes seemed to be projecting out from the picture and shining directly on Zhuo's face. The aura of righteousness and grandeur that hit him in the face hit him in the face. It was a living room. There were 2 sofas, a coffee table, and a few benches. It was neat, clean, and spotless. It was like a different world compared to the desolation outside. It was as if this small and clean place was the only thing left in the entire human world. The mortal world outside was just a pile of weeds. There was no need to care about it. Zhuo suddenly felt uncomfortable. Back then, Shi Yinfeng was the vice principal of the Hidden Dragon High School. He was cautious and conscientious all his life. Grandma Shi was also an excellent teacher who taught and educated people all her life. She had sent many talents to this human continent. She was full of heart and soul, wholeheartedly defending this continent of astral souls. She racked her brains and worked her heart out. However, in this cruel world, a vice principal was framed and forced to death. It made Grandma Shi, a high martial arts teacher who was passionate about teaching and educating people, feel so desolate in her heart. Her hot-blooded heart was completely cold. Her wholehearted heart turned into ice and snow. There was a couplet on both sides of the picture. It was obviously written by Grandma Shi herself. The first couplet was, "Loyal heart and righteous blood, a gentleman should stay in the netherworld." The second couplet was, "Iron horse and ice river, the human world is not worth it." Zhuo sighed in his heart. He felt inexplicably depressed and sorrowful. Loyal heart and righteous blood go to heaven because the human world is not worth it. How disheartened and disheartened was this? How cold and despairing was this? On the 4 walls, there were numerous military medals and commendations displayed in front of him. There were more than a dozen tables on the left that filled up the rest of the space. There were letters all over the table, one after another. Every single one of them was opened. Grandma Shi came into the room and put down Zhuo. She looked up at the huge picture and said softly, "Old man, I'm home. Wait for a moment. I have something to do first. I'll go and cook. After I'm done, I'll warm the wine for you." She spoke as if the husband was still alive and the wife had gone out to buy groceries. It was a conversation that couldn't be more normal. The person in front of her didn't seem to be a picture, but a living person. Zhuo couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He stood in front of the huge picture and bowed deeply. The heroic spirit is always here. Zhuo. Grandma Shi turned her head and looked at Zhuo. Seeing him bow, there was finally a trace of warmth in her eyes. She said, "Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is?" Zhuo said respectfully, "You are Grandma Shi, the wife of Vice Principal Shi Yinfeng. This is Vice Principal Shi's home." Grandma Shi smiled faintly. I didn't expect a new student to know about Vice Principal Sure. You must have done a lot of homework. Zhuo said with emotion. Vice Principal Sure is a first-class figure in the world. He's a great man with a loyal heart and a man of steel. Although I'm a junior, I've heard of such a heroic figure. Grandma Shure's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "Don't you think that Vice Principal Sure is a debauchee with a corrupt character?" Chapter 404. So Xiaoduo shook his head and said, "Grandma Sure, you must be joking. If Principal Sure liked beauties, how could those lowly girls have a chance? There would be many noble ladies who would offer themselves to him." Grandma Sure was stunned. Suddenly, she raised her head and laughed loudly. However, as she laughed, tears rolled down her cheeks again. Back then, the entire country condemned him in speech and in writing. The people were furious, like a hurricane raging in the sea. Thousands of people pointed at him, but very few people wanted to go one step further. She turned her head and said sternly, "That's right. My old Sure was at the returning mysterious realm and held a high position. He was upright and upright for many years. He had students all over the world, and the garden was full of fragrance. If my old Sure liked beauties, there would be many people who would rush to his door. How could those filthy, lowly girls have a chance? It's just that the eyes of the people are all blind." "Are they really all blind?" Grandma Sure asked sternly, her expression sorrowful and indignant. "The world is full of dirty water. The people are furious. The abuse is like the tide, and the contempt is like the sea. But no one thought about it. With my old Sure status, why would he look for ordinary prostitutes? Are they even worthy? 1,000 years of fame, a proud character, students all over the world, 100 battles on the battlefield." Grandma Sure laughed bitterly. Even if he had a good reputation, he still couldn't win against the repeated criticism of the people. He couldn't win against the accumulated destruction. He worked his heart and soul to cultivate countless famous generals for thousands of years. He galloped on the battlefield and protected the country and the people. In the end, the people he protected all his life forced him to have nowhere to live in this world. Even if he killed the enemy on the battlefield, he had to hide his name and not show his face. Even if he died on the battlefield, he still couldn't wash away the stain on his name. In this world, what is worth protecting? It's been more than 20 years since his death, but the abuse on the internet has never stopped. With a network cable and a few fingers, he can do whatever he wants and distort the truth. Grandma Sure laughed bitterly. A cloud transformation expert can already slaughter a city. A returning mysterious realm expert wants to find ordinary prostitutes to relieve his lust? Ha 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 ha. How can you believe such a big joke? However, the 10 billion people only see the powerful principal having fun. They turn a blind eye to everything else. Those who think they are righteous will take advantage of this and insult them for decades. Immoral, refined scum, unworthy of being a teacher, misleading students, thieves, prostitutes, deranged. When these comments covered the sky and covered the earth, this old woman realized that even a returnant's profound expert, who was already at the peak of the clouds, couldn't bear it. Grandma Sure's face was filled with sorrow. She was scolding and complaining, but there was no anger on her face, only sorrow. His heart was filled with sorrow. The human world is not worth it. The human world was not worth it. The human world is not worth it. Grandma Sure sighed softly. So Xiaoduo stood in silence for a long time before he said slowly, "Grandma Sure, this world has never been as bright as we hoped. This is a filthy world to begin with. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. It seems to be full of positive energy, but no one thinks of the extra layer. You bear so many responsibilities and give so much, but the people you protect betray you in the end. What should you do? Is it really right to resign ourselves to death and end everything with our own hands?" Grandma Sure was startled when she heard this, but then she laughed loudly. If old Sure had the awareness of childlike you, how could he be forced to death? Old Sure, you can't even live as thoroughly as a child." Granny Sure looked up to the sky and exhaled. She said indifferently, "Everything in this room is the letters that Sure Yunfeng has received from his students all these years. None of the students that he has taught have ever believed that their teacher would be that kind of person. Even though Old Sure has been gone for a long time, his students still keep writing to him, reporting their situation. Some of the things that they encountered, some of the difficulties, some of the puzzles, are just like before. The students always believe that their beloved teacher can solve their problems. Every time we get a military medal, we will send it to Old Sure to tell him that his efforts were not in vain. His students will always believe in him. The students are accumulating their own merits little by little, using their monstrous merits to clear Old Sure's name. Many of the letters in here have become relics. Many students died on the battlefield, but they didn't have anything to commemorate them with. Many of their family members came here. I found the students' letters for them and brought them home, becoming their last memento." Grandma Sure smiled bitterly. "The children are all good children, all good children. It's a pity. So Xiaoduo sighed softly, looking at the portrait, looking at the pair of bright eyes under Principal Sure's sword-like eyebrows. He only felt that his heart was unusually heavy. It was so heavy that his heart felt as if it was going to explode. All these years, I read the letters for Old Sure every night. This was Old Sure's favorite thing to do when he was still alive. He would make a cup of tea and then quietly read the students' letters in the study room. Sometimes, when the military medals came with the letters, he would be happy and call me out to cook a few dishes and boil a pot of good wine. So now, every night, I have to read a few letters for him, boil a pot of good wine, and cook a few dishes for him. What he is most happy about, most worried about, and most concerned about are these children. I haven't died. Even if I am scolded in the face when I go out, I won't die. I want to live. I want to live to see the day when the injustice is redressed. I want to see the murderer and kill the murderer with my own hands. Otherwise, if I die, I can't bring the news here. Old Sure will continue to be aggrieved. A person can be aggrieved to death, but as a ghost, we can't be aggrieved anymore. It's said that justice and justice may be late, but it definitely won't be absent. I will take it as true and wait for the day when I'm not absent. The real murderer is just a life and death battle. They have benefits to seek, and I hate their despicable methods. But in a life and death battle, with the addition of a white blade, one can't live under the same sky. I don't feel aggrieved, but I feel aggrieved. Those people whom I can't do anything to. Those so-called ordinary people who don't know the truth. With the slightest instigation, the world will be pointed at by thousands of people, and the world will be full of curses. Grandma Sure said calmly, "I once thought that when the injustice is redressed, I will do my best to massacre 10 cities and bury them with my husband and me. But now that I think about it, even if this wish comes true, what's the point? If Old Sure knew in the underworld, he would definitely not agree. He used his whole life, his heart's blood, and his life to protect everything on this continent. How could he allow me to carry out such a crazy massacre?" Grandma Sure trembled and tears streamed down her face. "But I really don't feel happy in my heart. Those people who may have been used or incited to scold others. Can they shirk all their crimes just by saying that they don't know the truth and that they are not guilty? When the time comes to redress the grievances, do you think you can write off all the sins of the past with a simple sorry?" Xiaoduo could only remain silent towards this sharp question. This question had been an unsolvable question since ancient times. Since ancient times, there had been too many foolish people. When the hero who protected the country was framed by a treacherous official and beheaded in public, the countless people who were protected by them all applauded and cheered loudly. Another corrupt official was killed, and the court and the commoners were cleared. When the generals who had been through hundreds of battles were framed and killed, many people who didn't know the truth scolded the rebels and ran around to spread the news. They were so excited that their faces were red, thinking that the borders were more secure and their livelihoods were more stable. When the heroes who had served the country and the people were defeated in the political battle and were torn apart in the city, there were still countless people who had tried their best to seek benefits for them. The scandals of the high-ranking people were always the eternal topics of the lower class. Who cared if you were wronged? Some people might say, "What's wrong with me scolding you on the internet? If you have a clear conscience, what's the point?" However, when there are people who want to manipulate the arrangement, a few words you casually say can become a drop in the monstrous waves that can crush people to death. Since ancient times, people's words were the most fearful. How could they be false? As the saying goes, if you're condemned by thousands of people, you will die without a disease. The room was quiet. Grandma Sure quietly gasped for breath for a long time. After a while, she said, "I invited you here today for a reason." So Xiao Duo said, "Grandma Sure, please say." Xiao Duo will definitely not refuse to help if it is within my power. Grandma Sure was silent for a while and said, "A few days ago, the five-sword Qin Fangyang, who is known as one of the top 10 fugitives of the Eastern Army, came to see me." Teacher Qin, Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "May I ask Grandma Sure, where is he now and where is he going?" "I don't know," Grandma Sure said. "Qin Fangyang is much younger than us, but in terms of reputation, he is still Old Sure's senior. 70 or 80 years ago, he was already one of the top 10 fugitives. And Old Sure, it was only 20 years ago for a short period of time, and that last battle." So Xiaoduo coughed and didn't answer. He thought to himself, Teacher Qin is really awesome. At that time, his cultivation was not even at the cloud transformation realm, but he was actually able to make such a name for himself on the battlefield. It is enough to show that he is blessed by the heavens and has the luck of a main character in a novel. Qin Fangyang made a special trip here to tell me that he has taken in a disciple called Zhou Xiaoduo, and that he will be coming to study at the Hidden Dragon High School soon. However, it is not that he wants me to take care of him, but he said that this Zhou Xiaoduo is not only proficient in the art of qi observation, but also has the supernatural power of divination. He can predict life and death, and is especially good at observing the fate of people. There is nothing wrong with his predictions. If I have something and really don't have a clue, perhaps I can use this with Xiaoduo to find another way or find my way home. Grandma Sure's pair of withered and sunken eyes stared fixedly at Xiaoduo as she said, "That's why I invited you here today for this purpose." Chapter 405. She slowly closed her eyes and muttered, "I really want to know how long it will take for me to clear my name. I've stayed long enough in this world. If I can, I don't want to stay in this dirty world for even a second longer." So Xiaoduo's heart trembled. From Grandma Sure's hateful tone, he could tell that she was so tired of the world that she and her husband had loved and protected for their entire lives. She hated it so much that she couldn't wait to leave. If it weren't for the hope of clearing her name, she might have killed herself long ago and chased after her late husband. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed deeply, raised his eyes, and stared at Grandma Sure's face. It was a face full of wrinkles, without any luster or blood, like a mummy. There were layers of fog and haze. Although there was a blue sky, it was far and high. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to use his luck points, but there was still no effect. It seemed that this Grandma Sure was also a super expert. "Grandma Sure, please write a word." "Let me see," Zhou Xiaoduo said in a deep voice. Grandma Sure took a deep breath and turned to look at her husband's portrait. The expression in her eyes changed and slowly turned into tenderness. It was because of him that she was bound by the mortal world, suffered bitterly, and spent her life, but she still had no regrets. "June, are you okay in the netherworld?" She sighed softly. She wrote a word. "Phone." That was Principal Sure's name. So Xiaoduo looked carefully and muttered, "This is a mountain with the tip of a blade. Countless people below are working hard to break the blade and reach the peak." But Zhou Xiaoduo's face showed disappointment. He didn't say what he wanted to say after that, because the blade was in the middle and he couldn't go. If he went, he wouldn't be able to become a foam from here to there, but because the two ends couldn't reach the shore, it became neither this nor that, and there was no chance of survival. Grandma Sure, foam means the same peak and also the same blade. The meaning of the peak of the mountain is also the peak of the blade. Feng and Feng have the same meaning. The mountain comes from the left, and there are plentiful harvests under the blade. Plentiful as in plentiful harvests. This is to show that Principal Shi's 1,000 years of hard work and teaching has brought about a bountiful harvest of students. And now, the strength of all the students is fighting against the blade above their heads. Plum blossoms and peach blossoms don't speak of their own path. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Even if the song is high and few, the garden is still full of melons and beans. The wind cannot be broken, but when it turns to the left of the mountain, it is still a peak. When the tip of the saber ascends higher, when there is no longer a mountain pressing down on the top, it can merge with the power below and become the Feng sound. It is still the Feng sound. It's hard to get rid of injustice, and it's hard to shift the edge of a blade. We can only wait for the wind to blow and the mountain to fall. Only then can we see a clear sky. So Xiaoduo frowned deeply. He said, Peak and Feng, there is no distinction between upper and lower case. They can exist together. In other words, the truth of this matter is about to come to light. All we have to do is wait for someone to bring it up, and the injustice can be redressed. Yes, it was time to clear his name. But Sui Xiaoduo didn't say what the public's opinion would be. The haters connected to the internet wouldn't care whether you redressed his name or not. They would continue to spew whatever they wanted and scold whatever they wanted. It was still the same sentence. The law couldn't punish the masses, even if the consequences were serious and appalling. Those who didn't know were not guilty. The truth is about to come to light. However, this news was like a super bomb to Grandma Shi. It made her feel dizzy. This was good news that she had never heard before. For a moment, her whole body trembled. Although she had been bitterly persevering, painstakingly waiting for the day when the injustice could be redressed, in fact, her heart had long been in despair. Just like what she said before, justice and fairness might be late, but it would not be absent. She would just take it as real and wait for the day when it would not be absent. She knew clearly how difficult it was to overturn this matter. For so many years, Yi Chongqing dragged his sick body and had been running around for these things, but it was to no avail. The angry protests of many students also didn't cause any splashes. Marshal Dongfang had almost checked all the families in Shangjing and Fenghai, but it was also in vain. He wanted to take revenge, but he couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. He wanted to risk his life, but he couldn't find anyone. How could he end this enmity? At this moment, when she heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Really? Grandma Shi asked with a trembling voice. Really? Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded his head in affirmation. His face was solemn, but in his heart, he kept muttering. The divination was indeed like this, and the divination was also explained in this way. But this mountain is on the left. This left, it can't be referring to me, right? This matter is too big. With my small arms and legs now, I probably can't carry it, right? But looking from the opposite side, it was the right side. And the right side of Fenghai City was the direction Zhuo Xiaoduo came from. The peak. The mountain was small and tall. This was Xiaoduo touched his head and muttered in his heart. I didn't drag myself into this big whirlpool because of a moment of righteous indignation, right? God has pity on me. Grandma Shi trembled all over, her tears falling down. She muttered, Old man, did you hear that? I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. A sigh came from outside the door. Yi Chongqing's figure came to the door, and he said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, we've been working hard. Old Shi, we won't sink to the bottom of the sea for injustice. There'll be a day when we can clear this injustice. Ha ha ha, Grandma Shi said lightly. Thank you for your trouble. It's rare that Principal Yi, who is so busy every day, still remembers this small matter of the Han family. School affairs are busy, so please go back. Don't delay your great cause. Sister-in-law, Yi Chongqing's expression was complicated. I don't dare. Grandma Shi didn't even lift her eyelids. Principal Yi, for you to suddenly come here, it's probably not to see this old woman, but because you're worried that this old woman will go crazy and kill your favorite disciple? Don't worry, this old woman was also a teacher of the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School. Even if she's crazy, she won't harm the students. Principal Yi, you can rest assured. Yi Changqing was extremely embarrassed and said, "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood." Grandma Shi suddenly became furious and shouted, "Don't you understand human language? This old woman is not your sister-in-law. Get out." She took a step forward and pushed Yi Changqing out with a palm. She scolded crazily, "I don't want to see anyone from the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School. Old Shi also doesn't want to see you. Get out! Get out!" Grandma Shi roared furiously, and her voice was extremely mournful. Yi Changqing sighed deeply, and he bowed deeply to Shi Yunfeng's portrait outside the door and muttered, "Brother, I know you're anxious. We've been working hard, and we'll never give up." After saying that, he turned around and left, not daring to stay. Grandma Shi's chest heaved up and down violently, and her throat was panting like a bellows. Her face was red, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. "You can go, child," Grandma Shi said softly. "Today, with your words, I can still patiently wait for a few more years. Otherwise, I really can't take it anymore." Grandma Shi's voice was extremely hoarse, as if these few words had exhausted all her remaining strength. So Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, and then he stood up and said softly, "If that's the case, I'll go back first. Grandma Shi, wait for 2 days when I've settled down in the school, and then I'll come to see you again. I admire Vice Principal Shi, and I also respect you. I'll do my best for this matter." Grandma Shi nodded silently and leaned against the big picture and closed her eyes. Her face was full of fatigue. She was like a woman who had been wronged and finally leaned into her husband's embrace. So Xiaoduo left quietly and only felt that his heart was about to explode. This was not the residence of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, but a relatively desolate place. There are not many people around, and it was a typical small courtyard in the countryside. After walking slowly for more than 10 meters, Xiaoduo stood at the intersection. Although he felt the wind coming from all directions, he felt even more oppressed. 2 young men came from afar and deliberately circled around and came to the entrance of this small courtyard. One of them said, "Do you know? This is the house of the vice principal of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who was caught for prostitution." He. Is it the vice principal Shi who was caught in bed, and then his whereabouts are unknown? He. None of these officials are good. Such a beast. When he was the vice principal, I don't know how many female students he ruined. That's right, after that, many people came out to clean up. What's the use? That's right, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School can't afford to lose face. Fortunately, we don't have the talent to practice martial arts. If we entered such a school, As they were talking, the 2 of them walked past the entrance of the small courtyard and turned their heads to spit at the same time. Bah! Slap! 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 2 loud slaps were heard. Xiaoduo, who had changed his clothes, stood in front of the 2 young men with a gloomy face. He pointed at his pants and said, "Are you blind? You spat on my pants." The 2 young men couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There was no one here just now, so how did their spit end up on someone else's pants? "I'm sorry. I really didn't pay attention just now." One of them hurriedly apologized. What's the use of saying sorry? Zhuo Xiao's face was that of a bully. He grabbed the guy's collar and lifted him up, then cursed, "Fuck your grandmother. You vomited all over me, and now you want to go after apologizing. Tell me, what should we do about this?" The 2 young men secretly cursed their bad luck. They had met a hooligan, and this was obviously extortion. The person who spat on you swallowed his anger and said, "I'm sorry, I'll pay." "You're willing to pay? Okay, my pants, 10,000 star dollars. So Xiaoduo pointed at his pants and said evilly, "I love this donkey brand pants. Hurry up and pay. Take the money and be done with it." "What donkey? How can it be such expensive pants?" The 2 young men were furious. "You're extorting us." "Extorting? You're so poor. Why would I be interested in extorting you? But who asked you to spit on my pants?" Swashauduo slapped them again and again, and each slap landed on their mouths. You made me unhappy, and you still dare talk back? Do you know what I'm doing now? I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father. Remember, don't spit everywhere and spit shit everywhere. Chapter 406. Give me the money. Otherwise, I'll beat you up once a day. Swashauduo began to search them without any explanation. After finding their ID, he snorted and said, If you two have the guts, then run. This daddy has been in the underworld for many years. I will kill you. As he spoke, he dragged them forward. When they reached the intersection, he intentionally kicked a boulder that weighed a few hundred kilograms. The boulder rolled 7 to 8 times, making a loud noise. When the two saw this, their souls flew out of their bodies, and they were both terrified. Are you going to give me the money or not? Swashauduo was filled with an unrelenting aura, portraying the demeanor of a local ruffian vividly and vividly. The two young men were already crying. Their faces were full of tears. What kind of luck did they have today? They were blackmailed for 10,000 yuan just because they spat? They really didn't have that much money. They couldn't even get rid of this disaster. Were they going to be buried here? Forget it. Behind them, at the door, Grandma sure said with a tired face, Let them go. Swashauduo sneered. Grandma, don't meddle in other people's business. These two bastards spouted shit and dirt in my pants. I have to find them for an explanation. If they don't pay for my pants, I won't let them off. 10,000 yuan, not a cent less. The two young men cried. You're obviously being unreasonable. You're blackmailing us. We only spat. Slap, 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 a few slaps. You motherfuckers. Don't you know that I'm in the underworld? Well, have I ever been reasonable? Go, go, go. Go to your house to get the money. We'll go now. As he spoke, he picked up the two men and left. He didn't say that he was fighting injustice for Vice Principal Sure or for Grandma Sure. He just didn't want to let them off the hook for spitting on his pants. Don't you like to make irresponsible remarks and accuse others? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being wronged. 10,000 yuan, not a cent less. No matter who comes to smooth things over, it won't work. Behind them, Grandma Sure watched as Swashauduo carried the two people away. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Immediately after, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart that had been stifled for a long time. It was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. He had to endure a lot of this kind of abuse and criticism almost every day. With Grandma Sure's cultivation, she could basically blow this kind of ordinary person into ashes with a single breath. But what use was that? Could it be that he could kill everyone in the world? However, although what Swashauduo did today was barbaric, unreasonable, and even illegal to the bone, it was the first time in many years that Grandma Sure felt her anger had been vented. This young man's temperament is really different from others. Grandma Sure thought silently in her heart. In this world, there were many times when reasoning wouldn't solve any problems, so there was no need to reason. From another angle, he could just slap him. The background of this world was based on martial arts. The strong were respected. It was just that the masses had been protected too well for too long that they had long forgotten the basic nature of this world. Swashauduo tormented them for an hour, escorting the two young men home to withdraw money. After that, he went to borrow money to raise money. In the end, he really managed to gather 10,000 star dollars. He only stopped when the 10,000 star dollars were in his pocket. Slap, 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 slap. After a few more slaps, Swashauduo glared and scolded. Little bastard. Remember, don't spit anywhere in the future. Do you understand? Only then did he walk away. Behind him, the two young men's faces were beaten until they looked like pigs. They looked at each other and wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were really unlucky today. Why did they spit on someone else's leg? And the other party was so fierce. They must be careful in the future. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't know why they were beaten. They just thought that it was an unlucky year and went back dejectedly. After that, they would have to live in debt for a long time and live hard. After turning into a street corner, So Xiaoduo followed the map and found the local disabled servicemen's affairs office. In less than 2 minutes, he had already donated the 10,000 star dollars. In the future, I should come to Grandma Sher's place often. Not only can I vent my anger for the old woman, but I can also donate more money to the disabled soldiers. It's not a bad idea. Since you have a mouth to curse and spit shit, you should have the ability to pay the fine. Today, I'm punishing you on behalf of the heavens. So Xiaoduo was very proud of himself as he returned to the school. However, what he didn't know was that far behind him, Yi Changqing, who had been following him, was stunned. He was dumbfounded as he watched this drama. To be honest, this experienced and knowledgeable headmaster of the Hidden Dragon University had never dreamt of Zhou Xiaoduo's actions. He had always sneered at such hooligans. He hated it very much. When toads were on the table, they would only discuss people if they didn't bite. However, today, why did he feel so fucking good? This method is not bad. It's effective and immediate. Headmaster Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Whatever we do to the general trend of public opinion on the internet, there's no way we can debate with them. Even if there's a day when the injustice is redressed, we may not be able to change the trend of public opinion on the internet. However, if we encounter other excuses, it's easy to beat them up directly. I have to think about this carefully. Headmaster Yi felt that there seemed to be a different path in front of him. Yi Changqing and Zhou Xiaoduo entered the school one after the other. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt that the atmosphere was very strange. The dust in the sky had yet to disperse. It seemed like someone was fighting in the sky. Faint roars and roars were still coming from the sky. Yi Changqing's mind turned at lightning speed. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Stop!" He rushed up. However, it was too late. The battle in the sky had already been decided that a figure fell like a meteor and hit the ground hard, creating a deep pit. The person in the pit was covered in blood. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He seemed to be seriously injured. However, as soon as he landed, he immediately jumped up from the bottom of the pit and scolded wildly. "Xiang Quangren, I already said it wasn't me. You fucking hit me so hard." The victor in the air was Xiang Bing's great-grandfather, the former first vice-headmaster of Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Quangren, who had just come out of seclusion. This old man had a tall and straight figure of 4 meters. He had grizzled hair, and in his hand was a square sky-decorated halberd that was at least 10 feet long. Coupled with his extremely burly and muscular body, he was like a heavenly general descending slowly from the sky. He was like an unshakable, lofty mountain that was majestically descending to the world. Xiang Quangren pointed the sky piercer and shouted, "It wasn't you? Then why did you take my position as the first vice-headmaster? Now that I'm back, you still dare to take it? If you're not courting death, then what is? I'm not dead. Do I need you to tell me what to do in my position? If you dare to take over my position, I'll kill you." The person on the ground was the current first vice-headmaster, Vice-Headmaster Wei. He was furious. "Who the fuck is taking over my position? I came because I received a transfer order. Do you think I wanted to come? Do you think the Hidden Dragon High School is still the same as before? If I had a choice, I wouldn't have come." Bullshit. Xiang Quangren had obviously been suppressing his anger for too long. He was looking for a way to vent his anger, so he was not interested in listening to Vice-Headmaster Wei's explanation. He said angrily, "I'm suspecting that you were the one who found someone to plot against me. Otherwise, how could you be promoted? Do you know what the principle of profit is? You're the one who benefited." Xiang Quangren shouted, "No matter how you quibble, you can't escape suspicion." Vice-Headmaster Wei only felt wronged and angry. "What does Xiang Quangren's matter have to do with me? Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? I'm a suspect?" Vice-Headmaster Wei was so angry that he laughed. "You should at least show me evidence to support your suspicions, right?" Xiang Quangren grinned like a majestic tiger opening its bloody mouth. "You said it has nothing to do with you. Why don't you show me the evidence? Show me the evidence to prove that it has nothing to do with you. Hurry up." Vice Principal Wei was fuming with anger. "Can you be reasonable?" Xiang Quangren said matter-of-factly. "You stole my position, and you want me to reason with you? Bullshit reason. Vice Headmaster Wei was furious. I didn't want to take this position. Then, do you think I gave it to you? Xiang Kuangren said disdainfully. I don't have that kind of relationship with you. Vice Headmaster Wei was so angry that he could not speak. I'll give you a few choices now. First, resign and get lost. Second, you'll be demoted. Think of a way yourself. Xiang Kuangren said savagely. I've been the first vice headmaster my whole life, and I've never resigned or been fired. I've only been in seclusion for a few days to recuperate. Now that I'm back, I've fallen from first to ninth. Fuck this. I can't take this lying down. You must give me a satisfactory explanation. If you can't take this lying down, you can go to the headmaster or the martial arts department. Vice Headmaster Wei cursed. Why the fuck are you looking for me? This has nothing to do with me. I don't have the time. Anyway, I'm the first vice headmaster in the Hidden Dragon region. You used all kinds of underhanded means to take my position. Do you think you can be proud for the rest of your life? Now that I'm back, you have to think of a way to get me back to my original position. If you don't satisfy me, I'll fuck you every time I see you. I'll fuck you until you can't go to work. You can't work. As long as you come to school, I'll fuck you. When there's a meeting, you dare to steal my seat. Xiang Kuangren had no intention of being reasonable at all. He just wanted to pester endlessly and spout out all kinds of fallacious reasoning. However, fallacious reasoning was not necessarily wrong. From Xiang Kuangren's perspective, he had always been the first vice headmaster. He had not resigned, and the school had not fired him. He had only taken a sick leave. How did he become ninth? No way. He had to be given his original position. He had to be the first vice headmaster, without begging for votes. Recommendation votes. The past 3 days have been really tiring. As for whether or not I crossed the line in the previous update, I'll wait until it's blocked. The book's results were average, and the subscriptions were not good. Can't I write what I want to write? Can't I write to my heart's content? Chapter 407. Even though Vice Principal Wei felt that he was wronged by Erebus, he could not explain himself. I would like to postpone it, but who would be willing to do that? Xiang Kuangren snorted. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? I want to be the first vice principal. What does everything else have to do with me? Vice Principal Wei was so angry that he clutched his chest. You old bastard Xiang. Just you wait. I'm not done with you. He turned around and said, Principal, you have to help me. Then he was stunned. Principal? Where's the principal? Not only him, even Zhuo Xiaoduo did not see when Yi Chongqing disappeared. This sly old man, after hearing the reason for the fight, immediately ran away. Out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. It was a beautiful move. Xiang Kuangren snorted and pointed at Vice Principal Wei's secretary in the crowd. He shouted, Now, take me to my office right now and throw out all of that ignorant person stuff. Motherfucker, how dare he occupy my office? How dare he? Also, where's my secretary? Why isn't he here? Get him back here. If he can't come to work tomorrow, I'll break all 3 of your legs. The secretary looked wronged. Principal Xiang, this is not something I can control. You're the one who took his position, so you have to control this. I don't care about the process. I only want the results. Xiang Kuangren said arrogantly. Anyway, I want to see him tomorrow. If I can't see him by 8, I'll go beat you up at 8:01. That's settled. He picked up the secretary and strode forward. The secretary was about 1.7 meters tall, but when Xiang Kuangren carried him in his arms, he looked like an adult who was carrying a cat. For a moment, the whole school was filled with whispers. Vice Principal Xiang was so domineering, so awesome. Obviously, most of the people in the school had not seen how domineering Xiang Kuangren was back then. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and walked towards the first grade's class. Along the way, he had already thought about most of this matter. He had thought that it would take a few more days for this matter to happen, but he had never expected that Vice Principal Xiang would make such a big move on his first day back. Behind him, Vice Principal Wei's angry and resentful yell could be heard. Xiang Kuangren, just you wait. Xiang Kuangren ignored him and strode forward with his secretary in hand. He turned his head and spat, muttering, Wait my ass. The whole school was shocked. Almost none of the students had seen Vice Principal Xiang in person. They had only heard about him. But today, they finally saw what a fierce person was and what an unreasonable person was. They couldn't help but discuss spiritedly, saying that they had learned something new and broadened their horizons. This kind of fight between two vice principals, even in the lower rank schools, was rarely seen or even heard of. However, no one would have thought that at the hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, they would be able to personally witness two high-ranking vice principals fighting in front of everyone's eyes. This feels so good, was Xiao Duo praised in his heart. How could he not know what Xiang Kuangren's real intention was? It seemed that Xiang Kuangren himself already knew that after his departure, these things that happened in the Hidden Dragon High School were also, because of his departure, causing the situation to take a turn for the worse and gradually become out of control. This time, when he came back, he used the most direct method of being a hooligan. He fought with all his might to turn the tide and help the building collapse. According to Li Chenglong's understanding, Vice Principal Xiang wasn't such a person. He was just a straightforward, irritable, straightforward person who didn't beat around the bush. He might be a little domineering, but it was all reflected in his fights with his opponents. He wasn't that extreme in his conduct. But now, in his first fight after coming back, he was full of hooliganism. Perhaps he had an epiphany? Little did they know, Xiang Kuangren directly swept through the office and found Yi Changqing. "What's wrong with you today?" Yi Changqing was a little unhappy. "Why are you so persistent about Vice Principal Wei? Do you have some evidence in your hands?" "Evidence?" Xiang Kuangren snorted. "What evidence? Why do I have evidence in my hands? Can't I beat him up without evidence?" Yi Changqing was stunned. "Boss, I didn't just stay at home for the past 20 years. I've been reflecting and pondering." Xiang Kuangren's beard was about to explode. He lowered his voice and said word by word, "In the past, we were too honest, too gentlemanly. We forgot, or rather, ignored the essence of this world. I was splashed with the Forgetfulness River. It was baffling. The water of the Forgetfulness River belongs to the Umno Alliance. This is undeniable. But who said that the things of the Umno Alliance can only be used by the people of the Umno Alliance? How free is the Umno Alliance to send so many masters to deal with me, a vice principal, instead of using the water of the Forgetfulness River? Why didn't they just join hands to kill me? In the battle that day, it was said that I killed them. But in fact, they just wanted to use the water of the Forgetfulness River to mess with me. After they succeeded, they didn't want to fight anymore, so it was as if I killed them. As the person directly involved, if I can't even tell the truth, I've lived in vain. In the battle that day, the other party's overall combat power was far above mine. As long as a few people died, they could definitely kill me. They just couldn't bear to pay such a big price. Old Liu was robbed and killed, but it was an accident that had never happened in so many years. You should know that the route Old Liu took was the safest one. How could something happen to him? Isn't it strange? An old Shur with old Shur's cultivation. How could he be caught in bed with someone? When it was exposed, a large number of reporters and even related personnel from Star Shield arrived immediately. Do you believe that there's no connection between them? They've already used so many hooligan methods. Do they have evidence? Do they have a grudge? Do they have a grudge? But if they want to be promoted, they'll mess with you and kill you. Xiang Kuangren's expression was sorrowful and angry. His eyes were burning. Why can't we use these methods? What's the point? Must we be gentlemanly? Talk about evidence? Do you still want to talk about justice? Yi Changqing was speechless for a long time. You've been talking about evidence all these years. You want to find the enemy to avenge your brothers, but have you found it? Is there any use? Is there any meaning? Have you avenged our fallen brothers? Xiang Kuangren asked in a chilling voice. Yes, yes. Yi Changqing closed his eyes. You won't find it, Xiang Kuangren said heavily. How can you find it? Even if you find it, they'll cut off contact in the shortest time possible. This is how a gentleman can be deceived. So for so many years, you've delayed treatment, delayed the hidden dragon, and let the hidden dragon fall to where it is today? Isn't it because you've always been a gentleman? You don't take action without evidence, Xiang Quangren said hatefully. Yi Changqing was silent. Boss, let me ask you something. If someone from the Umno Alliance appeared in front of you, and you had no evidence that he had done something bad, would you take action? Xiang Quangren asked. Of course I would, Yi Changqing said decisively. Why? How do you determine that someone from the Umno Alliance deserves to die? Or that the other party is a kind person? You don't have to answer. I'll say it for you. Because of our standpoints, both sides' standpoints are clear. Someone from the Umno Alliance deserves to die without a reason. He's our natural enemy. So comparatively speaking, aren't those who framed us more evil than many people from the Umno Alliance? The Umno Alliance at most took our lives, but these people not only took our lives, but also ruined our reputation and ruined the future of the continent. Why don't you take action against such people? Let them do as they wish. Are we just going to waste the cultivation that we've worked so hard to cultivate? Xiang Quangren's words were like the evening drum and morning bell. Yi Changqing was shocked. You're right, but what about the target? Where's the enemy? Leave that to me. Xiang Quangren snorted and said, in the next few days, I'm going to beat up every single one of those vice principals who've replaced my position. I'll beat them up regardless of the occasion or place. If they take the initiative, they'll definitely come looking for trouble with me. Won't we have a target then? Hearing this plan, Yi Changqing felt a little dizzy and worried. So that's what you're planning. But this way, you'll be in too much danger. Yi Changqing said worriedly. His old friend had been locked up for 20 years because of the river of forgetfulness. Now that he was out again, he might be killed again in a few days. I want to go to Old Shi, Old Lu, and Old Cheng's houses to have a look and talk to them, but after so many years, I haven't found any clues. I'm too ashamed to go. Even if I did go, I would leave in a hurry. My face is burning, Xiang Quangren said fiercely. This time, I'd rather fight to the death to give my brothers an explanation for this matter. Yi Changqing stood up and muttered to himself. He did not speak for a long time. Xiang Quangren knew Yi Changqing's temper and did not say anything more. He stood up and said, in my opinion, we should quickly think of a way to cure your heart meridian. But I can't do alone. If I really die, you won't be able to do anything. Now that the situation is like this, let's hurry up. Xiang Quangren left. The door closed behind him with a bang. Yi Changqing sighed and muttered, I didn't even touch the door frame when I went out this time. After that, he fell into deep thought. There must be a change in the world. Yi Changqing sighed softly. Hidden dragon. In his mind, he could not help but think of Grandma Shi's words and Qin Fangyang's recommendation of Zhuo Xiaoduo for fortune-telling. Especially the words where Xiaoduo had broken down, then he thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling and the word he had broken down for him. Every word and sentence entered his soul and heart. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 408. That afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still training alone with the weights while the others continued to beat each other up. When Xingtian's eyes swept past Zhuo Xiaoduo from time to time, seeing Lieutenant General Zhuo's sword, which was only 8 taels of light, gradually connecting it to the sword that was as light as a feather and as light as a feather, he kept analyzing it in his heart. This kid's real trump card was either something lighter than 8 taels of light or something unimaginably heavy. Tonight, I must test it out. Otherwise, how can I continue teaching? As Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivated, he was also formulating a plan in his mind. Now that his cultivation had been pushed to the high level of the Xiantian realm, at this rate, he only needed 2 more nights to reach the level of elemental eruption. At that time, he would have to start suppressing it for the first time. At the same time, Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt that his Flaming Sun Scripture was about to be upgraded. The Great Flaming Sun Scripture was about to evolve into the Golden Sun Scripture. His rapid progress was partly due to his hard work and partly due to the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger and the Jade of Astral Souls. However, the Jade of Astral Souls had been greatly depleted and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was almost out of energy. He had to think of another way. The first was to replenish the Jade of Astral Souls. The The second was to recharge the dragon blood flying dagger, if possible. The third was to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He had to pay special attention to items with yang attributes. For each of these aspects, the more the better. Looks like I have to find a way to contact Fong Inua and see if there's a chance to slaughter a group of people from the Umno Alliance. The battle with the Phoenix Pulse Spirit was a waste. If there's a chance, I can't waste it again. I wonder when Gao Wu will start training. If I have to wait for a while, I'll have to think of a way to get out of the city. I'll bring Swollen out and get some materials. It's not a good idea to just sit around and eat. Ugh. So Xiao Duo came up with several plans in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. School was about to end. Everyone else rushed to the nourishment chamber. The nourishment chamber was still in the free phase, so it would be a waste not to use it. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, went to Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Show me your hand," Wen Xingtian said. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know what was going on, but he obediently stretched out his arm. Wen Xingtian grabbed his hand and rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm bracer-shaped weight on his arm. It didn't look very heavy, and in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands, it could bend flexibly with the movements of his arms. Rather than saying that it was a burden, it was more like a carefully crafted weapon. However, Wen Xingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This thing should be a pair, right? Wen Xingtian immediately pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo's sleeves down and reached out to pinch his other arm through his shirt. "Yes. How heavy is it?" 30,000 kilograms. "Just one?" "Yes." Wen Xingtian didn't speak for a long time. It was only when Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that he was going to fall asleep that he said, "There's a gravity space sealed in it, but I'm afraid there are only a few of them in the whole continent." He seemed to want to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo how he got it, but he stopped halfway. What did it have to do with him how he got it? This was his child's opportunity, so why was he asking about it? Why was he so curious? He had committed the biggest taboo that a cultivator shouldn't commit. As long as he knew that the cultivation plan he formulated for this was feasible, everything would be fine. This thing may be heavy, but it's flexible and won't affect your movements. Wen Xingtian said, "When you can cultivate to the point where you can carry this without any hindrance, remember to look for me. I'll give you something else, something heavier." "Okay." So Xiaoduo quickly agreed. The position he had set for himself was to carry this full set of weights, hammer, 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 hammer. These 5 hammer techniques. He had to be able to perform them 3 to 5 times in a row, so that he could be familiar with them and move them as smoothly as flowing water. Moreover, he had to have some energy left after he was done. Only then would he be able to carry them with ease and without any hindrance. According to his rough estimation, according to his current progress and the growth of his strength, as well as his prediction of suppressing the agitation of his innate realm vital essence for 10 to 20 times, and even entering the embryonic breathing realm, he should be able to achieve this goal after the Flaming Sun scripture leveled up by 1 level. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely ignored the problem of the power of the hammer and the inertia of his swinging as his strength increased. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards this goal. Anyway, he felt that it shouldn't be difficult. School was over. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were still walking together, while Wen Xingtian was following behind them at a leisurely pace. "Teacher Wen, why are you also walking in this direction?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously. "Yes, I'm going to borrow something from the principal, and then I'm going to look for you." Wen Xingtian said, "Wait at home and don't run around. Wait for me to pay you a home visit." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face fell. Originally, he had wanted to look for Fong Inua tonight. Now, it seemed that he couldn't do it. He didn't expect Teacher Wen to actually want to pay him a home visit. "My parents, sister, and wife are all not around. Who are you going to pay a home visit to?" When he reached home, Zhuo Xiaoduo went upstairs and took a cold shower. Just as he came out, he saw Wen Xingtian already sitting in his living room, looking at him indifferently. So fast. Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. "Yes, so the principal has already given that thing to you. I've made a wasted trip." Wen Xingtian said, "Come, let's go in. I'll practice your secret weapon with you. If you practice alone, it won't be as good as having a sparring partner. You'll be able to understand your own strengths and weaknesses faster and improve through actual combat. That's true improvement. This happened at 6:30 in the evening. When Zhuo Xiaoduo came out of the Annihilation Tower, it was already 9:30 in the evening. He was thrown out by Wen Xingtian. Like throwing a dead dog, he was thrown directly onto the bed. The moment he came into contact with the bed, the sweat that flowed out from his body instantly soaked the entire bed. Wen Xingtian's expression was still indifferent. He used his life spirit's true essence to check the meridians in Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulders, arms, waist, and thighs and knees. He said, "You've trained your body well. I'll come again tomorrow night. You rest by yourself. I'll go down and check on Li Chenglong." Zhuo Xiaoduo just snorted and fell asleep from exhaustion. These 3 hours were hell for Zhuo Xiaoduo. At Wen Xingtian's request, Zhuo Xiaoduo attacked him with all his might. Zhuo Xiaoduo was more than happy to do so. He started to attack without hesitation. In the first 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt extremely satisfied. He had never felt so satisfied in his life. He wielded the 2 sledgehammers as if they were his arms and fingers, majestic and awe-inspiring. His hammering skills also improved a lot because of this. As Wen Xingtian said, actual combat was the best way to improve. In the second 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little tired. In the third 5 minutes, he gradually began to feel weak. The sledgehammers were powerful weapons. Even if 2 people were of the same level, they could completely crush the enemy. However, they were too heavy. This was also the reason why martial artists rarely used such heavy weapons. For example, if you used a sword, you could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. However, if you used a hammer, you might not even last an hour. Sometimes, a battle of attrition was needed. Using a hammer could not be a battle of attrition. At the fourth 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already drenched in sweat. He was trying his best to hold on, so he couldn't help but be exhausted like a dead dog. However, the problem was that Wen Xingtian did not give him any time to rest. Bring out your potential. If you can't do it, eat some elixirs. Use more strength. Where's your strength? Again. Come, last 10 times. After 10 times, last 5 times. After 5 times, last 3 times. After 3 times, really last 2 times. After 2 times, last time. After the last time, there was a continuous stream of people saying, last time, one last time. This is really the last time. This is definitely the last time. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was about to faint. He was only carrying the 2 hammers, but his arms were almost dislocated. Although he was only using a training hammer to train with Wen Xingtian, after 3 hours of continuous training, Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely defeated. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that training with Zhuo Xiaoyan for half a month was not as good as these 3 hours of continuous training. What was even more incredible was that under Wen Xingtian's care, Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms were not swollen at all. Downstairs, Wen Xingtian left the villa at 10:30, leaving Li Chenglong lying on the sofa in a puddle of mud. In this 1 hour, Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo were almost drilled to death. They were so tired that they did not even want to move their eyelids. They fell asleep immediately. However, on the way back, Wen Xingtian was in high spirits. Not bad at all. It's actually the only surprise in my life. Such heavy hammers. I'm afraid only the hammers of the legendary, peerless, and invincible the Flood, which can be compared to them. Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammers are about the same, but his cultivation is far from it. I still have to train him hard. Looks like I have to come here a few more times in the future. Come here to make me happy. 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 And forget to go back. When Xingtian silently made up his mind. Yes, the other students also have to be assigned homework at night. Anyway, with my divine sense, I can monitor these kids in the dormitory when I close my eyes. As for Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, I don't care about them anymore. I'll just talk to the vice principal and ask him to personally instruct them. It's better for them to train the people from the Xiang family themselves. The students in the class probably did not expect that the rare homework in the High Martial Arts School would be added to the schedule by Wen Xingtian on a whim, because of the unexpected training between Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Chapter 409. When Zhou Xiaoduo woke up, it was already 4:30 a.m. the next day. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo only felt sore all over. He supported his body to circulate 99 times before he felt better. He directly picked up the bucket and gulped down the water. In a flash, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Only then did he feel alive again. It's too cruel. Don't tell me I have to do it again tonight. I'm so tired. My waist and legs don't feel like they're mine anymore. For the first time, Zhou Xiaoduo felt a chill down his spine when it came to practicing martial arts. It was fine if it was just practicing martial arts, but when Xing Tian's poisonous tongue was also constantly practiced, it was really a double blow. Yesterday, it almost made Zhou Xiaoduo doubt his life. After all, it had always been Zhou Xiaoduo's strong point to flaunt his tongue. He didn't expect someone to give him a taste of his own medicine. It was really a lot more stressful. It's different from Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin never scolds people. If he doesn't like it, he will beat people up. If he's happy, he will also beat people up. But Teacher Wen will only use his mouth and not his hands. He will scold people all the time. If he doesn't like it, he will scold people. If he's happy, he will still scold people. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. The two teachers I've met are both very, very good teachers. But their personalities that it really makes me uncomfortable. He took out his phone and opened his contact list to find Feng Yinua's new number after she came to Fenghai. He immediately dialed it. It rang 7 or 8 times before the other side picked up. The voice was very impatient. "Who are you?" "Ha ha. Damn, this accent." So Xiaoduo moved the receiver away from his ear and looked at the number again. It was right. Why do you have this accent? "It's me, your young master," Zhou Xiaoduo said in a dignified and condescending manner. There was no reply from the other side. After a few seconds, he asked hesitantly, "Are you the young master of Gada? Phoenix City. Left." Zhou Xiaoduo was getting a little impatient. This drama queen Feng Yin was going on and on. It's young master." Feng Yinua only hesitated for a second before becoming enthusiastic. However, he was cursing in his heart. "When did I become your slave? Why did even the young master come out? I'm already in Fenghai." So Xiaoduo asked, "Where are you in Fenghai? How's the previous battle going?" "I opened a shop right across from Fenghai's Hidden Dragon High School. The biggest ladies' lingerie store is my business." Feng Yinua was completely awake. She immediately reported her situation. "Ladies' lingerie store?" So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. "Fuck, you're selling women's underwear in front of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School? What the fuck? What a weird taste." "Yes, young master. You said it's right beside Hidden Dragon High School. After thinking about it, I decided to spend a lot of money to buy the 2 stores right across the school. One of them is a lingerie agent specializing in the world's top brands." Feng Yinua's words were full of pride and satisfaction. The Umno Alliance wanted to find her? Who would have thought that she, Feng Yinua, a half-step god-reigning expert, would hide here and sell ladies' lingerie? I really admire myself for having such a brilliant idea at that time. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. "I just want to ask you, if you sell ladies' lingerie, how do you expect me to meet you frequently?" Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily, "I'm also the current school hunk of Hidden Dragon High School. Do you want me to shop in a ladies' lingerie store every day?" Feng Yinua was speechless. Yes, she didn't consider this matter very thoroughly. She only thought about her own safety and didn't consider Xiaoduo. Wait a minute. Current school hunk. Feng Yinua was puzzled. "How did you become the current school hunk? The freshman training period shouldn't be over yet, right? Isn't your current nickname the Sword King? Is there something wrong with your fucking focus?" So Xiaoduo, who was exposed, said angrily, "I'm the one asking you a question now. It's fine. I'll buy the store next to it. Do you want to make a coffee shop?" She was resting after shopping with a lady. Then, she went to a private room on the 2nd and 3rd floors. "Have you solved everything?" Feng Yinua quickly came up with a solution. She appeared to be rich and overbearing. The aura of not lacking in money almost drilled out from the phone. You're so rich? Cough, it's nothing. Fang Yanua was proud. With my methods, I can make him move out in 3 days. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Hold on, don't let him lose money. I understand. How can I not understand this? Be careful, safety first. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Also, I need some high-grade jade of astral souls. Give me some, Zhou Xiaoduo ordered. After all, it was high-grade jade of astral souls. Even with Zhou Xiaoduo's thick skin, he didn't ask how much he needed. It was fine as long as he could get some. No problem. Young master, how much do you need? I'll prepare it as soon as possible. Fang Yanua took charge. To Fang Yanua, money was nothing. Jade of astral souls? So what? There's so many rich families in Fenghai City. I know all their warehouses. These things are not worth a mention. I can get them easily. Of course, the more the better. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Fang Yanua subconsciously said, then I'll prepare a few tens of thousands for you to use first. Zhou Xiaoduo started to wonder if this guy had betrayed him again. He threw out such a huge bait and waited for him to go over get it. How could he be so rich and overbearing? He casually asked for a few tens of thousands of high-grade jade of astral souls. Tsk tisk. Also, young master, you don't have to worry about money. I can even get a few 100 million. It's not difficult. Fang Yanua continued. Master Zhou, who had always regarded money as his life and made it his life's work, was suddenly hit by 1,000,000 tons of explosive force. He was bored to death and suddenly lost interest in making money. Damn, with this guy around, how can I make money? All right, you go ahead with your work. I'll go over when I'm free. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. He was obviously hit hard. Okay, young master. I don't go out usually. I've set up a private tea room upstairs. When I'm free, I can drink tea and read books. It's to cultivate my character. Fang Yanua said a few more words and hung up. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Drink tea and read books. Cultivate his character. Damn. Did I just turn a great devil of the Umno Alliance into a culture person? After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at himself in the mirror. He still looked as if he had been struck by lightning. On the second day of the battle, Zhou Xiaoduo was once again abandoned and put aside. One Xingtian said, "Go practice your martial arts and hidden weapons. If you don't want to practice, then do whatever you want." After that, he didn't ask anymore. One Xingtian knew that Zhou Xiaoduo's current realm was only at the advanced level of the innate realm. However, when it came to actual combat power, it was much higher than that. Although many of the other 35 people were in the embryonic breathing realm, when it came to actual combat, they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhou Xiaoduo even if they were tied together. However, if Zhou Xiaoduo used his hammer, he could turn them all into standard dumplings in 3 minutes. Moreover, even their bones would be turned into pulp. They weren't even on the same level as each other. This made Wen Xingtian extremely surprised, but at the same time, he was also troubled. This was because Zhou Xiaoduo was bound to take up more of his energy. However, Wen Xingtian's cultivation direction and cultivation techniques were not suitable for Zhou Xiaoduo. This was what made Wen Xingtian the most upset. He was the #1 teacher of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He had countless talents, but now, he couldn't even teach a student. This wouldn't do. How could this do? In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime again. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had just entered the cafeteria when they immediately felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was completely different from usual. Looking around, they saw that the best table was empty. The tables on the side were all filled with students bustling about. Only this large table, which could seat more than a dozen people, was empty. The surface of the table was clean, and there wasn't even a drop of soup on it. It wasn't just a coincidence that this table had been left empty. Zhou Xiaoduo focused and looked again. The 19 two-clawed golden dragon boys were all standing at one end. One of them was Zhao Wensheng, who had fought with him yesterday. On the other side, there were all girls in white. Zhao Wensheng's female classmate from yesterday was also among them. There were about 17 or 18 of them. The eyes of this group of boys and girls were all fixed on Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was stepping into the cafeteria. More than 30 pairs of eyes were burning with fighting spirit, ready to erupt at any moment. The imposing aura made Zhuo Xiaoduo squint his eyes. Zhao Wenxing's face was still bruised and swollen, and there were several bumps on his head that hadn't disappeared. Although he couldn't see his body, his face and body were probably full of such scars. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little strange. Old Zhao, what happened to you? Were you beaten up? Although he didn't go easy on him yesterday, he didn't hit him that much. When Zhao Wensheng heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's question, his face turned red. He said hatefully, "It's all because of you." Hearing this, the students around him were all overjoyed. They were laughing so hard that they couldn't stand it. Yesterday, Zhao Wensheng had lost his Xiaoduo for a table. After lunch, he went back to class in the afternoon and was directly picked up by the head teacher and beaten up by him. You fought with a freshman for a table and lost. Zhao Wensheng, you're so promising, so promising. You made me lose face. It's fine if you won the fight, but you actually lost. You actually lost to a junior. I'll make you lose. I'll make you lose. Zhao Wensheng was beaten up by the head teacher who hadn't hit a student in half a year. To Zhao Wensheng, that beating was enough to make the world go dark, the sun and the moon lose their light. It was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 410. The homeroom teacher flew into a rage and almost smashed the table on the podium. All of you go tomorrow. You must snatch that table back for me. Earn back this face for me. Hence, the scene in front of them happened. Year 2, Class 7. Everyone moved to meet up with Zhuo Xiaoduo again. At this moment, near the window, a middle-aged man was holding a teacup and sipping tea. He looked gentle and refined. He seemed to have a good temper and a kind face. His position was the best place to watch the fight over the table. He didn't even need to stand up. He could see everything clearly just by tilting his head. The man's face was filled with a gentle smile. The first impression he gave was that he had a good temper and was very easy to talk to. However, Zhao Wensheng and his classmates didn't dare to look in his direction. This was because this person was none other than Zhao Wensheng's homeroom teacher. He was also the person who lost his temper and almost beat his student to death yesterday. Today, the homeroom teacher gave a strict order. The whole class was to go. They had fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo before. If they couldn't win, they would all stand and eat. As for who would go up, you all can discuss among yourselves. I don't care. The outcome of a fight over a table between students was related to the teacher's pride. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had snatched a table from someone in the same year, the homeroom teacher wouldn't be angry. Class 1 was originally a class of geniuses, and every student was the cream of the crop. So Xiaoduo himself was the champion of the Longhu leaderboard. Now that he had just entered the high martial school, he hadn't started his systematic teaching yet. With his original foundation, it was normal for him to lose. But now it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who had won against a senior. Then, the situation would be completely different. Obviously, this teacher felt extremely humiliated. He didn't even dare to go to the canteen where the teachers ate. It was said that when he went to eat last night, a few teachers he was familiar with were gossiping about him. He was so embarrassed that he almost committed suicide on the spot. Old Tian, I heard that your student was beaten up by a freshman. Ha. I thought it was a joke. Why? Look at your expression. Is it true? Ha. TSK. Old Tian's teaching standard is really good. Sigh, if my student were to be beaten up by a junior, how ashamed would I be? At the very least, I wouldn't be able to face my colleagues. Sigh, how embarrassing. They were all old acquaintances, so they didn't have any qualms about joking around. After being in the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School for so many years, their mouths were as sharp as knives, and their tongues were as sharp as blades. Teacher Tian was already lucky that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Why aren't you sitting? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked surprised. It's rare to have an empty seat. Why don't you sit down and eat? What are you standing there for? The surrounding students, as well as Meng Zhongjun, who was standing behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, could not bear to watch. Don't you have the slightest idea why she didn't want to sit? A pig's nose is stuck in a scallion. What are you pretending for? Opposite, Zhao Wenshang took a deep breath and patted the table. Zhuo Xiaoduo, there's an empty table here. Do you dare to sit? This was an official challenge. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. Thank you, seniors, for reserving seats for us. Come, everyone, let's go and sit. Let's not waste our seniors' good intentions. As he spoke, he took the lead and sat down. Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhongjun, Zhen Piapiao, and the others did not show any signs of weakness. They walked over one by one and sat down on the seats one by one. In just a moment, the table of 16 people was already full. Even the other students in Zhuo Xiaoduo's class who did not have a seat also sat next to those who had a seat. 36 people, not a single one was missing. All of them sat steadily and did not say a word. All the spectators looked solemn. Teacher Tian, who was sitting by the window, showed a serious and admiring expression, not leaving, not abandoning, and going through hardships together. Just this point alone was worthy of a thumbs up. The attitude of the 36 people in the class who advanced and retreated together was undoubtedly expressed in the silence. Many students had looks of envy on their faces as well as sighing, because this was something that could not be done in their class. This also proved another point. Other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, the other 35 people were willing to bet on Zhuo Xiaoduo. If Zhuo Xiaoduo won, everyone would sit down and eat together. If Zhuo Xiaoduo lost, everyone would stand and eat together. If you win, I will accompany you in glory and wealth. If you lose, I will accompany you in your downfall. The moment they sat down together, the 36 people in the class became an inseparable whole. Seeing this scene, a boy in Zhao Wenxing's class stepped out from the crowd. This person had a smile on his face. He was tall and looked about the same height as Zhuo Xiaoduo. His eyes were shining, and it was obvious that his cultivation level was higher than his peers. He walked over slowly. Under everyone's gaze, he slammed the table and shouted in a deep voice, "This table is ours. Please get up." The snatching of the table entered the process, and the curtains were drawn. Zhao Wenshang said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, this is the class monitor of the second grade, Class 5, Wu Qing." Someone said, "Oh." The second grade Class 5 directly sent out their class monitor. It seemed that this battle was very important, and they were determined to win. But it was no wonder. The homeroom teacher had personally come to watch. If they lost this battle, it would be very embarrassing. After all, under the basic principle of martial arts and cultivation level, if the class monitor of Class 7 lost, it was equivalent to the entire class losing. The grudge with the second grade Class 7 would end here, or it would extend to Class 4. At the very least, after Class 7, Class 8, Class 9, and all the other classes would have to take a detour when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo. If they were unhappy, they could go and beat the class monitor of Class 7 first. Then they would have the qualifications to fight for a table with Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was the rule, the basic principle of snatching a table. "Wu Qing, your surname is Wu?" Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly stood up. "That's right, my surname is Wu." Wu Qing said indifferently, "The Wu Yuntian you killed, according to seniority, is a cousin of mine. But today's matter has nothing to do with the Wu family. You can call me class monitor of Class 7. You don't need to call me by my name. Right now, I am only the class monitor of Class 7. I represent Class 7. It has nothing to do with anything else." Wu Qing said. So Xiaoduo laughed loudly and said, "Good, then it's settled. Since the agreement has been set, then let's begin." Before he finished speaking, he floated up from his seat. With a flash of starlight, he flew out of the window. Wu Qing's white robe fluttered like a large bird as he flew out. With a loud bang, almost everyone squeezed the window and took the best seats to watch the battle. The second grade Class 7 students were all present. The first grade Class 1 students were all in place. The two classes were fighting for a table. Below, The two people had already turned into two whirlwinds, entangling each other and beginning their battle. Two white figures were entangled in a ball, fighting fiercely on the ground downstairs, constantly emitting pitter-patter sounds of fighting and collisions. Those with poor eyesight would not be able to tell which one was which. Pung, 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 dot. The two people exchanged dozens of punches, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Then they rushed forward and attacked with their fists and feet. From the ground to 5 meters in the air, the battle was getting more and more intense. All that could be seen were still two white figures entangled together. It was getting harder and harder to see their figures clearly. The only feeling that the spectators had was that these two were actually evenly matched. They were evenly matched. Even the head teacher of Class 7, Teacher Tian, had a serious expression. Xiaoduo had just entered the school less than half a month ago, and his own student had already trained bitterly in the Hidden Dragon High School for a year. Moreover, he was the top talent in the class, second to none. It was actually a draw. Boom! Another palm met, and the two white figures were separated by the aftershock. They flew out like large birds, and almost at the same time, clang. Clang! Two sword cries rang out at the same time. The two of them simultaneously drew their weapons as they retreated. Following that, they twisted their bodies in the air and rapidly flew back. The dazzling sword chi was dazzling and dazzling. The whistling sound of the wind breaking was breathtaking. Xiaoduo was on the left, and Wu Qing was on the right. The two people were moving at almost the same speed, and their long swords were shining with cold light, rushing to the sky. A misty rain suddenly covered the battle outside the window, and a dragon's roar sounded from Wu Qing's side. The dragon-like sword aura shook its head and wagged its tail, and it was really like a swimming dragon, shining with cold light. It forcefully plunged into the misty rain and then came out again. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords clashed continuously, and neither gave way to the other. Then there was a loud explosion, and the two people kicked each other while their swords were clashing. They were still separated, and only the sword aura lingered and did not dissipate, entangling together. So Xiaoduo let out a long howl, feeling that this battle was exceptionally satisfying. A sense of pride grew in his chest, and he actually took the lead to counterattack with a loud roar. Although Wu Qing was a member of the Wu clan, his cultivation was really not to be underestimated. Xiaoduo had gone through so many accumulations, but Wu Qing's vital qi was actually above Xiaoduo's. Furthermore, his battle experience was also extremely rich. He was completely different from the opponents that Xiaoduo had encountered before, and this Wu Qing's current cultivation realm was really not very high. He was only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. However, in a situation where there were primordial elixir realm students in his class, he was still able to suppress everyone and firmly hold the position of class monitor. Obviously, he was also a genius. Moreover, this person must be the kind of person who suppressed the agitation of his vital qi in every realm and limited himself to breaking through. The only thing was, how many times had this person suppressed it? The more Xiaoduo fought, the more comfortable he felt. It was the kind of joy of meeting a worthy opponent and meeting a talented person. The sword light in his hand flashed, and a hazy rain mist was scattered. In a trance, there were already Xiao raindrops falling. This was the little rain sword. He had to admit that his godfather's swordsmanship was really awesome. Other than the name of the swordsmanship, which always made Xiaoduo blush, everything else was totally awesome. But he was a little tired, and he couldn't finish this fight. Now, his mind was filled with the thought that there couldn't be no good people in these few clans, right? So, he was struggling with this question. Chapter 411. So Xiaoduo was pleased. Due to his opponent's excellence, his swordsmanship attainments had made a breakthrough. He was becoming more and more adept at wielding his sword. However, Wu Qing, who was opposite him, was not so pleased. He was even inexplicably shocked. Could this brat in front of him actually be a demon? I suppressed my martial arts master realm 6 times and the innate realm thorny path 5 times before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. Now, in the embryonic breathing realm, I've already climbed to the peak and started to suppress my vital essence for the first time. It can be said that I have accumulated a lot of experience. However, with my foundation, my ability and cultivation are actually only on par with this Xiaoduo. Didn't he just enter the school? Didn't his information say that he only had innate realm cultivation? Even if he had suppressed his vital essence and limited his realm, even if he had cultivation at the pinnacle of the innate realm, he was still more than a realm away from me. How could he be so difficult to deal with? While he was feeling anxious, his long sword moved even more brilliantly. It was extremely exciting. All the spectators were unable to take their eyes off the battle. This battle simply made them feel relaxed and happy. Regardless of whether they were seniors or juniors, each and every one of them was dazzled and immersed in the battle. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the battle prowess was just so. However, in this battle, the sword will, technique, agility, prediction, battle awareness, and battle experience were all meticulous and exquisite. Not only Wu Qing of the 2nd grade, but also Xiaoduo of the 1st grade. Both of them looked like they had been through hundreds of battles. This was something that everyone could see clearly. One was the class monitor of the 1st grade, and the other was the class monitor of the 2nd grade. No matter which one it was, after this battle, they were already worthy of the position of class monitor and also worthy of the title of genius. Of course, regardless of victory or defeat, the potential of this 1st grade's Xiaoduo was still slightly greater. After all, he was a junior who had just entered the school. As the battle continued, the sword qi emitted by the two of them became denser and denser. The clanging sounds of collisions became more and more urgent. It was as if the wind was blowing lotus leaves or the rain was hitting banana leaves. They connected together, and beads of all sizes fell onto the jade plate, one after the other. The misty rain continued to expand, and the raindrops gradually increased. On the other hand, the long dragon of sword qi did not weaken. It dashed left and right, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Sword light would sometimes soar into the sky and bloom in midair, and sometimes it would explode in the misty rain. After an unknown number of explosions, the two men were once again sent flying. Everyone could finally see the two men clearly. They saw that the two men's bodies and faces were covered in dense beads of sweat. It was obvious that this was caused by the fierce battle. Then, Xiaoduo spun his body again, and the sword light surged like the rising tide of the sea. From near to far, from far to near, one after another, the waves rose again and again. Just by looking at the sword light, everyone's ears seemed to have heard the sound of the rolling tide. On the other hand, Wu Qing's sword flew up and down. His entire body was like a tornado as he spun at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he had already formed a dazzling sword energy dragon that was like a cylinder. It's time to decide the victor. It was unknown who it was, but someone said softly. Everyone's expression immediately became unprecedentedly serious. They did not even dare to blink for a moment, for fear that they would miss out on something. With a long howl, Xiaoduo spread out his cat spirit sword. The surging tide of sword qi became more and more turbulent as it soared into the sky. The sword light turned the sky into waves, and the waves rolled up into the sky. For a moment, what everyone saw seemed to be an endless sea. The snow-white waves rolled up into the sky, and thousands of horses galloped and wreaked havoc, crashing down on everything. At the same time, there was also a long howl from the opposite side. The huge dragon of sword qi brazenly pierced through the endless void and arrived in the world like lightning. High up in the sky, the sword light was indeterminate, and it drove straight in, continuing to attack the tide of sword qi. However, in the tide, countless raindrops fell from the sky with a pitter-patter, increasing the power of the tide that was already raging. The earth-shattering rainstorm and the tide that stretched to the horizon converged into a wave that connected the sky and the earth. The three streams of rain and tide converged and pushed back strongly. It forcefully suppressed the long dragon of sword light that was surging towards the extreme. All the senior students sighed at the same time. Wu Qing had lost. With two puffs, two white figures, one on the left and one on the right, appeared again. Zhou Xiaoduo's body was in midair, and he slowly descended. The sword light in his hand flashed, and the cat spirit sword was already in its scabbard. His tall and straight posture returned to the ground. He was still tall and handsome, and he was still out of this world. On the opposite side, Wu Qing's white robe had 17 or 18 holes. When the breeze blew, the holes fluttered in all directions. There were also specks of blood on his face and arms. However, it was as if he did not feel it. He only looked at the long sword in his hand with a distressed expression. The long sword in his hand, which was originally shining with cold light and threatening, was now out of shape. The two sides of the blade had completely turned into saw teeth. This sword was already broken. Wu Qing sighed with melancholy, and a heartfelt heartache appeared on his face. He gently put the sword back into the scabbard and raised his head to say, "Junior brothers, what a beautiful boxing technique. What a sharp sword technique. What a powerful sword technique. I've lost this match." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said with some pride, "Of course, I am the king of swords." Hearing this, both the upstairs and downstairs burst into laughter. A girl shouted, "That's the bitch of bitch king." Following this, the laughter became louder. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud of it. He said loudly, "I don't care if you are the king, as long as you are the king. Once the fight is over, let's eat, let's eat." On the opposite side, Wu Qing smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. I don't care if you are the king, as long as you are the king. The winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. Our second grade class 7 has lost this battle. I am sorry, teacher, I have embarrassed you." He bowed deeply towards the window. Teacher Tian stood up and laughed loudly. "You have shown your full strength. This battle, you did not lose unjustly. How is it embarrassing? I'll give you 3 months to do your best to snatch the table back. For this meal, I will stand and eat with you." Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Qing walked up the stairs side by side. Zhou Xiaoduo sat down to eat. The entire class sat down to eat. No matter if they were sitting on the chairs or sitting on the floor, they all ate with big mouthfuls of food. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Behind Zhou Xiaoduo, Teacher Tian stood upright, holding his plate with one hand. His expression was normal as he ate with big mouthfuls of food. Behind him, all the students of the second grade class 7 also stood upright, holding their plates and eating with big mouthfuls. Everyone's eyes were red. A few girls looked at their teacher's back as they ate. When they saw their teacher eating while standing, their tears fell onto their plates. At this time, no one in the dining hall spoke. The entire dining hall was silent. At most, there was the sound of swallowing, chewing, and drinking soup. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't purposely speed up his meal. Instead, he followed his normal pace and finished his meal unhurriedly. He could have left early yesterday to save face for Zhao Wensheng. However, if he had left early today, Teacher Tian would have accompanied the students to be punished. His intention of educating the students by example would have been greatly reduced. That would have been disrespectful to Teacher Tian's efforts. No shame and be brave. He believed that the students of the second grade class 7 would never forget this meal for the rest of their lives. So Xiaoduo wouldn't do something that would harm others without benefiting himself by ruining this special class. After eating at a normal speed, Zhou Xiaoduo put down his chopsticks. All the students of the first grade put down their chopsticks and stood in an orderly manner with solemn expressions. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and bowed to Teacher Tian. Then the entire class bowed to Teacher Tian once in an orderly manner. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's lead, they walked out of the dining hall in a single file and left quietly. Teacher Tian sighed softly and put down his plate. Without saying a word, he left with his hands behind his back. All the students of the second grade class 7 behind him did not speak for a long time. All of them were breathing heavily. Go back and cultivate. Cultivate as if your life depends on it. We must snatch this table back. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by the student next to him. What are you talking about? What are you shouting about? Incompetent and furious? If you have the time to swear, why don't you go back and cultivate? Go back. Wu Qing silently waved his hand. The students of the second grade class 7 also silently lined up and left. When they left, their backs were straighter and faster than when they came. If one did not practice diligently, the school would be shamed. There was never a moment when they understood this sentence so deeply. There was never a moment when they felt so depressed and guilty in their hearts. Teacher's face was higher than the sky. This table must be snatched back. Wu Qing led the way in front with a heavy expression. There was a sentence in his heart that he did not say out loud. This table, it would be very difficult to snatch it back. With Zhou Xiaoduo's strength and progress, as long as he did not seek death, the gap between them would only grow bigger and bigger. This was not something that could be made up with hard work alone. However, it was still a motivation. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. He worked hard to catch up, hoping that in the future, he could catch up to this person's footsteps. Classes started in the afternoon, when Xing Tian clearly knew the whole story, so he emphasized on it. Defeating the opponent is something that should be done. This is something that should be done. This is something that must be done. There is nothing worth praising. When Xing Tian said lightly, but today what I want to praise your class monitor was Xiaoduo, is his attitude today. First, he did not speed up his meal. Second, he did not say a word. Third, he bowed before leaving. This is the most precious part. The principles behind this, you should understand it yourself. It will be better than me saying it 10 times or 100 times. Many people will be attacked by the crowd after they win. Many people will be admired even if they lose. The biggest difference is whether you know how to conduct yourself. These, you should understand it yourself. Then, each of you should write an essay on your understanding. The teacher's teachings were just force-feeding. What the students understood was the principles of conduct and a warning bell in their hearts in the future. When Xing Tian would not waste his breath on these aspects. He did not say much and left a lot of empty space. After a few simple sentences, he began to explain the difficulties and things to take note of. Then, the class continued to battle. When Xing Tian continued to be an observer. After school, when Xing Tian gathered the class, he said lightly, there is something. After Monitor Zhuo's reminder yesterday, I suddenly remembered that there is something that has not been arranged. The class. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I reminded you? What did I remind you of? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Monitor Zhuo reminded me about the homework after class, when Xing Tian said indifferently with his hands behind his back, next, I will arrange it. It must be completed. If you can't do it by tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless. 35 pairs of eyes stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back in unison. They were like 70 alls. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard quietly. Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly felt as if he was being dismembered by 70 sharp knives. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Was it necessary? Was it necessary to hold such a huge grudge? He laughed dryly. Under when Xing Tian's threatening gaze, he did not dare to deny it. He could only turn around and say weakly, I'm doing this for your own good. 35 people gritted their teeth and chuckled. Their gazes were as sharp as knives. Then we are really. Thank you so much. Chapter 412. Isn't it just some homework? Look at your attitude. Zhuo Xiaoduo was frightened by the stares of the whole class. He could not help but feel a little indignant. If teacher Wen forgets in the future, I will definitely remind her. That night, when Xing Tian went to the villa for the second time, he fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong respectively. Today, he obviously had more strength than yesterday, causing Zhuo Xiaoduo to scream incessantly, one after another. However, in the dimension-destroying pagoda, there was no need to worry about being seen or heard by anyone. When Xingtian had now completely grasped Zhuo Xiaoduo's limits, he directly pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the limit, tormenting him endlessly, attacking the precarious line of defense. From the beginning, Zhuo Xiaoduo was in this extreme state, and it lasted for an hour. When the time was up, when Xingtian immediately stopped without any delay. In such an extreme state, 1 hour a day is enough. I will give you some time to practice the concealed weapon fist step technique, body movement technique, especially the sword technique. Since you want to be a special type of martial artist who can constantly come up with new trump cards, then you also have to put in a lot of effort to practice and sharpen everything before you. Trump cards can't be forced out easily. It's best to keep secrets to yourself and never reveal them to the world. When Xingtian said, "Since you are talented enough, then do your best to squeeze yourself to the limit. If you turn all the skills you have mastered into your trump cards, then you will be able to deal with any situation. He patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder. Only when you are strong enough, then you are qualified to have trump cards. When you are not strong enough, keeping so-called trump cards will most likely become a dowry for others. You have to understand what I am saying." Zhuo Xiaoduo was lying on the floor of the space-exterminating tower, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. He was so tired that his eyes were cross-eyed. His thighs and arms were spasming as if they were not his own. He looked even more miserable and helpless than if he had been raped. When Xingtian smiled faintly and flashed out, he still had to train Li Chenglong. Dealing with 2 people in 1 day was not a problem for him. Sprinkle some water. Zhuo Xiaoduo gasped for breath. After 2 minutes, he finally managed to get up from the ground. When Xingtian's words kept replaying in his mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that these words were too reasonable. They were words of wisdom. That's right. Why do I have to use the hammer as my trump card? All of his methods could be trump cards. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo dragged his body that had not yet recovered and began to set up targets for hidden weapons in the space-exterminating tower. He was so tired that he could take advantage of this time to do these logistical tasks. It was just right that he could rest while doing it. When his physical strength was almost recovered, he began high-intensity training again. Only in this way could he not waste any time. Small gourds, small flowers, small throwing knives appear one by one. Different flow speeds, different trajectories, different directions, and different forces. Zhuo Xiaoduo exhausted all his energy and practiced the use of hidden weapons for half an hour. Then, while he was recovering, he began to flip through the book on hidden weapons left by He Yuanwei. He tried to figure out the essence of it, absorb the parts that he had absorbed and mastered, and integrate them into his own. In a few days, he would come into contact with the hidden dragon martial arts. Before he came into contact with the neo martial arts, he would try his best to integrate all of these into his own instincts. This would not hinder the progress of the new martial arts. An hour later, he would practice swordsmanship. In the next hour, he began to practice the techniques that his father had taught him in Yankat: escape technique, footwork, and body movement. Then, he would practice his martial arts during his leisure time. After half an hour, when his physical strength had recovered to 80 to 90%, he would start hammering. This thing could not be done without sufficient physical strength. In his mind, all kinds of techniques were constantly fusing, and new insights were constantly being generated. Then, he would practice the hidden weapons again, progressing according to the time, one cycle after another. Especially under when Xingtian's extreme pressure, Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that the insights and insights in his heart were like weeds on fertile land that had just been moistened by heavy rain. Just as the weeds began to emerge on this side, another patch of green appeared on the other side. That night, he did not sleep at all. He continued until dawn, until the last bit of insight was practiced by him over and over again. After he had verified it, he left the space of the Tower of Emptiness contentedly. Then, to his surprise, he realized, "My goodness, it's already 5 o'clock. Although he had not slept for the whole night, his spirit was in an extremely excited state. He did not feel sleepy at all. What's more, his own cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he was already at the pinnacle of the innate realm, half a step to the embryonic breathing realm. In his dantian, it was filled with pure, fiery red vital qi. It was densely packed and was already in a state of saturation. This was the sign of having abundant vital qi and being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm at any time. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to use the flaming sun scripture. The moment he thought about it, his dantian was like a boiling pot. With a slight circulation, it was like 10,000 horses galloping in the rising tide of the sea, lasting for a long time. Zhuo, are you up? Li Chenglong's voice rang out like a broken gong. I'm up. Let's go. Let's go to school. When they reached school, Zhuo Xiaoduo went to look for Wen Xingtian before classes started. Teacher 1, is there a special technique that can suppress the agitation of vital qi and limit one's own limits? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked tentatively. Wen Xingtian was stunned. You have already reached the stage where you can break through to the embryonic breathing realm? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo was depressed. Now, my dantian is already a little bloated. I'm worried that if I get agitated at some point, I won't be able to suppress the breakthrough. If I really break through accidentally, it will have a huge impact on my future progress. I hope to enter the next big realm when my foundation is at its limit. Wen Xingtian reached out and touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's wrist. After checking, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He had not reached such a stage last night. How was it that in just one night, this brat seemed to have eaten a treasure of heaven and earth? Tell me, what's going on? When Xingtian asked, it's last night, when you were sparring with me, you were saying those words. So Xiaoduo frowned and said, especially after you left, I calmed down and thought about it bit by bit. In the end, I don't know what happened, but I had a lot of realizations and understandings. I practiced everything that I had learned in the past, and that's how it is now. I really don't have any other encounters. So Xiaoduo spread out his hands with a helpless look on his face that deserved a beating. When Xingtian laughed and scolded, look at how smug you are. Although he was lecturing him, his heart was filled with gratification. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still inexperienced and inexperienced. He only knew the concept, but not the reason. But how could Wen Xingtian not know the significance of a sudden epiphany to a cultivator and the benefits that came with it? Wen Xingtian admired Zhuo Xiaoduo's foresight and felt gratified. Young people nowadays were all self-righteous. Few of them really took the words of their teachers and parents to heart. As for those who really practiced it, it was even more rare. Most of them would only have the same realizations when they encountered similar situations. Only then would they really mature and grow up in this aspect. It was the same for ordinary people and martial artists. Although there was a huge difference in strength, in the end, they were all human and had the bad habits of human beings. And this was the most troublesome problem for teachers. It was not that they did not understand or did not want to teach, but that they did not want to learn. Or even if they learned it, they would not put it into practice, let alone understand it by analogy and draw inferences from it. This was the most helpless thing. Ordinary people could make mistakes and correct them. But a martial artist's mistake was a different concept from an ordinary person's mistake. This was also the disadvantage of having a strong foundation of strength. Once a martial artist made a mistake, it was rare for him to have another chance to understand in his life. What he lost was his life. In life, how could there be so many chances to start over after making a mistake? These words were even more fitting when applied to martial artists. What was learned on paper was shallow, and what was learned had to be done personally. This sentence was not suitable for martial artists. To martial artists, every powerhouse imparting their experiences to you was a lucky chance. If you were to be respectful and grateful, and if you understood, you would be able to avoid death in the future battlefield. And those who did not know how to respect and fear the strong, did not know how to be grateful, and did not cherish this opportunity, that if they died, they died. Even if it was a peerless genius, it was the same. The so-called premature death in the middle of the road was the norm. On the other hand, Xiaoduo was able to calm his heart and ponder over every word he said. Then, he was able to comprehend them. This was a very gratifying thing. Comprehension and comprehension were actually two different things. Realization was beginning to feel something, but it did not touch on how to put it into action. Understanding, on the other hand, was completely understanding and mastering. A special technique to suppress a breakthrough. There really is no such technique. Suppressing the restlessness of the true essence can only be done by oneself. When Xing Tian smiled bitterly and said, "This matter can only depend on one's perseverance, endurance, strength, talent, and foundation." Speaking of which, if there really is such a technique, then wouldn't the world be full of geniuses? When Xing Tian frowned and pondered, "In a while, I will impart to you a mental cultivation method of the ice-hard jade urn. Every time you suppress the restlessness of the true essence, you can try to use this mental cultivation method. Although this mental cultivation method cannot help you completely suppress your own limits, it can calm your heart and let you enter a tranquil state. Diligently practice this technique, you will benefit for life." Xiaoduo was overjoyed. "Thank you, Teacher One. But in the matter of calming the restlessness of the true essence and restricting a breakthrough, you cannot rely too much on the mental cultivation method of the ice-hard jade urn. Suppressing a breakthrough, in the end, it still depends on your own patience, tenacity, and perseverance." When Xing Tian said, "Now, look inside your dantian and confirm the current state of your yuan qi." Chapter 413. Xiaoduo was a little confused. State. When Xing Tian sighed, "The vital qi in your dantian is vaporized? Or is it vaporized? If it is vaporized, to what extent is it? Is it mist? Or is it a pervasive mist? Or is it a thick mist? Or is it a very thick churning mist?" Xiaoduo frowned and looked inside his dantian. "Right now, my primordial qi is in a red state. It is already very, very dense, like a thick fog that is churning like a tide." When Xing Tian's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch a little. He just asked casually, but he never expected to get such a result. Generally, when martial arts practitioners practice star vital qi, the vital qi in their dantian was different for every realm. Below the martial arts master level, one could feel the dantian and vital qi, but one couldn't really see it. That feeling was, "I have it, I'm very strong, I'm very powerful, but I can't see it." This was pure vaporization. At the innate realm, the basic state of the vital qi in one's dantian was a kind of mist. This kind of mist was like the wisps of mist floating in the air in the early morning. It was very faint and visible to the naked eye, but that was it. Most of it was vaporized, and only a small part of it was vaporized. This was the normal state of most people in the innate realm. The vital qi that was vaporized was called innate qi. Before the martial arts master broke through to the innate realm, the more times he suppressed his vital qi, the thicker the mist would be when he reached the innate realm. This was different from person to person. For example, when Xing Tian himself was also a genius, he suppressed his advancement 7 times when he broke through to the innate realm as a martial arts master. When he reached the later stage of the innate realm, the mist in his dantian was already pervasive and was about to become a thick mist. At the embryonic breathing realm, it would form vital qi clouds. Depending on the number of times he suppressed it, the clouds would be different. Basically, most of it was vaporized and a small part of it was vaporized. In the white mist, there was a condensed cloud. It could be called embryonic breathing. As for how much, it all depended on one's talent and hard work. Above that, in the inner core realm, there would be a small amount of liquefaction of yuan qi. 1 drop of yuan qi could be called core formation in martial arts. However, it was actually just a drop of liquefied yuan qi. It could be called core essence. At this time, a small portion of the vital energy vaporized, most of it turned into mist, a small portion turned into clouds, and an extremely small amount turned into liquefaction. The most obvious characteristic of the soul transformation stage was that there would be a small amount of solidification of vital energy. Similarly, if there was a single drop of solidification, it could be called soul transformation. However, there was a qualitative change in the nascent soul realm. As long as the Dantian's origin qi still had a trace of vaporization, it was impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm. In these small amounts, as the cultivator continued to break through their limits in their current realm and later realms, the small amounts would continue to grow, increase in quantity, increase in size, increase in density, increase in purity, and so on. It would depend on how hard one worked. Let's not talk about this for now. As for Huayun in the future, I've digressed. The primordial qi in Zhuo Xiaoduo's Dantian was in a state of extremely dense fog, and there were even signs of it surging like a tide. And its color, red. Oh, it was fine if it was red. After all, everyone knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivated the Flaming Sun Sutra. It was reasonable for it to have its own characteristics. But what about the thick fog that was surging like a tide? How dense is the fog in your Dantian? How much of it has vaporized? When Xing Tian asked again, it's probably a foggy day where you can't even see your own fingers. That kind of density. Vaporized. No, it should be gone. So Xiaoduo scratched his head and answered hesitantly. Cough, 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 cough. When Xing Tian coughed a few times, turned his head, and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Damn it, this kid actually spat out a mouthful of old phlegm. Can't even see your own fingers? Vaporized? When Xing Tian didn't want to talk anymore. When I reached the nascent soul stage and started to condense my nascent soul, the primordial qi in my Dantian wasn't completely vaporized. There was still a considerable amount of fog surging in the air. At that time, it was just a thick fog, but it wasn't so thick that I couldn't even see my own fingers. This description was simply horrifying. Is there water down there? When Xing Tian rolled his eyes and asked, so Xiaoduo hurriedly checked. No, it's very dry. Oh, no, that's normal. Your martial arts are still far from there. When Xing Tian patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder, keep up the good work. Then he turned around and left. A few seconds later, when Xing Tian's angry roar could be heard from the other side. Who was so blind to provoke Teacher Wen? And today, Teacher Wen's temper seemed to be particularly explosive. Li Chenglong and the others looked at Wen Xing Tian, who was originally fine, but after talking to Zhuo Xiaoduo, he walked over with a face full of disbelief. They were all anxious. It seemed that Zhuo had complained about us in front of Teacher Wen. In the afternoon, after careful consideration, when Xing Tian picked 7 people and asked them to fight with Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't be afraid. Beat him up. The 7 of them had bitter expressions on their faces. Beat him up? Teacher, do you even believe what you said? Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately understood when Xing Tian's intention as he battled with the 7 students. These 7 students might not have the highest cultivation level. Their family backgrounds weren't the best, and their perception and aptitude weren't the most outstanding. But these 7 people had the least number of flaws in their moves and styles. There is nothing wrong with their actions, manners, habits, and way of attacking. Moreover, their martial arts were exceptionally compatible with their bodies. From head to toe, they were the standard teaching material for embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioners. When these 7 people joined forces, their suppression of Zhuo Xiaoduo was even sharper than when 10 or 20 people joined forces to attack. However, it was still not enough of a threat to Zhuo Xiaoduo. In fact, what Zhuo Xiaoduo was doing was like training with Wen Xing Tian. He was suppressing his opponent's limits and attacking fiercely. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like a steel nail that was already standing straight. He only needed to raise a sledgehammer and smash it straight down. Naturally, they would follow the direction of the source of the power and automatically drill to the deepest place. So Xiaoduo naturally would not be stingy with such a task. He launched a crazy attack according to his wishes and beat him up fiercely. However, as he beat him up, Zhuo slowly felt. Wasn't he now equivalent to an assistant teaching? This hidden dragon high martial arts school assistant teaching. Did he get a salary? This was time-consuming and energy-consuming. In addition, most of the students in Class 1 were geniuses who had already advanced to the embryonic breathing realm in the secondary martial arts school. There were only 6 people who were still in the innate realm now. These people included Zhuo, Li Chenglong, Zhan Piapiao, Yan Pai Bao, and Jia Quan. In a week's time, the first preliminary test will begin. After school in the afternoon, the 7 students who were picked out by when Xingtian had already been drilled to death by Zhuo. When Xingtian released this notice at the right time, you have already been in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School for 4 days. Under normal circumstances, the first round of the preliminary test for new students will begin in 10 days. Start recording the credits of the first round and the current results. When Xingtian said, this time, the credits and rewards will also be ranked. The reward for the first place will include a bottle of marrow-cleansing pills and 1,000 credits. So, all the way to the top 10 will be rewarded with credits. After the top 10, there will be no reward. When Xingtian said, so, you can start preparing now. Normally, the first preliminary test destination is to hunt star beasts. Go to the meteorite plains and hunt star beasts individually. In the end, the winner will be based on quantity and quality. Regardless of any moves or attack patterns, as long as it's an individual's method, you can use it. They hunted star beasts on an individual basis. In the end, the winner will be based on quantity and quality. Regardless of any moves or attack patterns, as long as it's an individual's method, you can use it. When Xingtian put his hands behind his back and walked to and fro in front of the queue, he said calmly, let me tell you, I don't expect you to be able to take the top 10. However, Class 1 is still the first genius class. If even the top 3 get away, I'll skin you when I come back. When the students heard this, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Why did it sound like teacher when was saying that taking the top 3 was such a simple thing? There's no hurry now. Don't worry. If more than 3 of the top 10 spots are taken by other classes, I'll skin you when I come back. Lastly, it's Zhuo. If you don't get the championship, even if the championship falls to other people in our class, I'll still skin you. When it came to it, he actually added another condition for Zhuo. It was a heavy condition that was very difficult to fulfill. Zhuo couldn't help but look confused. The first 2 conditions were fine. Everyone worked hard together and got punished together. However, why did the last condition become him? And he wanted to directly lock in the championship? Teacher 1, this is very unfair. However, how could when Xingtian talk about fairness and unfairness with him? He waved his hand and said, dismissed. Then he said, Zhuo, follow me. Zhuo followed when Xingtian with a look of nostalgia. He pondered as he walked. Missions and trials are just a piece of cake for me, aren't they? The others are fine, but I can use this wave to accumulate supplies for the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. Using the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger to help me improve is still the most convenient. The last time so many martial artists fought with him in the snowy night, the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger had made a huge profit. It had been a long time since then, and he didn't have much left after scrimping and saving. On the way to Fenghai, he didn't recharge much, so he only cared about rushing. And this trial was an opportunity. Also, he didn't have a lot of luck points left. Although he hadn't used them, he only had a total of 70 points. Looking at the new round of suppressing the restlessness of his vital essence and self-limiting breakthrough, he would definitely consume a lot of luck points. How could he feel at ease that after coming to the Hidden Dragon High School, Zhuo felt that everything was good? The only flaw was that he was dissatisfied. He had tried every means to recommend his fortune-telling ability regardless of the occasion and place. But until now, no one had come to him for fortune-telling. Well, that time with Grandma sure didn't count. Because he didn't know how long it would take for the injustice to be redressed, the luck points would take a long time to come. How could these guys be so calm? Didn't they know that they had missed a great opportunity that fell from the sky for no reason. For people like Zhuo, luck points, cultivation progress, and wealth. Naturally, the more these things he had, the better. Zhuo would feel that he had lost money if he didn't make any progress or increase for a day. Yes, although he didn't lose money, after a day, Zhuo felt that he had lost money. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. Chapter 414. He followed Wen Xingtian to the teacher's office absent-mindedly. Wen Xingtian took out a book from the drawer and said, "This is the Ice Heart Jade Earn Mental Cultivation Method. Take it back and read it thoroughly. After understanding it carefully, you can start cultivating. Remember to return it to me tomorrow morning." "Okay. Thank you, teacher. Okay, get lost. I'll go to the villa to continue in 40 minutes. Hurry up and eat." When Xingtian rolled his eyes and waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. 40 minutes? Hearing this, Zhuo was like a fast horse that had its butt cut by a knife. He immediately rushed out with a whoosh. And so went on for 3 days. Everything was calm and tranquil. Every day went on as planned. Zhuo, on the other hand, had completed his first self-limitation breakthrough in these 3 days. When he first felt and suppressed the restless real vitality, Zhuo truly felt that he had almost made a mistake and his chi meridians had gone astray. The suppression this time was completely different from when he had suppressed the restless real vitality in the martial master realm. One was heaven and one was earth. At the beginning of the suppression of the innate vital chi, there was an extreme negative reaction. It felt as if 10,000 steel needles had pierced into his dantian. Zhuo widened his eyes and opened his mouth instinctively. He took a few deep breaths and his face contorted. At this moment, he remembered that the process of the innate stage's vital chi compression seemed to be called the thorny road in martial arts. The pain was unimaginable. He also remembered that the compression of the innate stage was rumored to be the most painful part of the cultivation journey. It tested one's endurance and perseverance the most. For someone as strong as Xiaoyan, suppressing the thorny road 8 times was already the limit of her body and breaking through the embryonic breathing realm. It was actually so painful. Zhuo took a deep breath. Thinking of this, he actually felt that it wasn't so painful anymore. Nian Cat has only suppressed it 8 times. Wahaha! Zhuo trembled and laughed. "I finally have something to surpass you. Come on." His body trembled as he continued the compression process. However, the feeling of the sharp needles stabbing into his meridians became more and more intense with every inch of compression. As time passed, even his meridians began to feel pain. It was as if ants were gnawing at his meridians, biting and tearing at his meridians bit by bit. When it was compressed halfway, the meridians all over his body were in unbearable pain. It was as if millions of red-hot steel needles were piercing through his meridians. Xiaoduo bit the corner of his mouth until it bled, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiaoduo did not expect that he had already wanted to give up several times during the first compression of his true essence. There were only 2 things that kept him going. The first was that he wanted to become stronger. Secondly, even Nian Cat could persist for 8 times. Even a girl could persevere 8 times, but I couldn't even persevere once. How could this be? How could that be? What a joke. Masters will refuse to accept this. Masters would definitely persevere. Zhuo screamed crazily all the way, but he suppressed it and persevered. Fortunately, he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness at that time. Otherwise, the children within dozens of miles would not dare to cry because of his screams. That was really miserable to the extreme. Finally, Zhuo successfully compressed the primordial chi in his dantian. The primordial chi that originally filled his dantian only occupied 1/3 of the space in his dantian. In fact, the main reason why it was so difficult and miserable was that Zhuo was too careless. He forgot that Qin Fangyang, Zhua Xiaoyan, and even Mu Yin had mentioned the thorny road to him more than once. In other words, he did not pay attention to it at all. After all, when a martial master broke through to the primordial realm, he only needed to suppress it. Zhou Xiaoduo did not expect that the thorny road to the primordial realm would be so painful and miserable. As for Wen Xingqian, Teacher Wen really did not expect this guy to start his first compression of the vital essence so soon. According to Wen Xingtian's estimation, it would take at least 10 days, which was the end of this round of trials, for Zhou Xiaoduo to reach the point where he had to suppress it. Of course, this was not because Teacher Wen's estimation was too far off, but because he did not know enough about Zhou Xiaoduo's background. After Zhou Xiaoduo obtained the ice-hard jade, earned divine skill, he no longer had any scruples and crazily absorbed the spiritual qi. With the help of the top-grade jade of astral souls and the dragon blood flying dagger, Zhou Xiaoduo was promoted to the level of spiritual qi explosion in just 2 days. If Wen Xingtian knew about this, he would have told him in advance that the so-called compression of the vital essence was usually a third of the way down. At most, half of the way down was already the limit of the human body. If the vital essence was further compressed, the person involved would have to endure 10 times more pain than before. It was even more dangerous than dancing on the tip of a knife. Once he lost control, the vital essence in his dantian would be reversed and his body would explode. Without any luck, his divine soul would be destroyed and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. That was how dangerous it was. But it was a pity that Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know anything about it. He only knew that the vital essence in the dantian was compressed. The smaller the volume, the purer the vital essence. He had only compressed it to a third of the way down. It looked like it was far from being fully compressed. How could he surpass Yin Yin at this rate? Since there was still room for improvement, he had to continue. Well, the 1/3 that Wen Xingtian said was different from the 1/3 that Zhou Xiaoduo said. Wen Xingtian's 1/3 meant that he had suppressed 1/3, but Zhou Xiaoduo's 1/3 meant that he had already suppressed 1/3. In other words, he had already exceeded Wen Xingtian's safety standard of half. But how would Zhou Xiaoduo know this standard? Therefore, he continued to compress his vital essence and pressed it down forcefully. Ouch! Zhou Xiaoduo was trembling all over. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were bulging out of their sockets. He looked up and howled, "It hurts so much. Ouch, 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 ouch." As he howled, he continued to compress. "Keep it down. Keep it up. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhou Xiaoduo roared. The vital essence was compressed bit by bit under the repeated pressure. Gradually, it surpassed 1/3 and reached about 1/4 of the way down that there was still room for improvement, which meant that it was not enough. Keep compressing. 1/5. 1/7. Zhou Xiaoduo clenched his teeth and continued. He couldn't even scream now. Under the influence of the extreme pain, he stubbornly tried to understand it like this. If he could suppress 1/3 of it, it meant that he could suppress it 3 more times. 1/4 meant that he could suppress it 4 more times. Even if he suppressed it to 1/10, he would only be able to suppress it twice more than Yin Yin Cat. What was this? A mere 2 times? That's not as good as not much. It could not withstand the pain he was enduring. Since it was already so painful, he might as well go all the way and make it much more painful than Yin Yin Cat. So that continue. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Xiaoduo could vaguely feel that his meridians were cracking, as if they could not withstand the pressure and were about to explode. His heart skipped a beat, and he transferred out a drop of luck points. He only used half a drop, and it turned into a cool air that merged into his meridians. Instantly, the feeling disappeared, and his meridians returned to normal. Don't use it if you can. Save it. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart ached. Although he had used it, it was still half a drop, and looking at the situation, it seemed that he would need a lot of luck points to suppress it all the way. Forget it. Keep compressing. Ow, ow. He suppressed it all the way to 1/17. He saved his luck points and used them at 2.5. It seemed that there was no way to suppress it anymore. At this moment, The vital essence in his dantian had completely stopped at the bottom of his dantian, almost like a pancake. Although it was still a dense fog of vital essence, it had been suppressed by Zhuo to the point that it was like a solid object. This time, he really could not suppress it anymore. Even if he suffered more pain, he could not suppress it anymore. 1/17, it seemed that it was only twice as strong as Nian Cat. It did not seem to be a big deal, right? So Xiaoduo, who was extremely unwilling, frowned as he tried to think of a way. After a while, he suddenly had an idea. With a thought, a hammer made of yuan qi was formed in his dantian. He controlled the hammer with his mind and smashed it down on the vital essence pancake at the bottom of his dantian. It cannot be compressed. Then I'll smash it down one by one. This was the method that Zhuo came up with from Blacksmith Wu's memory of forging and tempering. He had obtained the 100 tempering iron, and it was nothing more than tempering it 1,000 times. If he could not suppress it with force, he would smash it. He did not believe that he could not continue to compress it. One hammer. Boom. Pooh. So Xiaoduo's meridians went against the flow, and a mouthful of blood rushed up and sprayed onto the ceiling. What the fuck? So Xiaoduo hurriedly stopped. He used the Ice Heart Jade, earned mental cultivation method, and luck points to suppress his vital essence and repair his meridians. I'm fine. Another hammer. With the Ice Heart Jade, earned mental cultivation method to calm his meridians. Luck points to repair his meridians. With every hammer smash, so Xiaoduo's body would convulse in pain. He smashed it again and again. So Xiaoduo's eyes were bulging and his mouth was shut. He smashed it down continuously as if he was fighting for his life. In the end, even his meridians were numb. However, the effect was obvious. His vital essence was smashed into a thin pancake. My current volume is about 1/24 of my dantian's volume. Does this mean that I can compress it to 24 times? So Xiaoduo finally felt that it was enough. Even if it was not enough, he could not smash it anymore. No matter how hard he smashed it, the volume of his vital essence did not change in the slightest. Why don't I do this? So Xiaoduo was actually not satisfied with the current situation. If possible, he wanted to smash it down to 1%. Of course, 1,000th would be more ideal. However, it seemed that there was no such possibility now. Although it's 16 or 17 times more than Yin Mao, it's still not 20 times. Just barely. So Xiaoduo had achieved his goal. He was proud and could not help but feel proud. Chapter 415. But when he recalled the description of the thorny path, he still felt a lingering fear. The thorny path was really fucking more painful than the last time. The last few times he reached the limit of his endurance, he ended up wandering around in purgatory. Moreover, there was even a possibility of his body exploding with true essence. He had never heard of such danger before. Wasn't it just pain? Why did it almost explode when it came to him? Something was obviously wrong. After exiting the space of the spatial extermination tower, so Xiaoduo lay on the bed like a puddle of mud, unable to move for a long time. That after a long while, he realized that the surrounding spiritual qi was gathering towards him like a tsunami, especially on his back. The huge middle-grade jade of Astral Soul's mattress that he had placed there earlier was filled with spiritual qi. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, flowing into his meridians through the pores on his back. After all, Xiaoduo's dantian was now empty. In this place filled with spiritual qi, it was like a vacuum vortex, swallowing the spiritual qi like a whale swallowing the sea and a gobbling up the sea. Good chance. Xiaoduo maintained his original position and continued to lie down. His hands moved, and a pile of jade of astral souls appeared on the bed. He grabbed a few pieces in each hand and circulated the Flaming Sun Sutra with all his might, forcefully absorbing the jade of astral souls in his hands. This process took less than a minute. The 7 or 8 jade of astral souls in his hands had all turned into powder. Even Zhou Xiaoduo himself was shocked by this result. But it didn't matter. He continued. Zhou Xiaoduo frantically absorbed the jade of astral souls. It was daybreak. Zhou Xiaoduo sat up on the bed. There was a thick layer of powder all around him. Even his butt had fallen into the hole. The middle gray jade of Astral Soul's mattress had turned into powder, and his dantian was still not full. He didn't have enough jade of Astral Souls on hand. So Xiaoduo greeted Li Chenglong and asked him to apply for leave for him. Then, he anxiously rushed to the entrance of the hidden Dragon High School. Yes, there's a lingerie store nearby. Although he didn't know if Fong Yinhua had bought the other shop, it was impossible to transform it into a coffee shop in such a short time. Even if he was willing to spend a lot of money, it was absolutely impossible. However, Xiaoduo couldn't wait any longer. Left with no other choice, Master Zhuo went to a women's clothing store under the guise of buying clothes for his girlfriend. He bought a set of clothes from the inside out and even bought a bra. She crazily changed her appearance, put on a mask, stuffed 2 mangoes in her mouth, and used her inner power to suck them in. Then, she put on a cool spaghetti strap dress, wrapped a soft white scarf around her neck, and used the bone shrinking skill to shorten her body by more than 20 centimeters. She put on a hat, a veil, and sprayed perfume. Then, she swayed her hips and walked towards the ladies' lingerie store. She didn't know if it was because her graceful figure was too alluring or something else, but she attracted a lot of attention. He cursed as he walked. Fong Yinhua, that old bastard, had caused him to suffer because of his shop. Looking at the lechers on the side of the road, their eyes were all green. Bah, pervert. While she despised him in her heart, she twisted even more vigorously. At the same time, she was nervous. If someone found out about this, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? However, he forgot that he was the one who couldn't wait to find Fong Yinhua. He didn't have the time or the mood to wait for Fong Yinhua to find him. Along the way, she swayed her hips gracefully. The fragrance lingered in the air. She had sprayed almost half a bottle of perfume all over her body. It would be strange if she didn't smell good. Finally, Master Zhuo arrived at the lingerie store. He walked in gracefully. Welcome. 2 rows of beauties bowed together. Their service was quite good. Master Zhuo naturally waved his hand casually. He pinched his fingers together and twisted his waist. Then he squeezed his throat and said softly, "Is your boss here? Why aren't the goods I ordered with him yet? Ayaya, I'm so anxious." "Madam, please wait a moment. I'll inform my boss immediately. May I know your name?" Zhou Xiaoduo said in a sharp voice. "Just tell him, duo will do." "Okay, please wait a moment." When Fong Yinhua heard these 3 words, she immediately realized who had come. She hurriedly rushed downstairs and came to the first floor. Standing on the stairs, she saw Zhou Xiaoduo's new look. For a moment, she was dumbstruck and tongue-tied. She was speechless for a long time. He couldn't catch his breath, and his legs couldn't help but soften. He actually rolled down the stairs and fell in a very sorry state. He hurriedly got up to greet him and said respectfully, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. You, why did you come in person?" Zhou Xiaoduo pinched his fingers together and twisted his waist in an S shape. Then he said coquettishly, "If I didn't come, you wouldn't go either. Please go upstairs." Fong Yinhua shivered. She was sweating profusely. When she heard Zhou Xiaoduo speak like this, she felt her anus tighten. Oh my God, really? She had lived long enough to see this. Seeing this beauty gracefully follow their boss upstairs, the employees below started to talk among themselves. Their gazes were strange. Why do I feel that she's a little weird? Yeah, I feel the same. She's really seductive. She looks like someone in that line of work. She really looks like someone in that line of work. How does she look like someone in that line of work? Look at her pinched fingers. She's only missing a handkerchief. Her butt is shaking so much. Her breasts are so big. She must be a mascot, right? Is there such a model? It's not easy for the boss either. It seems like this is a big customer. She's in high demand. The boss has to serve her well. I hope our boss can handle it. Zhuo followed Feng Yinhua into the boss's office. Then, he sat down on the sofa and started to get angry. Old Feng, look at the trouble you've caused. He returned to his original voice. Feng Yinhua wanted to say, how can you blame me for this? You're the one who suddenly contacted me. I started this business because I wanted to be safe. However, he didn't dare to say this. He kept apologizing. It's my fault, it's my fault. Young master, you've been wronged. He smiled apologetically and carefully. However, when he saw his appearance, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Cough, 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 ha! As he laughed, he tried to stop himself by coughing. In the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, he kept burping. Burp. Ha, burp. Zhuo was so angry that he took out the dragon blood-flying dagger and slammed it on the table. However, he still couldn't stop Feng Yinhua from laughing. After a long time, Feng Yinhua finally stopped laughing. Although he still laughed occasionally, it wasn't as serious as before. Young master, what are you doing? High-grade jade of astral souls. How much do you have? Zhuo asked straightforwardly. I have more than 10,000 yuan on hand. Feng Yinhua was puzzled by the supply and demand of the high-grade jade of astral souls. He said, the supply and demand market in Fenghai City is really strange. I didn't notice anything at first. However, young master mentioned the jade of astral souls before, so I investigated it. I unexpectedly found that other things aren't that hard to find. Only the high-grade jade of astral souls is available. Above the high-grade jade of astral souls, as long as there's a small amount of it, many forces will immediately buy it. I've already offered more than 10 times the market price to buy it. However, after so many days, I've only received so little. If it were in another place, there would be a small amount of the top-grade jade of astral souls in the market. However, in Fenghai City, there's no top-grade astral souls jade of astral souls at all. This is really out of place. Out of place? It can't be, right? Fenghai City has hidden dragon high martial arts, the holy land of martial arts. It's not strange that there's a higher demand for the high-grade jade of astral souls. It's normal that there's less of it. Zhuo didn't take it to heart. Feng Yinhua shook his head and said in a deep voice, Young master, you know that I've always been cautious. Every time I go to a place, I'll do my best to understand it. Although Fenghai City has a martial arts school like Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, and the high-grade jade of astral souls is a hot commodity in every city, the current market price is too abnormal. I suspect that someone is selling the high-grade jade of astral souls, short-selling and short-selling. However, this has nothing to do with us. There are 17,000 high-grade jade of astral souls in this ring. However, there are only 3,500 red yang jade. It should be enough for you to use for a while. Feng Yinhua handed over a ring. Not bad. I'll take it from you this time. Zhuo didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the ring. When Uncle Nan came, he also left a few thousand high-grade jade of astral souls. However, Zhuo wasn't willing to use them. He had been using the middle-grade jade of astral souls for cultivation. Now that Feng Yinhua had replenished his stock and he had a few thousand middle-grade jade of astral souls, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, taking and not doing anything was not a long-term solution. Feng Yinhua also needed to give him some benefits. Therefore, Masters was sat upright and looked at Feng Yinhua's face for a moment. Old Feng, you've been showing off a lot recently, haven't you? Also, you've been selling the high-grade jade of astral souls. You know too much. I'm afraid that someone has already set their eyes on you. Feng Yinhua nodded. He had to be powerful. In order to get this identity, he had opened 3 shops and spent a lot of money to buy the high-grade jade of astral souls. Feng Yinhua's wealth had already been revealed. It was normal for him to be targeted. However, it's not a big problem. Zhuo reminded, given your cultivation base, you should be able to protect yourself. However, if you don't have to make a move, it's better not to. Just like what you said, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. However, if you want to make a move, you have to deal with your target quickly and decisively. You must not leave any traces behind. Do you understand? Once you make a mistake, there will be endless trouble in the future. Fong Inua said, the best solution is how to completely avoid danger. Spend money to avoid disaster. Zhua Xiaoduo reminded, disguise yourself as a complete coward. If anyone comes to ask for money, as long as you feel that you can't afford to offend them, just give it to them directly. In any case, you're doing business without any capital. As long as you don't reveal your strength, most problems will be easily solved. Brilliant plan. Fong Yinhua slapped his thigh. He liked this method from the bottom of his heart. In terms of acting cowardly, if he said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. Because I'm not acting cowardly. I'm really a coward. Chapter 416. So what if I give them money? It's a piece of cake for me to get money. Fong Yinhua said proudly, if I give them money, I can take advantage of the dark night to do something else and get everything back. Plus, I can add 1 and 2. Fong Yinhua was very open-minded and had thought far ahead. That's a good idea. So Xiaoduo didn't care about what Fong Yinhua did. Even if he caused a huge disaster, what did it have to do with him? Fong Yinhua was a member of the UMNO Alliance. Even if something happened to him, it was arranged by the UMNO Alliance. It had nothing to do with him at all. All right, do you have a way to get some new astral beasts? So Xiaoduo lowered his voice. Fong Yinhua was stunned. That's a little difficult. More importantly, I don't have a venue. What do you need those things for? My dragon blood flying dagger needs to be charged. So Xiaoduo winked at him. Why don't I stab you with it? He was still dressed in female clothes. His wink almost made Fong Yinua's soul fly out of his body. No, 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 no. I'll think of a way for you. I'll think of a way immediately. He thought for a while and said, how about this? I'll pay and buy a villa outside the city. Then I'll throw all the astral beasts I get into the villa. Don't people from the Hidden Dragon High School go out to train every half a month or 10 days? When the time comes, you can find some time to go there and flush out the astral beasts. Isn't that enough? What do you think? That's a good idea. So Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Once this was done, Fong Yinhua didn't even need to show his face. He only needed to fork out the money, and he could get whatever he wanted. In the future, when we have high-grade jade of astral souls, we can throw them there too. Fong Yinhua smiled bitterly. That won't do. We can still think of a way to reduce the astral beast to a half-dead state. But the high-grade jade of astral souls is a high-grade item. It will emit spiritual aura at any moment that if we really leave it there, it will be taken away in just a few minutes. Furthermore, the manor will be exposed as well. Just the storage of astral beasts will bring us many troubles in the future. I was thinking too much. That village is only used to store star beasts. If I have nothing to do, I'll go there for a stroll. That's enough. So Xiaoduo readily agreed. The discussion was completed. Beauties was stood up and walked away gracefully, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. Mr. Fong, who was leaning against the door, seemed reluctant to leave. The employees downstairs couldn't help but talk about more. He's gone. Well, look at how reluctant the boss is. There's a story. There's a situation. But did you guys notice that it didn't take long? Could it be? Hiss, hiss. For a time, all kinds of voices and guesses rose and fell one after another. The climax rose again and again, and there was an endless stream of gossip. The prettiest female employee, who had the best figure, the highest breasts, and the most perky butt, pursed her lips. Humph! The boss wouldn't have left so soon. I can guarantee that the boss has nothing to do with this woman. The other female employees said, oh, there was a meaningful look in his eyes, and we all understood what he meant. The female employee blushed instantly. No wonder the boss has been asking you to report your work these days. The truth is out. While they were talking, Fong Yinhua walked back from the door and waved her hand. Lily, come up and report your work. When Zhou Xiaoduo arrived at school, he was only an hour late. When Xingqian only glanced at him and turned his head away, not bothering to pay attention to him. With Zhou Xiaoduo's current level, there was nothing that the school could teach him for the time being. If Fong Yinhua forced him to stay in the school, It would be unfair to the other students since they were not on the same level. For the time being, Fangyanua could do whatever he wanted. However, just as he turned his head away, he suddenly turned his head back. What's going on? So Xiaoduo, why do you smell so good? When Xingtian was surprised, he had been smelling the stench of this guy's sweat every day. Why did it suddenly smell so good today? I fell in love with the Donkey brand's Ocean Breeze perfume. Xiangbing knew all these perfume brands like the back of her hand. Cough, cough. So Xiaoduo lied casually. After cultivating yesterday, I was really too tired, so I went straight to bed without taking a shower. When I woke up today, the smell of the clothes, the stench. So I took out some perfume and sprayed it. I didn't expect the smell to be so strong. I've never sprayed perfume before, but who would have thought that after a dozen sprays, it would become like this? With a helpless look on his face, he shrugged helplessly. Even so, I changed into another set of clothes, washed my hands and face, and even washed my hair before coming here. In the end, it still smells so good. This perfume is too evil. The female students were laughing so hard that they were in an uproar. Country bumpkin. Xiangbing scolded disdainfully. If you sprayed the Ocean Breeze perfume in the air and walked over from below, the fragrance would linger for 3 to 5 days. You actually sprayed yourself more than a dozen times. Why don't you die from the fragrance? What a waste of God's gift. That's because I don't know. Come, I say, smell if I smell good. Xiangbing said angrily, go away. So Xiaoduo nodded. I regretted at the moment I said it. I shouldn't have asked you to smell it. Look at you now. How did you get disfigured by Li Chenglong so quickly? Why did I say again? Whatever, it's too disgusting. Don't come and smell me. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night. Xiangbing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She rushed forward with a roar. She clawed at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face with her 10 fingers. Zhuo Xiaoduo fled in panic, while Xiangbing chased after him. She would not give up until she got what she wanted. How dare you call me an ugly freak? See if I don't kill you. As she chased after him, she suddenly saw Li Chenglong watching the show excitedly from the side. He even shouted, come on, come on. Suddenly, she felt suffocated and turned to rush at Li Chenglong. She clawed at his head with her 10 fingers. Immediately, 10 neat bloody marks appeared on his swollen face. His Excellency was gloriously disfigured in an instant. Li Chenglong couldn't react in time. The moment he understood the situation, he was furious. He pounced on Xiangbing and pressed him to the ground. Then, he assumed the Wu Song beating the tiger style. He didn't care about anything and just gave him a good beating. The field was in full swing. Then, Li Chenglong and Xiangbing entered the nourishment chamber at the same time. Of course, they were not in the same nourishment chamber. That night, after when Xingtian finished trainings with Xiaoduo, he asked, have you started to suppress your realm? When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo in the morning and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, when Xingtian knew that his judgment was wrong. This kid had started to try to compress his vital essence earlier than he expected. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo said weakly, I didn't expect that compressing vital essence would hurt so much. Hurt? Of course it hurts. It will hurt more and more in the future. If you don't step on the thorny road, how can you call yourself a superior? When Xingtian said lightly, how's the compression? It's okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. It shouldn't be the limit yet, but I really can't compress it by myself. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's sincere thought. There is still space below, but he really could not compress it anymore. How distressing. When Xingtian smiled faintly. Limit? Of course, it was not the limit yet. How could someone who had just stepped on the thorny road and tried to compress it for the first time compress it to half, or even 1/3? Trying once or twice is nothing. If you can't compress it, just keep compressing it. This is also a painstaking effort. When Xingtian reminded him seriously, don't be afraid of dragging it out. Don't ever relax. You must compress it to your limit, then accumulate it and compress it again. Don't ever be afraid of pain. You have to understand that the more you do it, the stronger you will be in the future. The opportunity for a martial artist to build a strong foundation is actually to build a solid foundation when you are weak. If you find that your foundation is lacking when you're strong in the future, you will never be able to make up for it. When Xingtian taught him sincerely, this concerns your whole life and the ultimate achievement of your cultivation journey. You can't be careless, and you can't be afraid of pain. Whether it hurts or not, just think of yourself as an idiot. Want to be over in the blink of an eye? So Xiaoduo couldn't help but hang his head dejectedly. Since Teacher Wen said so, then his self-limiting breakthrough and compressing his real vitality last night was probably a failure. At least, it was not a success, but there was no other way. The first compression had been completed. There was definitely no way to do it again. If he wanted to compress it again, he would have to wait for the second time. I understand, Teacher Wen. So Xiaoduo's expression was very gloomy. Do your best. When Xingtian patted Xiaoduo's shoulder and walked out of the Annihilation Tower, he still had to train Li Chenglong. How could he have the time to be poor with Xiaoduo? Most people would compress for at least 4 to 5 days because of the unbearable pain. This kid was obviously afraid of pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only encourage him not to be afraid. There was nothing else he could do. When he finished compressing it, he would check it again to see how much it had been compressed. He really didn't want to be disappointed too early that if it really didn't work, he would help him suppress it the second time. As for compressing it successfully in one night, when Xingtian chuckled, what kind of fearless desperado could compress it in one night? When Xingtian left, Xiaoduo began to cultivate again. Fist and leg movements, footwork, escape technique, hidden weapon, sword, and hammer. He practiced the same thing twice. Then, he went out exhausted and lay on the bed filled with top-grade Astral Souls Jade. He grabbed the top-grade jade with both hands and began to absorb it. The vortex appeared again. Huff, 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 huff. After exactly half an hour, Xiaoduo finally let go. A pile of ashes was thrown on the ground. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. 6 updates. Chapter 417. High grade was indeed high grade. Normally, he could absorb several pieces of mid-grade Astral Souls Jade in a minute. He did not expect to only consume 2 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls after half an hour. That was really awesome. He lifted the bed and saw that the top few pieces of high-grade Astral Souls Jade had started to change color. They should have been damaged to a certain extent, but not too much. This absorption can be considered to have consumed 3 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls Jade. After confirming his cultivation speed, Xiaoduo continued to lie down and continuously absorbed the celestial essence Qi, as if he was thirsting for it. He felt that his dantian was like a balloon that was constantly being filled with air, and it was constantly being filled up. The meridians in his body revolved 9 times. Part of it turned into his own strength and entered his dantian, while the other part turned into waste gas and was expelled from his nose. There was a subtle feeling of inhaling and exhaling. The dantian's capacity gradually climbed to 4/5. In another 3 hours, his entire dantian would be filled. In the morning, it would definitely be filled to the brim. Then, he would be able to walk the thorny path for the second time. Or, he might as well ask for a leave of absence today. There was nothing to do at school anyway. Hearing that Li Chenglong had left, Xiaoduo took out the void exterminating pagoda and placed it on the table. Then he took a large amount of high-grade Astral Souls Jade and plunged in today. He must complete the second pressure and succeed before dinner. However, if he wanted the second pressure to be a success, he had to at least be more ruthless than the first pressure. Teacher Wen had made it very clear that his pressure was far from enough. I was too careless. I took it too lightly. So Xiaoduo thought silently. I mistakenly thought that I would be satisfied with more than Yin Mao. This is wrong. It is too one-sided. Think about it. Even if some people's aptitude is not as good as mine, as long as they are resilient enough, it is not difficult to surpass me. Just like what Teacher Wen said, whether it hurts or not, I will treat myself as an idiot. Want to be over in a blink of an eye? So I need to work harder. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered to himself. His eyes were resolute as he made up his mind. He didn't know that the Zhuo Xiaoyan had shocked many people when she walked through the thorny road. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who were able to cross the thorny path 8 times. As for those who could reach the final step and walk through the thorny path in the state of 9 suppresses, they were even rarer. This was because the world had always believed that the 9 steps of thorns was the highest limit for humans. It wasn't that no one had ever attempted the 10th pressure, but no one had ever succeeded. There was a senior who had passed the 9th pressure. He continued to work hard and tried the 10th pressure. Then he left a sentence. It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't. If he continued, he would die. It will explode. This sentence was widely spread. From then on, the 10 pressure brambles road became a forbidden area for Xiuzhe. Because 9 was the number of extremes, cultivators naturally believed that this was fate and also the limit of human beings. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know about this. He just kept his head down and pressed. This really proved his saying, ignorance is really a kind of happiness. However, this sentence was only limited to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Who else had the luck points to use? Even a peerless genius like Zhuo Xiaoyan would have been turned into a pile of fragrant meat if Zhuo Xiaoduo's compression method was used. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo adjusted himself to a perfect state and began to walk the thorny path for the 2nd time. This time, the compression had just begun, and the pain he felt soared to the level of the last stage of compression yesterday. Ow, ow. Even though he had already experienced it once, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still screaming desperately in the space-destroying tower. He was still trying his best to compress his vital essence. The surface of his skin all over his body began to exude drops of faint red sweat. This was a sign that a human's tolerance for pain had reached its limit. However, he just twisted, spasmed, and screamed like this that he persevered step by step. After spending a total of 4 hours, he finally compressed his vital essence to yesterday's position for the 2nd time. It was a slightly higher position, but teacher once said that this is still not enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo still used the same method as before, smashing and pounding with the spirit energy hammer. A little lower, a little lower. I'm not afraid of pain. I'll treat myself as an idiot. Ow, ow. However, there was no change even after smashing thousands of times. Could it be that this was his limit? So Xiaoduo lay on the bed, his face full of disappointment. He was so depressed that he couldn't speak while cultivating and absorbing the top-grade jade of astral souls. It seems that there is a gap between me and a real genius. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, but no matter how much I'm not afraid of pain, this is all I can do. I can't go any further. I'm so pitiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt sad from the bottom of his heart. Failure. At night, when Xingtian came as usual, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's mournful face and couldn't help but feel strange. What's wrong with this bitch today? What's wrong with you? Why are you looking so down? When Xingtian frowned and asked with a sidelong glance. I've tried my best, but I can't compress it any further. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. You can't compress it even once? When Xingtian widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head with a sad expression. His mood was extremely low. He really couldn't compress it even once. That won't do. When Xingtian frowned and said angrily, no matter what you say, you have to force it even if you can't compress it. If you can't even compress it once, your future achievements will be limited. Can't you try harder? Didn't I tell you whether it hurts or not? Just think of yourself as an idiot. I've tried again and again, but I really can't compress it. I can hold on no matter how painful it is, but I just can't compress it. What should I do? Zhuo Xiaoduo said helplessly. When Xingtian was also anxious and shouted, the main difficulty of the path of thorns is the unbearable pain. If you're not afraid of pain, how can you not be able to compress it? Excuses, they're all excuses. Come and sit in front of me, try your best to compress it, and I'll help you. But there will be side effects. Once you become dependent on it, it will be more difficult to compress the vital essence in the future. So, Xiaoduo murmured, but now I've already suppressed it a little, and my dantian is not full to the point of bursting. When Xingtian frowned, then hurry up and absorb the vital essence. I'll wait here until you're full, and then I'll help you compress it. It won't take much time. When Xingtian was really anxious this time, the peerless genius that he had recognized had no achievements on the path of thorns. This was simply digging his own grave and destroying his own future. If Xiaoduo really couldn't walk the path of thorns, when Xingtian would only feel that he had failed as a teacher. No, it was failure, an unprecedented failure. I've ruined this genius. I didn't train him well. Of course, Xiaoduo also really believed that he hadn't suppressed it well. Every word that when Xingtian had said before made Xiaoduo feel that he was still far from being qualified. Do you have a high-grade jade of astral souls? When Xingtian was a little anxious. At such a critical time, if you rely on low-grade or mid-grade jade, or automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how long will it take? If you don't have it, I have it here. If you use a high-grade jade of astral souls to directly channel your meridians, it'll be easier for you to follow up. I have it, Xiaoduo said hurriedly. If you have it, then hurry up and do it. Stop talking nonsense and start quickly. When Xingtian really didn't want to wait any longer. If he delayed any longer, Xiaoduo's failed compression might really take shape, and that would be bad. With the help of the high-grade jade of astral souls, once he started to absorb it, it would be like the ocean pouring into the river. It was extremely fast and abundant. That was why there was the saying that the high-grade jade of astral souls was channeling. Seeing how anxious when Xingtian was, Xiaoduo became more and more anxious. He hurriedly took out the high-grade jade of astral souls, sat down cross-legged, and started to absorb without saying a word. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra also started to circulate vigorously. The place where Xiaoduo was sitting suddenly turned into a yuan qi whirlpool. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi surged and entered Xiaoduo's meridians like rivers flowing into the sea. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the high-grade jade of astral souls in his hand quickly faded and turned into powder when Xingtian frowned as he looked at the endless amount of spiritual qi that was surging towards him. He could only feel the astonishing strength of the spiritual qi, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Looking at the way he was cultivating, it was obvious that he had an extremely high innate talent. Furthermore, he had an outstanding body and meridians. Furthermore, he had the blazing sun divine art, which was a top-notch technique. Every aspect was top-notch. How could it be that he was struggling on the thorny path? This was impossible. If even a genius like him couldn't walk the thorny path, then he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Xiaoduo sat on the chair and cultivated. More and more jade of astral souls powder appeared around him, and he kept changing the astral souls jade in his hand. For hours passed, and Xiaoduo was still absorbing. It was obvious that his dantian was still full. When Xingtian's expression changed from a slight astonishment to a thoughtful look. Then he frowned in confusion, and finally he became numb that why was it taking so long? This kid was absorbing high-grade jade of astral souls. How many pieces had he absorbed so far? You're just a Xiao Tian Xian Tian. No matter what, wouldn't one piece be enough? Even if your aptitude was better and you compressed it more when you were a martial master, your dantian should not be full yet. There were so many pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls and the spiritual qi that was automatically gathered from the heavens and earth. How many pieces were there? Chapter 4:18. When Xingtian looked at his watch, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Duo was still absorbing the top-grade jade of astral souls into powder when Xingtian snorted. He tilted his head and squinted his eyes. Let's see how much you can absorb. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Duo had finished absorbing. His dantian was once again filled to the brim. At this moment, when Xingtian was already speechless. What the hell? Duo, how big is your dantian? So many top-grade jade of astral souls were absorbed into your dantian. My feet are covered in powder. If you can't compress such a dantian, you'll be angered by everyone. Is it almost done? When Xingtian asked. It's done. Duo sat down cross-legged and felt the spiritual qi in his dantian moving restlessly. He said, more or less, it's still a bit lacking. Right now, it's just rolling and churning. It hasn't reached the level of a mountain flood or a sea hurricane. Brat, other things are debatable, but your bragging is really unique. When Xingtian snorted, you're just a mere innate stage Xiao with a dantian. How dare you say such things? Flash flood, hurricane. Huh, I believe you, but you're just bragging. Hatue, start? When Xingtian asked, do you want another piece? Duo felt his dantian and said, I think it'll be full before the last piece is used up. As he spoke, he took out 2 more pieces and held them in his hands. When Xingtian rolled his eyes, didn't you say that 1 piece would be enough? Why did you take out 2 more pieces? Are you trying to show off your wealth and that you have more goods than me? Yes, when Xingtian sincerely offered to give Duo a piece of top-grade stone of astral souls. After all, in his opinion, a piece of top-grade stone of astral souls could instantly fill up Duo's dantian. But the reality was, that much. Under when Xingtian's gaze, the 2 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls in Duo's hands quickly disintegrated. The color faded, and the outer layer became powder, layer by layer. It's really good this time. Teacher 1, shall we enter the Tower of Annihilation? The compression process was really painful. I screamed very loudly. It's not good to be outside. It's a little embarrassing. Duo said. No need, it's just outside. When Xingtian snorted and came to a conclusion. You little brat, what are you pretending for? This is only your first time compressing your cultivation base's true essence. How could it hurt? What's more, I'm protecting you. You must be afraid of pain. You can't withstand a little pain, so you can't continue on the thorny path. You're actually afraid of embarrassing yourself? I'll let you embarrass yourself big time this time. All right then. Duo's face turned bitter. He told himself in his heart, don't scream, don't scream, don't scream. It'll be embarrassing if I scream. Let's start. When Xingtian said lightly, call me when you can't compress it anymore. Got it. Duo took a deep breath. He started to compress while running the ice-hard jade urn. The initial stage was the same as before. There was no difficulty at all. However, in the 3rd round of suppression, the moment he compressed half of his true yuan, a piercing pain assaulted him. Duo's entire body trembled. However, he was mentally prepared and endured the pain. I'll endure it. I won't make a sound. If I cry out at this time, it'll be too embarrassing. No matter what, I have to wait a little longer. Teacher 1 is right beside me. He continued to compress it bit by bit. The process felt a little familiar, but after a while, all the meridians in his body began to hurt, and it was getting more and more painful. It didn't increase, but it increased by multiple times. Finally, when it was close to 1/3, Duo finally couldn't help but start to groan. He forced himself to endure, but he still groaned, groaned, groaned and groaned, groaned and groaned. The groaning continued. When Xingtian's face immediately revealed a look of dissatisfaction. According to the calculation of time, the current point in the process of compressing vital essence for an average person would only be compressed by 1/10. Duo had actually started to grumble. It seemed that this kid was good at everything except his perseverance. Sure enough, there was no perfect genius. A cultivator with insufficient perseverance would have a worrying future. When the compression of the vital essence reached 1/3 again, Duo only felt that his internal organs were burning, and his whole body was exploding with pain. Even his brain felt as if there were thousands of red-hot steel needles stabbing fiercely. He couldn't bear it anymore. Ow, ow. After this shout, Xiaoduo's whole body was sweating profusely. His eyes bulged, and he couldn't stop groaning. It was as if he was being tortured, and he was using the sound of his voice to reduce the pain his body was enduring. His voice was shockingly loud, and it immediately caused the surrounding hundreds of miles to fall into an ear-piercing atmosphere. The cadence pierced the clouds and split the sky. When Xingtian's face was distorted, and he shook his hand to create a soundproof barrier. This evil creature, do you have to scream so hard? If you have the strength to scream, don't you know that you should use it to compress your vital essence? When you're done compressing, see how I'll deal with you. The people outside couldn't hear it, but when Xingtian, who was close to him, could still hear it clearly. The sound was like a demon's voice pouring into one's brain. It was incessant, sharp, ear-piercing, and extremely miserable. When Xingtian was speechless, he operated his vital energy, and his two ears suddenly stuck to his ear holes. He stuck to them tightly, blocking out the demon's voice as much as possible. It was so embarrassing. The first compression was already so earth-shattering, and he couldn't suppress it. What was he going to do in the future? When Xingtian's heart was full of melancholy, he also felt a little disappointed. You're a person who has seen the wind and the waves. Why can't you even endure this little pain? However, Xiaoduo's voice became more and more miserable, and it sounded more and more like he was on the verge of death. It lasted for a full hour. Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. His face was as pale as a corpse, and the sweat on his hair flowed down. Finally, he said weakly, I can only suppress it to this extent. I can't suppress it anymore, not even once. When Xingtian stretched out his hand and said lightly, then don't move. You just need to maintain the current level of suppression. I'll help you suppress it further in the future. Also, try to endure it as much as possible. It'll be more painful later. Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said, understood. When Xingtian closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, a tide of vital energy rushed out from his fingers, like mercury flowing to the ground, and poured into Xiaoduo's meridians. However, to one Xingtian's surprise, Xiaoduo's meridians were empty, and there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy left. His control over his meridians is still very good. When Xingtian felt a little satisfied in his heart, he acutely felt the spaciousness, smoothness, and flexibility of Xiaoduo's meridians. When Xingtian felt more and more that this student must be taught a strict lesson. With such good conditions, he couldn't suppress it. Obviously, he didn't have enough willpower. He couldn't endure even a little bit of pain, but he didn't get beaten up enough. All excuses. I made you afraid of pain. From now on, I'll beat you 18 times a day. Because he was helping Xiaoduo suppress it, when Xingtian continued to inject his own yuan qi into Xiaoduo's meridians, but the flow was very slow. When his yuan qi had completely filled Xiaoduo's meridians, there were no gaps. Then, dense vital energy entered his dantian, and then the vital energy turned into an iron tower to suppress it. Teacher Wen's plan was to suppress his dantian to 1/3 of its capacity in one go. In this way, the vital energy slowly moved forward, circled around his body, and gradually approached his dantian. When Xingtian stopped and tried to let more vital energy enter to ensure that nothing went wrong, but had to be said that when Xingtian's control of his vital energy was really high, it was like he was very familiar with it, and it flowed like he was using his own arm. It should be known that his vital energy was overflowing from the outside into another person's meridians, and the other person's meridians were only at the innate stage. With when Xingtian's real cultivation level, any mistake in breathing could cause Xiaoduo's body to explode and turn into powder. In fact, this was another main reason why 99% of high-level practitioners didn't dare to help low-level practitioners suppress their vital energy. Once there was a slight mistake in the control, it would directly kill the person. When Xing Tian confirmed that his vital energy was full and overflowing Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, and there were no gaps, and then suddenly, he rushed in his Dantian and wanted to finish it in one go. But, well, that the situation of his Dantian was not right. Why did it look empty? There was no movement from Zhuo Xiaoduo's side. Obviously, he had handed himself over to Teacher One, and let Teacher One do whatever he wanted with him. Do whatever you want. It's just a little more than 50 kilograms. When Xing Tian didn't dare to be negligent, he continued to control his vital energy all the way down, and in the process of falling, it turned into a huge flat surface. However, his Dantian was more than half full, and he still didn't feel the expected obstruction. This kid's self-completion rate is more than half. This result is comparable to the ordinary practitioners who set foot on the thorny road. His shouting was not in vain. Not bad, not bad. When Xing Tian was a little relieved. However, it was one thing to be relieved, and he had to continue that after a while, when Xing Tian's vital energy had spread to 2/3 of his Dantian, according to the knowledge of practitioners, or at least when Xing Tian's knowledge, this was already the limit. Why did he still feel empty? Where was Zhuo Xiaoduo's vital energy? When Xing Tian was inexplicably surprised, did this kid suppress more than 1/3 of his vital energy? Why did he say that he didn't succeed? Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be lying at all. When Xing Tian, who wanted to find out, urged his vital energy to continue to suppress, the current level of compression had already exceeded the limit of a genius martial artist. Why didn't he reach it? Or did he feel nothing? If when Xing Tian opened his eyes at this moment, he would definitely see two words in his eyes. His left, I was a capital word, stupid, and his right, I was a capital word, stupid. What was going on? He didn't feel anything even after exceeding the limit? Such a wide Dantian. How could it reach 1/4? No, it was only 1/5, and he still didn't feel any obstruction. Continue. He finally felt it. He finally touched it. Eh. Chapter 419. He finally reached the bottom. He came into contact with the bottom layer of Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians. However, when Xing Tian was completely dumbfounded, he was completely stunned. Was it directly pressed down to 1/20th? Or how much? To think that there was only a thin layer at the bottom left. How could it be pressed down to this point? And this kid actually did not explode? He was actually complaining about the failure of the suppression. For a moment, when Xing Tian actually felt that he had no emotions in his heart. Yes, he did not know what emotions he should have. He was completely at a loss. And what the fuck is this still fog? However, it did not seem to have reached the point of turning into clouds. It was still fog, but how could it be suppressed to this extent? When Xing Tian maintained his vitality in Zhuo Xiaoduo's Dantian and asked, "You told me that you can't press down to this point. Is this what you mean?" As he spoke, he used his own vitality to press down. Yes, it really cannot be pressed down. Even he could not move it. This was because Zhuo Xiaoduo did not feel anything at all. It did not hurt at all. Of course, there was no compression wave. Yes, it's pressed down to this point. It can't be pressed any further. Teacher Wen, why don't you use more strength? It's so itchy that I want to fart. So Xiaoduo could not help but laugh. When Xing Tian was still in a daze as he withdrew his vitality, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, his cheeks trembling slightly. You want to fart? Fucking fart. When Xing Tian sat cross-legged and meditated, circulating his energy, he forcefully closed his eyeballs, which were almost popping out, and controlled them in his eye sockets. He tried hard to calm down the turbulent waves in his heart. Probing a student's meridians almost made him lose his mind and go crazy. That you can't fucking suppress it? Can't suppress it? Yes, it really can't be suppressed. It can't be suppressed. You're depressed. Because of this? When Xing Tian widened his eyes and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. You mean, you can't press down to this point? Yeah, Zhuo Xiaoduo said dejectedly. Tell me, how did you do it? When Xingtian was still in disbelief. You fucking squashed it into a pancake, and it's the kind of pancake that has been sitting there for a few days. How can you squash it? If he placed one bet, would it be equivalent to others placing 8 bets? When Xingtian's tone actually carried a hint of asking for advice. It was simply unimaginable. How else could I suppress my Jinyuan? I just suppressed it as hard as I could. However, at the final stage, the pain was one thing, but I really couldn't suppress it. So I came up with an idea. I made a hammer in my dantian with spiritual qi. Then, starting from the side, I hammered it down one by one. What's that saying again? Well, after 1,000 hammers, 100 hammers, a single piece of steel. So Xiaoduo explained his method and then asked nervously, Teacher 1, the next suppression. How should I suppress it? When Xingtian touched his chin and lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, he was thinking that he must not let Xiaoduo see the expression in his eyes. Then he took out a cup of water from his space ring, unscrewed it, and drank a mouthful of water. Suddenly, cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian coughed violently, an impulse to kill someone rose in his heart. He had never seen such a pretentious person. I really want to beat him to death, but I also want to kiss him to death. When Xingtian clearly knew that Xiaoduo really thought that he couldn't suppress it anymore. It was because he hadn't reached the standard. There was no doubt about that. Xiaoduo really wasn't showing off in front of him. But who set this guy's standards so high? Who was it? Do you dare to stand out? I'll definitely beat you to death. When he raised his head again, when Xingtian's eyes had regained their calmness and depth, he looked at Xiaoduo and asked, Who told you to suppress it this way? Xiaoduo looked confused. Teacher Qin Fanyang told me that. Back then, when the martial arts masters were suppressing their realms. Teacher Qin also said that. I was advancing at a faster speed and didn't know the key point. Originally, I was about to break through. Fortunately, Teacher Qin interrupted me in time and asked me to suppress it as much as possible. He told me to do my best and use all means to suppress it. When Xingtian thought to himself, this Teacher Qin is indeed a legendary figure. Awesome. So Xiaoduo said, my sister also said that. At that time, I was suppressing the martial arts master to break through to the innate realm, and she was suppressing the embryonic breathing realm. She also said that. Back then, as what Xianyan had said, use all your strength to suppress it. The lower the suppression, the better. The more times, the better. When Xingtian frowned and said, that's it? But, smash it with a hammer? What do you think? When Xingtian thought about it and broke out in a cold sweat. Such an extreme method. If it wasn't for Xiaoduo's deep foundation, the tenacity of his meridians, and the spaciousness of his superhuman. No, even so, it should have exploded a few times already. Since ancient times, who dared to use a hammer in their own dantian? Bullshit about being tempered and tempered into steel. That was simply thinking that one was dying too slowly. There was a good comparison, practicing the saber in one's own brain. But this guy just waved a big hammer and smashed it wildly in his dantian, creating such a miracle. When Xingtian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Because a person's meridians and dantian definitely couldn't withstand it. No matter what, it couldn't withstand it. But there was a living example in front of him that could withstand it. This made the experienced and knowledgeable Wen Xingtian a little confused. He felt that his worldview was slowly collapsing. The idea of using a hammer to smash it was my own idea, but I couldn't suppress it in the end. So Xiaoduo felt a little wronged. He said when it was about 1/10 of the way down, it couldn't be pressed anymore. But its essence is still in the form of mist. How could it not be pressed down? Previously, by chance, I once saw a senior craftsman who was extremely skilled in forging. He forged steel and refined gold. I really couldn't do anything, so I made a hammer myself and smashed it randomly. But after smashing for so long, this is the only effect. Sigh. Mist is still mist. It didn't turn into clouds, nor did it turn into liquid. So Xiaoduo was quite dissatisfied with his current progress. Why can't you climb to the top? If you could smash it into a solid state now, how good would that be? This is the only effect. When Xingtian murmured, the word only is used very well. Just by looking at this, when Xingtian was already sure that this kid was suppressing to this extent in the whole continent. Well, perhaps since the beginning of the world, there had never been such a thing. Unprecedented, the first in the world. Perhaps there might not be anyone who could surpass it in the future. This is the first time I set foot on the thorny road, and I'm already suppressed to this extent. When Xingtian murmured to himself, he was already absent-minded. In fact, when Xingtian's thoughts were still floating in the air, constantly exploding. The first time, Xiaoduo was stunned. When Xingtian frowned, "What's wrong? This isn't the first time." So Xiaoduo said, "Teacher One, I've told you before that I can't suppress it, and I can't move forward. Today, this is already the third time." Cough, cough, cough. When Xingtian's soul was directly shaken back into his body, his eyes suddenly bulged. The third time, when Xingtian felt that today was the most unstable day of his life. It was destroyed one after another. Yes, this is the third time. So Xiaoduo was uneasy. He said, "At this rate, I'm afraid I can only suppress it 20 times at most. Isn't this a little too little? Isn't this a little too little?" When Xingtian murmured this sentence, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood, "Can only suppress it 20 times. Can only?" These two words were really well used. Isn't this a little too little? This sentence was really fucking well said. Do you know that your 1 time is equivalent to 7 or 8 times of others, dear? Your 20 times is equivalent to 200 times of others, dear. Actually, it can already be considered passable, I guess. After holding in for a long time, when Xingtian finally squeezed out this sentence, he felt that the 3 words passable were also very well said. It had to be said that the master and disciple were both good at Chinese. Passable? Really? So Xiaoduo said humbly, "Teacher One, can you explain it to me in detail?" Seeing that this kid's expression suddenly eased, and he seemed to be relieved. When Xingtian only felt powerless to complain, he lowered his eyebrows and said lightly, "Well, with your current level of true origin compression, you can still be considered as a genius." Well, it's not good enough, but it's good enough. I know you've done your best. Basically, this is still okay. Just do it like this in the future. I won't interfere. After all, my help is external. Using external help to help the seedlings grow is not good for your future. This principle, you understand, right? When Xingtian coughed and said, Yes, I understand." So Xiaoduo breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when he couldn't suppress it, he was really scared. It seems that my potential is just like this. At this moment, when Xingtian's words, he finally felt relieved. How many times did you suppress it when you were breaking through from the martial master realm to the innate realm? When Xingtian was suddenly very curious about this question. It's definitely more than this. So Xiaoduo sighed. I don't remember very clearly at that time. It should be about 30 times. But at that time, I was just in a state where I couldn't control it. Although I felt pain, it was not as painful as now. It was really painful. About 30 times. When Xingtian stood up shakily, he only felt that his brain was swaying like a pool of water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His brain was filled with the sound of the tide. If possible, continue this state of suppression. When Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back, he tried to maintain a calm expression on his face and said in a casual tone, "When I heard you say that you couldn't suppress it, I thought something was wrong. Now it seems that you're asking too much of yourself. Basically, this is okay. You should know that there's a limit to a person's strength. When you reach your limit, you've reached your limit." Chapter 420. For the next few days, you can practice on your own in the villa and suppress it yourself. If you don't have enough practice materials, I can provide you with some. That's all for today. You don't have to go to school for now. Now, The people from the second grade class 6 are going to fight with you for a table. If you go, you'll just be fighting. It's meaningless. Why don't you stay in the villa to strengthen your foundation and make your future more stable? I'll let Li Qinglong tell you the day before the trial. When Xing Qian looked up, it was past 3 in the morning. In a while, the sky would be bright. Teacher Wen walked out calmly. Take a rest. You must be tired today. Remember to take care of your throat. Zhuo Xiaoduo's previous miserable howls were so loud that his throat almost cracked from shouting. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little worried. Teacher Wen's condition looked very calm, but why did it seem like something wasn't right? What was going on? At this moment, a dull thud came from downstairs. It was like the sound of Xiang Tianfei hitting the doorframe that day. Then there was silence. Only the doorframe was still buzzing. No one knew who had hit it. Zhuo Xiaoduo threw himself onto the bed and stretched his body. He was a little excited. Sometimes, a person's strength is limited. When you reach your limit, you will reach your limit. It seems like this is my limit. Even Teacher Wen said it's okay. It's a pity that if I want to catch up with Nian Cat, it's definitely not enough. Then I'll work hard a few more times. Nian Cat is someone who has suppressed dozens of times in the embryonic breathing realm. My level is far from it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited, but also a little melancholy. It's really quite difficult. Now, she should be in the suppression period of the inner elixir realm. After thinking about it, he couldn't relax. He still had to work hard. This matter involved the major problem of his future husband's authority. This was a matter of principle. Who would be willing to be beaten up by his wife? If he could win, he would be giving in to her and pampering her. But if he couldn't win, he would be living off a woman, right? Master Zhuo was a great husband. How could he live off a woman? Although it was good to live off a woman. Thus, he took out another pile of Astral Soul's jade and began absorbing them. Although the effect of the upper grade was the best, the middle grade couldn't be wasted. It was still quite effective. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo opened his eyes. The whole bed was covered in powder again. He used his primordial qi to wrap up the powder. With a wave of his hand, a large ball of powder flew out of the window. It flew straight for more than 100 meters and accurately landed in a pool that Li Qinglong had painstakingly built. It was called the Dreg's Pool. At that time, Swollen was in high spirits. He dug several meters into the ground and created a large pit with a radius of several zhang. In the next few years, this pool will be filled with the dregs of the astral souls. So Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Looking at this speed, it shouldn't take more than a few years. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. He pulled out a large piece of mutton from his spatial ring and chewed on it. I inherited this skill from Nian Cat. I stored a lot of beef and mutton, roasted beef, roasted lamb legs, and so on in the space in case of an emergency. It was the perfect time to eat. The amount of Astral Soul's jade is still insufficient. I need to find another way to obtain it. So Xiaoduo felt that it wasn't a good idea to keep taking from Feng Yinhua. The main reason was that his needs would only increase. Even if Feng Yinhua was willing to help, he would still meet a ghost if he walked in the dark too often. Although Feng Yinua's cultivation was extremely high and had already reached the half-step divine reigning realm, in Phoenix City, he might be invincible. However, in Fenghai, it was not enough to show disdain for everyone. It was far from enough. Once something happened to him, the spies that he had arranged would be useless. Also, Feng Yinhua had said that it was extremely difficult to obtain the upper grade jade of Astral Soul's jade in Fenghai. If possible, it was better to find another way. As he thought about it, he sent a message to Feng Yinhua. What are you doing? I'm running around for young master. Come over. Location sent. In less than 10 minutes, Feng Yinhua arrived at the villa. Young master, I've prepared another 10,000 upper grade jade of Astral Souls for you. It's all here. And thank you for your trouble. The matter of exchanging the astral beasts has already taken shape. I've already bought the manor outside the city. All that's left is to wait for the astral beasts to arrive. I'll make the manor's perimeter more secure and keep it a secret to the greatest extent. And Thank you for your concern. Also, young master has always asked me to pay attention to the Wu family and the Gao family. During this period of time, there hasn't been any movement. It seems that they really don't intend to seek revenge, although it's against common sense. It's true based on the situation of the two families. There must be something wrong if there's an abnormality. We still can't relax. Be careful and nothing will happen. Yes, I understand. It's better to be safe than sorry. All right, what's the name of the teacher who led Feng Hai's 13th high school to participate in the Dragon and Tiger list? Li Qingqiu, right? It's with Xiaoduo's side. The road to the martial world is long. I don't know where my old friend is. You can help me ask around. I still miss him very much. As what Xiaoduo said, I really want to. Go and see him. This is easy. I'll go and ask around later. Everything has to be done quickly. Gather all the materials you can as soon as possible. Then, write them down and give them to me. So Xiaoduo reminded him, your physiognomy hasn't been good these few days. There's a malefic star in the west. Try not to go to the west. Try to avoid it as much as possible. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your advice, young master. Feng Yinuo was overjoyed. His face was full of gratitude. In the past few days, Feng Yinuo also felt that his mind was unstable. It was as if something bad was about to happen. This strange feeling had saved him several times. He was already suspicious of everything, but he couldn't pinpoint the cause. Especially when he went out to do business in the early morning, he had a vague feeling that someone was spying on him. Now that he heard Xiaoduo's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. In an instant, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. His mind became clear again. A sense of reliance arose spontaneously. It was still good to have a backer. Although this backer's cultivation level wasn't very high, his ability to give advice on life and death was more suitable for his needs. A casual sentence could avert a disaster. Feng Yinuo was very satisfied. So Xiaoduo practiced for a while and hammered the hammer twice. Seeing that it was almost 11:30, he went out to buy some necessities and prepared some food. With a stretch of his body, he disappeared without a trace. He was heading towards Grandma Shi's courtyard. In the school, it was also lunchtime. When Xingtian looked at the food in front of him, he didn't eat for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. What's wrong with you? Xiang Quangren walked to Wen Xingtian's side and sat down. He patted Wen Xingtian's shoulder casually. However, he didn't expect that this action would give Teacher Wen a shock. The yuan qi in his body was restless. He was almost about to attack. What? Why do you look like you're lovesick? What's wrong? Could it be that you really like her? Xiang Quangren was very interested in a certain someone. It has nothing to do with you, right? How could Wen Xingtian tell this guy that he really liked her? This guy had a straightforward temper, but also a big mouth. Although he was a good person and could make people feel at ease, sometimes his mouth really couldn't be relied on. A big mouth could ruin things. Wen Xingtian didn't even want to tell Yi Changqing about Zhuo Xiaoduo. How could he tell Xiang Quangren? You really like her? Tell me, tell me. Xiang Quangren was getting more and more excited. It was probably because he had been a passive otaku for more than 20 years. It was rare for him to have such shocking gossip in front of him. Bullshit. Hey, my bad temper. Xiang Quangren glared. I'm the vice principal. You're just a martial arts department head. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? How can you talk to the principal like that? Get lost. Who cares about being the principal? You're just a vice principal. What's there to talk about? If you have the guts, you could be the principal. If that day really comes, I'll tell you everything you ask me. That won't do. Bossy isn't dead yet. I can't be the principal. Xiang Quangren shook his head. Even if Bossy is dead, it still won't be your turn. I'm not afraid to tell you that Bossy specifically came to me a few days ago, hoping that I could replace him. I told him that I didn't care. When Xingtian snorted, keep bragging. It won't be your turn no matter what. Xiang Quangren expressed his dissatisfaction. Huh, and it won't be your turn? Just tell me if you're leaving or not. When Xingtian finally said impatiently, you better think it through. Your great-grandson and great-granddaughter are in my class now. Old man, if you have nothing to do, then get lost. Otherwise, I'll train them to death and feel sorry for you. Train as you wish, Xiang Kuangren said indifferently. My Xiang family has a lot of seeds. I'm not afraid of training. I'm not afraid of training. I'm afraid of not training. But when Xingtian rolled his eyes speechlessly, what did you do to Vice Principal Wei? I've noticed that he hasn't appeared in school recently. It's nothing. I just asked him to discuss it with Wu Lu Gao and the others. Everyone collectively took a step back. It's clearly a legitimate request, but this guy actually refused to go. Xiang Kuangren expressed his dissatisfaction. That guy didn't listen. Did he think that he would be fine if he hid? What? I advise you to be more careful. When Xingtian said with a sullen face, Vice Principal Wei's true cultivation and combat strength might not be weaker than yours. Be careful not to fail miserably. If you fail again, you might not be so lucky to make a comeback. You fought with him before? When Xingtian grunted and didn't say anything else. No matter how Xiang Kuangren asked, he didn't say a word. Can I tell you that when Wei was first transferred here, I didn't like him and went to beat him up at night with a mask on my face. It damaged my image. In the end, while Xiang Kuangren was still blabbering on, when Xingtian picked up his bowl of rice and walked away impatiently that left, Xiang Kuangren was dumbfounded. Do you really not want to see me talking here? Hee. I beg for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 421. Xiang Kuangren watched as when Xingtian left. He could not help but curse. Fuck. After so many years, their bad tempers had not changed at all. They all followed the rules to outsiders. But when they were alone with him, they were all so rude. I'm the first vice principal. Fuck. All this time, wasn't it just to remind me that the Wei guy was quite impressive? I appreciate your kindness. Xiang Kuangren sat in his seat. The Wei guy was not simple. The Wu guy, the Lu guy, the Gao guy. Which one of them was simple? Every one of them was so scheming. After a few days of provocation and showing his existence, Xiang Kuangren felt that he was sitting on the mouth of a volcano. His strong return and his reappointment as the first vice principal had undoubtedly touched the fundamental interests of these families. Therefore, it should not be long before they made a move on him. I'm waiting for that day. Xiang Kuangren's eyes flickered. This bunch of despicable people, don't be afraid at the crucial moment. I've been waiting for that day for more than a day or two. So Xiaoduo came to the shabby little courtyard again. At this time, Grandma Sure was cooking. Smoke rose slowly from the kitchen. Grandma Sure sat withered in the kitchen, silent. He didn't know how many years it had been, but he had spent it so desolately. The door opened, but Grandma Sure did not get up. Perhaps it was a messenger sending something. Over the years, these people were the ones who came the most. However, at most, it was a routine verification of names. There was nothing else. Grandma Sure, I'm here to see you. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice came from outside at the right time. Grandma Sure's expression finally changed. She opened her eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo. She turned around and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo standing in the living room with a smile on his face. He was holding a lunchbox in one hand and 2 bottles of wine in the other. He was busy placing them on the coffee table. Teacher gave me a day off today. I was bored, so I came over to accompany Grandma Sure and have a meal together. You don't mind my sudden visit, do you? So Xiaoduo chuckled and acted very familiar. He quickly placed the food on the table and took out a plate of astral beast meat from his ring. Including the plate of star beast meat, it was still a home-cooked meal that ordinary people could afford. So Xiaoduo did not deliberately make anything fancy. You child. Grandma Sure finally walked out of the kitchen. Why did you come here alone? I'm really free today. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. The chopsticks and wine glasses are in the kitchen, right? I'll go get it. He ran into the kitchen and took out the tableware and wine utensils. He helped Grandma Sure to sit at the side while he sat at the head of the table, emptying the seat of honor. Then, he placed a wine cup and chopsticks on the table and opened the wine bottle. The aroma of the wine wafted out as he poured 3 full cups of wine. He rubbed his hands and said, "It smells so good." Grandma sure looked at Xiaoduo, who was busy and filled the room with youthful vitality. Her eyes, which had withered for God knows how many years, slowly shone with warmth. My talent was not good, and I was so focused on cultivation that I became stupid. I don't know how to do anything, so I bought ready-made food. It definitely doesn't smell as good as the ones I made myself. So Xiaoduo chuckled. Grandma sure, you must be lonely eating alone. Even if Grandpa sure is with you, there will be one less person to talk to. Why don't I buy more and put it here? If there's nothing to eat in the future, I'll come over and freeload. Grandma sure picked up the wine cup and focused for a moment. She raised her hand to the portrait and paused for a second. Then, she closed her eyes and drank it. She sat quietly and felt the wine flowing in her body. After a long time, she said lightly, I don't entertain guests here. How can I be a guest? I'm your student, your dear student. So, Xiaoduo eagerly filled Grandma Sure's cup with wine and gently poured the wine from the head of the table from left to right on the ground. Suddenly, the fragrance of the wine filled the air. Then, he picked up his own wine cup and raised it to the portrait. Principal Sure, I'm Xiaoduo. I'm new to the Hidden Dragon High School. In the future, please take care of me. I'll give you a toast. After he finished speaking, he raised his cup and drank it. The eyes in the portrait looked at him quietly, without saying a word or moving. After this meal, they ate and drank in silence. So Xiaoduo also did not speak much, other than persuading Grandma Sure to eat. He also drank. When the wine arrived, he downed the cup and drank in an exceptionally honest manner. The two of them emptied the 2 bottles of wine in 3 cups. So Xiaoduo helped to clean up the trash and smiled. Grandma Sure, I'll leave you to it. I'll go back now. Grandma Sure did not say anything. So Xiaoduo did not stay any longer. He stood up and left. During the entire meal, so Xiaoduo didn't say anything, nor did he ask any questions. What was the matter with Principal Sure's grievance back then? Why was Grandma Sure the only one in the house? Where did the others go? How did she survive all these years? He did not say or ask any of these questions. He just had a peaceful meal. After Xiaoduo left, Grandma Sure did not move for a long time. Her gaze was fixed on the sofa where Xiaoduo had sat. There was still a small dent that was slowly recovering. Grandma Sure's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and pressed down in the air. The dent caved in again. It seemed that the young man was still sitting there. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these few days, Xiaoduo would bring wine and dishes to Grandma Sure's place to eat. Twice, he even met a messenger. Many letters were brought into the room. There were also a few parcels containing military medals. Every time, he would leave after eating. He would not stay for long. It was as if he really came to eat with her. Grandma Sure did not refuse or say anything. She watched him come and go calmly. However, Xiaoduo's arrival always added some vitality to this desolate little courtyard. Every time he went, Xiaoduo would change his appearance. He would only return to his original appearance when he entered the small courtyard. Every time he left, he would also change his appearance when he went out. Before anything was clear, Xiaoduo would not cause trouble for himself. He did not want to cause trouble for Grandma Sure. Even if he was not afraid of trouble, there was no need to cause more trouble and add more variables. After lunch, Xiaoduo said as he tidied up, Grandma Sure, I might not be able to come tomorrow or the day after. The school is organizing a new student trial. I have to go out of the city. Grandma Sure raised her head and looked at him. After a long time, she said, okay. That was all she said. She did not say anything else. However, Xiaoduo did not care. After tidying up, he left. Turning out of the alley, he saw 2 people painting slogans on the main street. Xiaoduo did not pay them any attention and walked past them. However, he suddenly stopped. This was because there were 16 big red words painted on the originally snow-white wall. Scum of the human world, scum of the cultured, a beast in human clothing. You are not worthy of being a teacher. There was a big red arrow behind the words, pointing to the alley of Grandma Sure's small courtyard. Xiaoduo's face darkened. Those two were ordinary people. They did not have any cultivation. However, the anger in Zwishao's heart was boiling. Why would ordinary people persist in scolding others for more than 20 years? Why would they still paint slogans after more than 20 years? What kind of deep hatred did they have? No, how could there be deep hatred? Zwishaoduo ruled out the suspicion of these two people. However, this matter must have been instructed by someone. There is only one purpose in doing this, and that was to force this lonely old woman to death. Zwishaoduo strode forward. He raised his sword and peeled off the entire wall. The sword flashed, and there was a crash. The two people screamed. The tools in their hands fell to the ground. You, who are you? What do you want? One of them was holding a pen in his hand. His handwriting was quite good. He also appeared to be gentle and refined. Zwishaoduo approached him fiercely. Tell me, who asked you to write? No one. Slap. Zwishaoduo slapped him. Although he didn't use a lot of strength, it was already a strength that two ordinary people couldn't withstand. His entire body was sent flying by this slap. He spun a few rounds in the air before falling down. When they opened their mouths, 7 or 8 teeth fell out. Their mouths were full of blood. They covered their mouths and said incoherently, You are a martial artist. The country has regulations that martial artists cannot attack ordinary people. You will be punished by the law. While they were stubborn, they stepped back with their legs on the ground. Their eyes were full of fear and panic. A martial artist? How could a martial artist attack ordinary people? Was he not afraid? You want to talk about the law with me? I am the law. I have killed so many ordinary people. Why would I care about the two of you? Zwishao's face was fierce. His eyes were ferocious. I guess your house is not far from here, right? Let's go to your house and talk. You must have brought your ID, right? I'm not used to being tainted by karma. I might as well solve it all at once. As he spoke, he searched. These two people did not bring their ID. It seemed that they lived nearby and were not far from each other. What are you doing? The two people were so scared that they almost peed. We are ordinary people. Let me tell you, don't be stupid. In the eyes of the law, we are the weak. Slap. Another 2 slaps were given. Damn it. Ordinary people have become your amulet? Fuck your mother. Don't you understand human language? I am the law. Zwishaoduo scolded. If you go to your house now, and then to his house, I will kill your whole family. If you don't talk, I will kill your whole family in front of you. Who ordered you to do this? Are you going to talk? Zwishaoduo asked again. The two people hesitated for a moment. Zwishaoduo had already picked them up with each hand. It seems that you are stubborn. Then let's go to your house. This place is not big. I don't believe that I can't find out. Please spare our lives. Who ordered you to do this? It was the director. It was Director Sunday. Director? What director? Then where is Director's son? The 2 slaps knocked out the other side of the two people's teeth. Since you have revealed the mastermind, I will be merciful and let you go today. But let me tell you, if you come out to write nonsense, destroy the sanitation, and affect the city's image again, I will kill your whole family. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Do you understand? Zwishaoduo had received the director's news. Naturally, he would not kill these two people. They were just 2 ordinary people who were instructed by the director to do work. This was their job. Work, how ironic. Zwishaoduo was extremely unhappy. His murderous intent was bursting out of his body. This method was extremely vicious. It was a true method to kill. The streets were full of such slogans. People coming and going were talking about what happened in the past and how shameless it was that after a long time, Grandma sure might really be forced to death by them. Being blamed by thousands and dying without a cause was not just a saying. Grandma Sher's current eccentricity and autism were probably forced out by such methods after so many years. Can't beat you. Can't meet you face to face. But in reality and on the internet, you are disgusted everywhere. The world is surging, turning into a vast sea of evil. Let's see how long a disheartened sampan like you can survive in this boundless sea. Chapter 422. Therefore, even though Xiaoduo knew that these two were just ordinary people who were sent out to do some work, he could not help but lose his temper. In fact, the killing intent in that split second was an illusion. It was an action that he wanted to take. But in the end, he held it back. He could hide his tracks, but Grandma Sure would inevitably be implicated. That was not something he wanted to see. Public opinion killed people like a knife. Slogans were posted all over the street, trying to force a person who did not have much attachment to this world to death. It was definitely a huge push on the road of life and death. The effect was immediate and obvious. So Xiaoduo walked around a few more times and found a few slogans that had been written, but they were all destroyed. Then, he went all the way to the director's house. In front of the whole family, he kicked the door open and grabbed the fat middle-aged man. He grinned and said, "Director's son, right? Last year, you played with a girl at Brilliant Sky and you haven't paid yet. How long do you want to owe me? Pay up." The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. "I didn't." "You. Who are you? It's illegal to trespass on private property." So Xiaoduo slapped him in the face and said fiercely, "If you pay me, do you think I'll break into your house? Pay up now." Now, the interest had compounded, and it was already 3 million star yuan. "If you don't pay up today, I'll take your whole family's lives." "What 3 million? I don't know. You got the wrong person." Director's son was angry and scared. He tried his best to defend himself. On the other hand, his wife's face was filled with suspicion as if she was deep in thought. His son, on the other hand, was dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. "It's fine if you don't pay up. I'll ask you one thing. If you tell me the truth, I'll let you go." So Xiaoduo leaned close to Director's son's face and said softly, word by word, "Those slogans outside. Who asked you to do it? What did you get in return?" 10 minutes later, Xiaoduo walked out of Director's son's house. His face was full of anger and his heart was full of resentment. The matter was simple. More than 10 years ago, Director's son was found by someone who asked him to post slogans like that every year. At least 50 slogans a year. The corresponding price was 10,000 star dollars a year. Just by painting 50 slogans, he could earn 10,000 star dollars. This amount of money was simply too easy to come by. Director's son didn't even think about it and directly agreed. He had been doing this for 13 years. Do you know why? Yes, to discuss that old lady. Who is that old lady? The wife of Vice Principal Sure of Hidden Dragon High School. Vice Principal Sure has been dead for so many years. Why are you still playing? 10,000 a year. It was that simple. Do you know that doing this will force people to their deaths? I know. Do you have a grudge against him? No. Then why? 10,000 a year. Who is that person? I don't know. What does he look like? He's tall and skinny. I've only seen him once, and he never came again. It's been more than 10 years, but he gives me money every year. Why are you still spamming if you don't come? Sometimes, if I don't pay enough, the other party will call me to ask. What's his phone number? It's here. These are all his numbers, but I can't get through when I call him back. He should have thrown it away after using it. Just for 10,000 a year? Yes. Take a guess. Is it this person who dares to kill your entire family, or me? You tell me honestly, do you know that this old lady is innocent? This, do you know? Yes. Then why did you still do it? 10,000 a year. Hero, my family is poor. A sudden surge of anger rushed up. Xiaoduo only felt a buzzing in his head, and he almost couldn't control himself and killed him on the spot. However, this was actually the only clue in this vast and desolate place. Xiaoduo suppressed his murderous intent. Do you still want to do it in the future? I don't dare to do it anymore. With Xiaoduo's means, Director's son was soon terrified, completely terrified, especially when Xiaoduo was choking his son until he was out of breath. Department Director's son answered all of his questions without hesitation. Xiaoduo only felt an indescribable sadness rising from the bottom of his heart as he walked. Sadness. 10,000 a year. He could use such means to cruelly increase the pressure on this lonely and pitiful old lady until she was crushed to death. 10,000 a year could force a Yunwan master to death. Force the death of the widow of a principal who had students all over the world. A teacher who had devoted his life to teaching students. Martial artists couldn't attack ordinary people, but could ordinary people be unscrupulous? This world that claimed to respect martial artists was ridiculous. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was gloomy as he shook the spatial ring. All the valuable things in Director Sun's house were stored in this ring, including all the electrical appliances, furniture, and life savings. How could Zhou Xiaoduo let Director Sun's family off so easily? If you take everything away, how will my family survive? I still have a wife and children. My children still have to go to school. Director Sun was in tears. Snot and tears flowed down his face as he knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was as hard as iron. He was not moved at all. How you raise your wife and children has nothing to do with me. I'm just a robber. Do you want me to help you out? Zhou Xiaoduo swaggered off. There were already clues. A few mobile phone numbers were, of course, one-time use. They would be abandoned after being used once. As long as we have the money and find the people, we can do it. Oh, you know, a little. Zong was a little smug. Then, I'll leave this matter to you. Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly. No matter what, you have to have the right to speak in this aspect. When the trial is over, we'll work on it. Li Qinglong's expression became serious. Zhou, think about it carefully. This is a taboo. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Cough. We'll talk about it after the trial. Li Qinglong was instantly terrified. The trial is starting tomorrow. I brought your trial token. Li Qinglong said. There are 2 buttons on this token. When you start, you have to press the bottom button. Every time you hit a star beast, you have to press the top button. When you come out, the number recorded here has to match the number of star beasts you have. This is to prevent cheating. Finally, the ranking will be based on the number and quality of the star beast scores. It's still very simple. Zhou Xiaoduo did not think much of it. That's all. This time, it's based on individual counts. Li Qinglong said, in other words, each person can only record the result of one person. The luck factor involved will increase a lot. Some people will encounter more star beasts, while others will encounter less. Li Qinglong said, if you want to take the top 3 this time, it's still quite difficult, Zhou. Zhou Xiaoduo blinked and said, can you snatch others' results? Snatch. Li Qinglong's voice changed. Chapter 423. Li Qinglong immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. It definitely won't work. This task tracker will be transmitted back to the school's central computer as long as you press it. Even if you steal someone else's star beast, as long as the number doesn't match, wouldn't it be meaningless? Can I just grab it and press mine? Won't it be fine if mine matches? Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously, why do you care if others match? Li Qinglong's head suddenly felt a little dizzy. He inexplicably felt that what Zhou Xiaoduo said seemed to make some sense. I still don't think it's possible. The consequences of robbing others are very serious. Although it's nominally for us to go out and train ourselves, there will definitely be teachers following us in the sky or in other hidden places. If we're caught red-handed, Li Qinglong's heart wavered for a moment before he regained his clarity of mind. Swollen, you're really evil. You can even think of such a method. Zhou Xiaoduo said disdainfully, you actually want to rob others. Why don't you go to heaven? Let me tell you, you have to be righteous. Li Qinglong was dumbfounded. Then, he saw when Xingtian walked in from the door and hit Zhou Xiaoduo's head angrily. Do you think your form teacher is deaf? You saw me coming and immediately try to frame Li Qinglong? If Li Qinglong had such crooked thoughts, I would be relieved. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his head with a painful expression. How many times have you done it now? When Xingtian asked, I'll start the 9th time soon, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Then, he said in distress, it's almost halfway. The 9th time soon? when Xing Tian suddenly felt that his ears were damaged. He coughed and said, "You still need to work harder." Li Qinglong said, "I also started my first compression. The process was really painful." During this period of time, Swollen had been practicing martial arts with Zhuo, and his progress was also very fast. As the two of them were in close contact for a long time, he increasingly felt that the cold qi in his body was about to be completely dissolved. However, it was also because of this that he was slightly dissatisfied with Zhuo's elusive behavior in the past 2 days. He couldn't even lean on his back when he was training. "You guys can't relax. The others are fighting with their lives on the line." When Xing Tian warned, "It's not just the people in our class who are working hard. The people in the other classes are also working hard. Both of you have the same starting point. With your current level, the help that I can give you can also be given by other teachers. Some are even more attentive than I am. Don't make me lose face in the freshman competition that's a month old." Zhuo promised confidently. "Teacher Wen, don't worry. No matter what, we have to make you go up the wall naked and show your face." "Ha!" Li Qinglong couldn't help but burst out laughing while holding his stomach. When Xing Tian's face turned from sunny to gloomy. That night, he gave Zhuo a fierce training session. When Xing Tian left at 9 o'clock. Tonight, he still had to visit the other students to confirm everyone's condition. "Gather at school early tomorrow, and we'll set off together." Zhuo and Li Qinglong lay on the ground and panted. They were exhausted. After a long while, Zhuo got up and murmured, "Teacher Wen has been suppressing my critical point all this time. Teacher Wen's control is really strong." When Xing Tian forced Zhuo to use all his trump cards with only 3 moves. Then, he continued to exert pressure on his critical point and bombarded it for an hour. Zhuo's legs were weak and his waist was sore. He felt that something was wrong everywhere, but he was sweating to his heart's content. Li Qinglong naturally knew more about Zhuo's movements than the others. You deliberately waited for me instead of practicing in the afternoon. Is there something else?" "Yes, and it's a very important matter." Zhuo took out a piece of paper. "There are 5 phone numbers on this. They're all abandoned long ago, but that's not important. I know you have a photographic memory, and you're very good at this. Check these 5 numbers. Find out which segment they belong to and which city they belong to. You just have to determine which segment of the city they were in when they were used. Also, this is the account where the money was transferred. Check it too, although there's not much hope." Li Qinglong pondered and took it. "I'll try. It shouldn't be difficult." "Okay, they're related to the murder of Principal Shi. They're the only clues we have now. Or maybe they can't be considered clues." "Understood." Li Qinglong was suddenly energized. "I'll go up and compress my current realm." Zhuo reminded him. "Swollen, you're starting to compress your realm too. It's best if you use the high-grade jade of astral souls to channel your meridians. It'll help you get twice the result with half the effort." "I only have a few pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls." Li Qinglong's face immediately turned bitter. "I'll give you 1,000 first," Zhuo said. "Thank you, boss." Li Qinglong was instantly excited. 1,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls was enough. You're welcome. When we go on a mission together, I'll deduct it from your harvest. I heard that high-grade jade of astral souls is relatively expensive in Fenghai. It's almost as expensive as high-grade jade of astral souls in other places. Just give me the change according to the market price, and I won't charge you any interest. Is that good enough?" Zhuo said and disappeared. Li Qinglong's jaw dropped. He knew that this guy was up to something. As expected, Li Qinglong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had a premonition that he would have to repay this debt. If a certain someone kept repeating his words and added interest, he might not be able to repay it in this lifetime. That the market price of 1,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. It was not just a sky-high price, it was a price that cost his life. However, Swollen was also an open-minded person. He quickly calmed down. If he couldn't repay it, Why did he have to? The more he owed, the more he felt at ease. Hang on, Xiaoduo. If you have the ability, come and collect the debt. I don't have money, but I do have a life. Li Chenglong turned on his computer and immersed himself in the internet. He continued to issue orders and began to investigate the numbers that had long been abandoned. As long as they existed, there must be traces to follow. Xiaoduo went upstairs and continued to absorb the jade of astral souls. Then he began the 9th compression. Almost. I've reached 4/10 of the place. After the intense pain, Xiaoduo felt weak all over. He only hoped that he could quickly complete the compression until he couldn't compress anymore. When he couldn't control the breakthrough, he would quickly break through the embryonic breathing realm and end this damn thorny path. Each compression was more painful than the last. Even if he was really stupid, he still couldn't bear it. It was only the 9th time, but Xiaoduo already felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. Everything is to suppress Nian Nian Cat. I have to work hard. I have to risk my life. I want it. I want it. Now, this was the only thought that supported him. The next morning, Li Chenglong was still in his dream when Xiaoduo pulled him up. At this moment, the sky was still dark. So early, Li Chenglong had been busy until late yesterday. He was exhausted and wanted to sleep more. Don't sleep. Let's go now. Xiaoduo wouldn't say that he had been tormented by Xiao Long for the whole night. It was strange. These days, Xiao Long would come punctually every night, or more accurately, as soon as Xiaoduo fell asleep, and pesters Xiaoduo. Play with me. Xiaoduo was annoyed beyond words. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in contact with Li Zhongming for a long time and had a considerable resistance to dreams, Xiaoduo wouldn't have been able to deal with it. But now, the situation was different. After Xiao Long arrived, Xiaoduo began to mutter, "This is a dream. This is a dream." Then, he successfully dispelled it. Xiao Long didn't have any other desire, but it pestered Xiaoduo for luck points. However, Xiaoduo regarded luck points as important as his life. How could he give it away so easily? Oh, I worked hard to read people's fortune and earn some points. Then, I gave them to you in my dreams at night? What benefits did you give me? You didn't give me anything. It was like this every time. Give me that. And what did you give me? I'm so poor. I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. Xiao Long was also extremely miserable now. Xiaoduo didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Every time he spoke, Xiaoduo began to say, "I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming." I haven't finished speaking. Every time I just say the opening line, "I'm so poor." And you expel me. You don't even listen to me. How do you know that I can't give you any benefits? This good brother of his was a huge disappointment to the dragon. Those numbers, 4 are in Shangjing, and 1 is in Fenghai. Fenghai is the number assigned to North City. As for the 4 numbers in Shangjing, 3 are in the East City District, and 1 is in the Central City District. Is there anything else? These 5 numbers have only been used once. They're new, so they'll be thrown away after 1 use. The IDs found are useless. They're all ordinary people's. They're fake. Anything else? The call in the Central City District of Shangjing was longer, but it didn't exceed a minute. Anything else? I can't find anything else. However, this time, even when Xingtian was curious, what was in the envelopes? How could it be the strongest support? The things in the envelopes are very simple. Hee, it's the plan I'm giving you. Xiaoduo chuckled, and his body suddenly became less straight. He used a sincere tone and said, "We're all classmates. How can I just watch you guys get surpassed?" So I thought of a way in advance for everyone. Last night, I thought of a brilliant plan all night. Everyone in the class was confused, including the class teacher, Wen Xingtian. As you all know, I introduced myself at the beginning of the semester. I'm the most skilled in divination, second in wealth, and last in cultivation. So Xiaoduo said proudly, "Just for this experience, I've helped each of you with a divination. The plan in the envelopes is from me. It's the most suitable location for your face and fate. As long as you follow the directions in the envelopes, you'll definitely return with a full load. You'll be rich. Hearing this, the students in the class were speechless again. Looking at the envelopes in their hands, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it. The strongest support. When Xingtian almost couldn't catch his breath. You wanted to say a few words, but your real purpose was this? If you have any doubts, you can ask Li Chenglong. Well, have I been wrong? I've been wrong. So what Xiaoduo said loudly. However, divination can't be taught easily, and divination can't be seen for free. Last night, I peeked into the secrets of heaven and lost a lot of energy. Now, I can't prove it with words. Based on the profits of this operation, if my divination is accurate and you don't fall out of the 36th place, and the profits are satisfactory, the person involved will have to give me 10,000 yuan. How about it? There was silence. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. You want to charge 350,000 yuan just for this? Do you think we're fools? I can consider 5,000 yuan. So Xiaoduo laughed dryly. More and more people were silent. If there were people who believed a little just now that they heard the person involved take the initiative to lower the price, they wouldn't believe it. 2,000. With a muffled sound, Zhou Xiaoduo was kicked back by Wen Xingtian. When Xingtian's face was ashen, he said sternly, "Let's go." He took the lead and left. Zhou Xiaoduo was still chattering behind him. It's really accurate. Li Chenglong covered Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth from behind. Boss, true knowledge comes from practice. If it's effective, we'll pay for it. Why are you devaluing yourself? You're really not cut out for business. The students were in an uproar. Li Chenglong was indeed Zhou Xiaoduo's sidekick. The two of them were the same kind of people. When Xingtian quickened his pace, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong hurried to catch up. The group of people broke through the morning fog like sharp arrows. From afar, in another direction, there were also long dragons. One after another, they soared into the sky and broke through the fog, flying out of the city. The Hidden Dragon High School's 24 new classes had all set off for the training ground. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing walked side by side, with Li Chenglong who had caught up. When they saw Li Chenglong carefully put away the envelope, they couldn't help but ask, "Swollen, the class monitor is playing tricks. Why are you following him?" Everyone saw it. There's no point in pretending. Li Chenglong snorted and said, "If you don't believe me, you don't have to do it. Anyway, you're the ones who will lose. Boss is just kind and wants to pull you guys along. If I had his ability, I would definitely hide." He actually called me Swollen. Li Chenglong, Miss Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and the others. Although he was getting closer to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, he still felt uncomfortable being called Swollen. As long as he recalled the scene of Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yusheng, and the others calling him Swollen, he would feel happy. Perhaps this was the difference? Seeing that Xiang Chong was still half believing and half doubting, Li Chenglong snorted and said, "You guys are just short-sighted." When Class Monitor's was in Phoenix City, the average price he charged for fortune-telling was 200,000. It was nothing. Some rich people who went to get their fortunes told would spend at least $1 million just to ask him for a few words. Really? Xiang Bing asked in shock. I don't want to argue with you guys now. Real knowledge comes from practice. Let the facts speak for themselves. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. How dare you say that I'm flattering you? We've been classmates for a while now. Have you and your sister ever seen me say a single lie or exaggeration? The brother and sister were a little dumbfounded. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. What should I say? Let's talk about a few days ago. Our principal Yi also asked class monitor Zhou for fortune-telling. Humph. Li Chenglong looked around sneakily and lowered his voice. Also, why did Grandma sure grab Zhou Xiaoduo and leave after snatching the table that time? She must have asked him for fortune-telling. Li Chenglong expected better from them. You guys obviously took advantage of him and thought that he did something to you. Really? You don't know how lucky you are. At this point, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and a few others suddenly left the group like arrows and ran back the way they came. They only left one sentence. Why didn't you say so earlier when you threw it away? Before they finished speaking, they were already gone. It turned out that these people didn't believe Xiaoduo's words at all, and had already thrown the envelope away. Li Chenglong tilted his head and looked proud. Why should I tell you? I just like to see you guys run back to get it when you're tired like dogs. There were another 4 or 5 people who ran back together with him. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong immediately tightened their grip on the envelope in their hands. They still felt unsafe and quickly put it into their space rings. Then, the rest of the way turned into Li Chenglong's science talk show. It was a talk show that talked about Master Zhuo's great achievements. Zhuo was known as Master Zhuo back in Phoenix City. Blah blah. Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. Like that person, or that person. Chapter 425. Li Chenglong knew quite a lot. He told them one by one, and they were all legendary stories. Between the lines, it was as if he was a heavenly fortune teller. He was like a living immortal in the mortal world. I'll tell you one thing. If there's anything you don't understand, if there's something you don't like, if there's trouble in your family, if your ancestral graves don't match, if you're always unlucky, marriage, future, fate, life and death situations being framed by others, etc., everything, Li Chenglong said resolutely, you can look for Zhuo for guidance. We're all classmates, so I don't think Zhuo will take you into much. It's fine as long as you're okay with it. But you have to seize the opportunity. Zhuo is very busy. After graduation, you won't be together anymore. At that time, it'll be difficult to find Zhuo again. A person's identity, position, and social status all change with time, place, and environment. Once the wind and clouds turn into a dragon, the past is the present, and the present is not. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others all agreed. When Xing Qian, who was at the front, heard every word. For a moment, he only felt a stomach full of complaints. This was Xiaoduo. He actually brought a hairdryer with him when he went to school. There's no limit to how much he can blow. Li Chenglong kept blowing, and it was as if he was in the clouds. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was afraid that no one would believe him at first, became calm and relaxed. With his hands behind his back, he followed beside Wen Xingtian. He had the demeanor of an immortal and the demeanor of an expert. He was like a celestial drop from the sky, floating in the wind. There was an indescribable elegance and an endless free and easy feeling. He looked very elegant, and his temperament was even better. Of course, the main thing was that he looked really good. So the image was naturally very good. Thick fog rolled in front of them. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the morning fog was even more like the tide and the sea. It was a magnificent sight. When Xingtian led his men into the thick fog, so Xiaoduo, who was beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. With his hands behind his back, so Xiaoduo flew in after him, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He recited, I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds above the clouds. Today, I stepped into the mundane world, and my hands touched the mortal world. With a glance, I saw through the 3 lives of people, and with a word, I understood all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must look for Master Zhuo. Cough, cough, cough. One Xingtian coughed for a while. His breathing was muddy. He fell down 300 zhangs from the sky before he flew back up. With a dark face, he scolded, Shut up. Zhuo Xiaoduo was startled. So he kept his hands behind his back without saying a word and continued to fly. They did not encounter a single person along the way. Not even a single divine sense was detected. The students of the Hidden Dragon High School were training, and a large number of teachers were accompanying them. The atmosphere was earth-shattering, and no one in the city dared to breathe loudly. It was said that there was a martial artist in the past who muttered, What's there to be proud of? The vice principal went out to whore. Is it glorious? In the end, the teacher in charge of the Hidden Dragon High School team flew down and caught him. After asking about the power he belonged to, he went straight to the door. For ordinary people, we can let them go, and we can't. But for martial artists, we need to come up with an explanation. In the end, all the members of this gang were caught and interrogated. And the people who led the team that year were Wen Xingtian and Zhang Xiaofei. After finding out that there were other crimes, these two people directly took action and slaughtered the entire gang. From then on, any martial artist who wanted to badmouth the Hidden Dragon High School first had to find a secret place to do so. The anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School had already reached the sky, and there was nowhere to vent it. Whoever dared to show their face would be unlucky. No one was stupid. That year, Vice Principal Schur had a student who was drinking with his colleagues at the Sun Moon Pass. A senior officer was drunk and treated the matter of the Hidden Dragon High School as a joke. In the end, all the students at the front line of the Hidden Dragon High School boycotted him, regardless of their superiors or subordinates. They were beaten up dozens of times a day. After that, Commander Dongfang directly gave the order to dismiss him and expel him from the army. Commander Dongfang only said one sentence. Even if you went a whore with your cloud transformation realm cultivation, what prostitute in this world could resist you? Even if you were at the inner core realm, you could no longer find ordinary people to vent your desires. It's fine if people who don't know the truth say it, but you, a high-level martial artist, actually said it. That means you did it intentionally. You don't respect heroes, and you don't deserve to serve in our army. If not for the military rules and regulations, I would have killed you with my own hands. That was what Marshal Dongfang had said. He hadn't changed a single word. Everyone went out of the city. A boundary separated the two sides. The inner side was calm and peaceful, and that was Fenghai City. Outside, meteors fell from the sky, and pits were everywhere. It was like the battlefield of the technological era a long time ago, when thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, and the earth was filled with smoke. From the moment we leave the city, the curtains of this trial will be drawn. When Xingtian waited for everyone to finish lining up, he said, "Now, turn on all the trial communicators and check if they are normal." All of them were turned on. Immediately, the red dots on their wrists kept flashing. I have already told you the relevant rules more than once. When you successfully hunt prey, this communicator will automatically record and take a picture. Then, press the button on it, and the school will receive your message. When the time comes, take your harvest back to the school to count it. When the numbers are correct, the final result will be calculated. When Xingtian said this, he deliberately glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo. There is no possibility of robbery. Master Zhuo's expression did not change. He stood with his hands behind his back, tall and slender, and continued to maintain his calm and sage-like temperament. He was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. When the prey is found, it is naturally possible for two or more people to find it together. When Xingtian sighed heavily and said, "At that time, you have to pay attention to your actions. You can compete with each other, but you can't harm your own people. Everyone's communicators will be recording and taking pictures together. Once you're found to have violated the rules, you will be immediately expelled from the Hidden Dragon Academy." Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes shone brightly and said, "We can still compete. Put away your bad ideas." When Xingtian scolded loudly, "Oh!" Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his head in shame. Suddenly, there was laughter from the group. There is no such thing as a designated area. You can go through the entire outskirts. As long as you are strong enough, you will naturally be able to get more rewards. Why limit your vision to the rewards of others? But you have to be careful. You have to have at least a star beast in the embryonic breathing realm to get points. After the ranking, the prey that you have obtained will be handed over to the school. It will become the source of your first credits in the school. When Xingtian looked at his watch and said, "The duration of this practical experience is 3 days. The rewards of these 3 days will at least be enough credits for the next half a month. After this, the new students are not allowed to come out for practical experience until the end of the month. At the beginning of next month, the freshman competition will begin. The second practical experience will only be held 10 days after the competition. For the remaining half a month of the freshman period, you will consume resources but not credits. However, from the first of next month onwards, all related resources, including food and drinks, will have to be exchanged with credits. Do you remember? When Xing Tian emphasized, you have to save at least half a month's worth of living and practicing necessities. Otherwise, you will have to consume the storage in your space ring. However, that will be a very embarrassing thing in the Hidden Dragon High School. Do you remember everything? The overall commander in charge of this practical experience was the vice president of the Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Quangren. In the morning fog, an extremely burly figure could be seen crossing the morning fog and appearing in midair. Everyone gather. The other classes, including Zhua Xiaoduo's class, all gathered in that direction. However, at this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo saw the facial features of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. His expression suddenly changed. Black chi rushed to the sky, a great calamity of life and death. Zhua Xiaoduo's heart thumped. It wasn't there when they set off just now. Why was it there now? He moved closer to Li Chenglong and said, "What did Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing say?" Li Chenglong said, "They said that they will act according to the instructions in the brocade pouch." Zhua Xiaoduo frowned. Something is wrong. Li Chenglong, I just bragged to you. How is it wrong? Don't slap me in the face so soon. Zhua Xiaoduo didn't say anything. He just caught up with the team with a sullen face. He chased after Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing and said in a low voice, "Now listen to me. Don't say a word." Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were both stunned, but they cooperated and listened quietly. When you get out of the city, you two will temporarily split up and immediately go to the 11 o'clock direction. You must do as I say. Zhua Xiaoduo's voice was very urgent. Why? Xiang Bing's face was full of confusion. This time we are acting alone. We can't act together. Xiang Chong, however, looked thoughtful. Now listen to me. Zhua Xiaoduo growled and then whispered, "Think about Vice President Cheng's family affairs. If you two want to follow in his footsteps, then do it." Their faces changed color, and they were stunned on the spot. Your great-grandfather's reappearance this time is too forceful and has already greatly affected the other party's interests. Just now, in the morning, I saw that there was nothing wrong with your faces, but now your faces are filled with a dark aura. An unforeseen event in an instant, and the aura has changed greatly, mainly due to the interference of a powerful external factor, which is the so-called sudden change. In other words, the other party decided to act at the last moment. So Xiaoduo said, "I think it's very likely that because the theme of this training is based on individuals, the other party wants to make a move when you two are alone and use you two to attack your great-grandfather. I have to say, this is really a heaven-sent opportunity for them. Think about it. Your great-grandfather is the person in charge of this experiential learning. But his great-grandchildren have an accident. Who should be responsible for this? How is this going to end? Once it happens, the Xiang family will not only have to die before their children, but also have to bear the joint responsibility." Xiang Bing's pretty face turned pale. That year, Vice President Cheng's family affairs were so nasty that everyone who knew about it cursed. Now, someone wanted to use such a method to deal with her. A promising young man was seriously injured and died in the mouth of a star beast. Such a despicable method. Was it going to appear again today? Because of the convenience of insightful insight, we were on guard. Coupled with the chi sealing of many teachers in the Hidden Dragon High School, cultivators above nascent soul can't come in silently. Those who can come in are below nascent soul. I've already told Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to meet me at 11 o'clock after they enter. As long as the person's strength is not above nascent soul, I think I can still resist a wave of attacks. But Teacher Wen, you can't show off now. If you act now, it will only make the other party give up on the established plan. When Xing Tian nodded silently, this sentence was not wrong at all. Actually, I hope that this time we can catch them alive. Sua Xiaoduo said, if I'm not wrong, it should be related to the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family. At the very least, it should be related to one of the 5 principals. This is inevitable. In fact, the other party chose the perfect time. If it wasn't for my accidental intervention, this tragedy would have been inevitable. Understand? When Xing Tian took a deep breath. In other words, you can't act rashly. Sua Xiaoduo said, give me a way to contact you immediately. Immediately? When Xing Tian frowned and took out a piece of low-grade jade of astral souls. He said, can you crush this? It's a piece of cake. That's good. When Xing Tian was still a little worried, he first crushed a few cracks on the low-grade jade of astral souls and then used his power to bind a trace of divine soul power on it. Crush this. I'll be there as soon as possible. Okay, so Xiaoduo carefully put it away. He thought about it and still felt uneasy. He said, Teacher Wen, I can't expose this matter. If people find out about this ability of mine. Sigh, I shouldn't have sent the letter this morning. This isn't Phoenix City after all. I shouldn't be so high profile. You're just a bastard who can't even hold 2 tails of sesame oil in your stomach. Who do you think I did that for in the morning? Just based on this number alone, if it had been in the previous years, he would have been the champion without a doubt. In such a short period of time, he had gained 327 astral beasts. The first place was already in the bag. However, looking at the first place in reality, a few teachers only felt depressed. They didn't even want to say anything. 9,495. No, 9,541. Fuck, it changed again. One of the teachers felt that his 3 views had been completely destroyed. It was simply, could it be that the astral beasts that this brat encountered were all half dead? But there are so many of them. How could they all be like this? 300 miles passed in a flash. In front of him, a thick fog rose. Waves of fierce aura spread out from afar. If he continued forward, he would already be in the territory of the Origin Core realm astral beasts. However, Xiaoduo didn't even think and rushed in. This time, Xiaoduo didn't use any hidden weapons or swords. He directly used the dragon blood flying dagger. These Origin Core realm astral beasts in front of him were definitely more durable than the ones in front of him. Pu.3 huge pythons as thick as water tanks were the first to be killed. So Xiaoduo killed each of them with a single slash and then threw them into his ring. However, this small movement had already alerted the surroundings. Shwa shwa shwa. Many more pythons appeared one after another. It was obvious that this was a gathering place of pythons. They had snow-white skin, beautiful patterns, and bright red horns on their heads. They were all early-stage Origin Core realm astral beasts. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. A strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Seeing this, Xiaoduo hurriedly kept the dragon blood flying dagger. There was an introduction in the first grade of the heavens. The quality of the python meat was extremely good. After cooking, the taste was especially good. It was the best consumable in the first grade of the heavens. They had been purchasing it, but the supply still couldn't meet the demand. Also, the patterns on the python skin were extremely beautiful. It was the favorite of the ladies in Fenghai City. If one had a piece of clothing made from the python skin, not only would it add to the beauty, it would also be a symbol of status. However, because there was a python king in this area, It was extremely dangerous for those who didn't have enough cultivation to come here. They could easily lose their lives. However, those with higher cultivation didn't care about this little benefit. It was because of this that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Furthermore, this was the training area of the Hidden Dragon Realm. Outsiders couldn't come in. These can't be recorded in the results. These are all the ways for me to make a fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the cat spirit sword and used the drizzle sword art. Casually, silently, yet meticulously, he stabbed the python's 7 inches and kept it in his spatial ring. Extremely meticulous. This was all money. Sword light flashed. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was like a hard-working farmer who was tirelessly harvesting crops. They even started to sing. We, the common people, are so happy today. More than 500 pythons were collected by Zhuo Xiaoduo without leaving a single one behind. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. 2 gigantic snow-white snakes escaped into the depths of the cloud of dust as if they were risking their lives. They were the 2 python kings of this settlement. Seeing how ferocious Zhuo Xiaoduo was, the snake king, whose body was as thick as 3 water tanks, didn't even have a desire to fight. The first thought that came to its mind was to run away in a panic. How could it still care about whether it could afford to provoke the star beast inside? So Xiaoduo shouted, "Hey, my money, where do you think you're going?" He quickly chased after them. The cat spirit sword pierced through the air and pierced the python's 7 inches, nailing it to the ground. The python continued to struggle, but the cat spirit sword was so sharp that the more it struggled, the more serious its injury would be. So Xiaoduo didn't even look at the result after throwing the sword. He chased after the python king, who didn't care about its mate's life and death. With a leap, he blocked the python's path. He said disdainfully, "Is that your wife or your husband? You don't have the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. You only care about running away. You're really hateful." He casually gave the python king a crime and then punched it in the face. When the snake king saw that the god of death was at its door, it risked its life to counterattack. It swung its tail madly, but Zhuo Xiaoduo's fist landed on its tail. Due to the impact, the tail was knocked back. Zhuo Xiaoduo's first move was successful. He rushed forward and punched the snake's head 7 or 8 times in succession until the snake was dizzy. Only then did he lightly shatter the snake's brain. He couldn't destroy the integrity of its skin. He looked back at the other python and couldn't help but feel heartache. "Stop fighting. Fuck, I cut the skin. My money." He quickly put away the 2 python kings and took out the cat's spirit sword from the python's 7 inches. He shook it in his hand, and it became spotless again. Following which, he continued to search the area vertically and horizontally in search of valuable items. An hour later, Zhuo Xiaoduo left the area and rushed to the 11 o'clock direction. Although he was rushing to his destination, he still killed all the star beasts along the way. In the area that Zhuo Xiaoduo had wreaked havoc, no star beasts dared to live in it for half a year. They were really slaughtered too cleanly. At the 11 o'clock direction, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing had already met up. The 2 of them followed the basic rules. They were separated by a few hundred meters and sprinted to search. They seemed to be doing their own thing, but in fact they were watching each other closely. The 2 of them were twins after all. Even if they walked together, no one would say anything. This kind of concern was only natural in the eyes of outsiders. However, along the way, the 2 of them didn't find anything noteworthy. Similarly, there were no signs of danger. With their current cultivation, they could basically fight a normal inner elixir realm practitioner. Dealing with these embryonic, breathing realm star beasts was really not difficult. Xiang Bing finally took out her exclusive weapon. It was the same as Xiang Chong's, the Overlord's halberd. However, it was no wonder that Xiang Bing didn't usually take it out. As a girl, holding the Overlord's halberd in battle, the visual impact alone was already subversive. Compared to the long sword that Li Chenglong was used to, the Overlord's halberd was like an embroidery needle. The brother and sister duo rushed forward. The 2 of them rushed to the top of a hill and faced each other from a distance. They stood still with the Overlord's halberd in their hands, planning to rest for a while. With such a powerful Overlord's halberd as a weapon, its power was unparalleled. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. The two of them had to catch their breath. At this moment, in the forest on one side. Wow, what a coincidence! Swishaoduo laughed loudly and rushed out. What a coincidence! You guys have also killed your way here? How was it? How was your harvest? Chapter 428. On the other side of the dense forest, there was a pile of shrubbery that had been smashed into pieces. There was also a hole in the ground. The five people who were about to get up immediately lay down again. They looked at each other. Why is there another person here? Where did this guy come from? With this guy, wouldn't there be a change in this round? Not bad. Xiang Chong laughed. How about you? My harvest is average, but it's not a problem for me to get into the top 3. Swishaoduo smiled heroically and rushed up the mountain in one breath. He greeted Xiang Bing. Bing Danner, come, take a rest. I have food and drinks here. I have everything. As long as you want it, I will give it to you. Xiang Bing's face was red as she rushed over with the Overlord halberd. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you to death. Swishaoduo laughed. Then, the three of them spread out an oilcloth on the top of the mountain. They took a variety of dishes and ate heartily. Swishaoduo even opened 2 bottles of wine. Come. Let's drink to relieve our fatigue. For a moment, the aroma of wine filled the air. The 5 people in the pit in the bushes almost broke their teeth. Damn, they thought this was a cushy job. After killing Xiang Chong, the 5 of them would enjoy Xiang Bing, and then leave her corpse in the wilderness. But now, the script was not going in the right direction. They were eating and drinking there, and they were at the top of the mountain, looking down from above, in full view of everyone. They couldn't do anything. The 5 of them could only eat dirt in the pit. The mentality was seriously unbalanced. After a while, he heard the 3 people's unscrupulous and boisterous conversation coming one after another. How much exactly? Xiang Chong asked. Me? I have at least 5,000 to 6,000 heads in my account. Swishaoduo laughed heartily. He actually hit the number. Amazing. I'm not even close to 3,000. I'm only a little over 2,700, Xiang Bing said. Come on. There's always a gap between people. Wahaha. Swishaoduo laughed smugly. But don't be careless. Xiang Bing was unconvinced and said, the number of star beasts that you have harvested is definitely the number of embryonic breathing realm star beasts. I estimate that by nighttime at most, the embryonic breathing realm spiritual beasts will be wiped out. After that, it will be the real time to compete. No matter how many there are, they can't overcome the advantage of quality. Xiang Bing said, as long as the others catch more primal core astral beasts, your score will not be higher than theirs. Swishaoduo waved his hand. If they can do it, why can't I continue to do it? It can't be that they're the only ones doing it while we sleep leisurely, right? That's true. What do we do next? Xiang Chong asked. Bing Dan was right about something just now. If we continue to hunt star beasts in the embryonic breathing realm now, there's indeed not much meaning. Swishaoduo raised his wine cup and toasted her. He downed it in one gulp and said, let's rest here for a while and replenish our energy. When it's cooler in the afternoon, we will enter the Primal Core Realm area and specifically target the Primal Core Realm star beasts. Xiang Bing frowned and said, the places where the Primal Core Realm star beasts live are mostly areas with complicated terrains and dense fog. Usually the fog is poisonous. Won't it be dangerous to go in rashly? Swishaoduo said, what are you afraid of? Xiang Chong and I are both here. When the time comes, you will be in the middle. Xiang Chong will be 300 meters to the left, and I will be 300 meters to the right. The 3 of us will take care of each other. What can happen? Even if there is an unforeseen event, we will shout a warning. The 3 of us will quickly rush out together. What danger can we not handle? Swishaoduo took on the responsibility. Listen to me. It will definitely be correct. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's eyes lit up. They said that would be the best. The 5 people in the hole heard this strategy clearly. They could not help but look at each other. If that was the case, then it would be great. It would be best to drag it out until nighttime. It would be easier to move. All those with Xiaoduo and the others were discussing loudly. There was nothing suspicious. This was because the students of the Hidden Dragon High School all discussed like this. There was nothing shameful about it. Individual actions did not completely separate them from the group. Discussion was one thing. As long as you fought the Star Beast alone, you could record your own results. Even if there were many people watching from the side, as long as you fought alone, it was your own gain. This was not a conflict. A few hundred meters away, there were a few pairs of students discussing as well. Their voices were also very loud. They could also hear it clearly here. This was the training ground. When the meteors in the sky were constantly smashing down, it was simply too normal. Because if your voice was too soft, your companions would not be able to hear it. As for when there was danger and unforeseen events, it was only right and reasonable for them to work together to deal with it. Under the gaze of the 5 people who looked like they were about to spit fire, the 3 of them actually started resting from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A full 7 hours passed just like that. The 5 of them could only lie down in the hole. They did not dare to move at all. They also had to guard against the falling meteors from the sky and whether they would hit their heads or bodies. So Xiaoduo and the others could casually slap the meteors away while drinking wine. However, they could not. Even if they did not take it head-on, their movements could not be too big. After 7 hours of hiding, their waists were already stiff from lying on ground. On the hillside, the 3 people's gazes were focused on them as they drank and chatted. It was as if they were admiring the scenery. This was so fucking infuriating. Finally, the sun set in the west. The weather gradually became cooler and the night breeze blew gently. The 3 men who were drinking on the hillside also stood up one by one. Let's go. Let's go. Xiangbing, you'll be in the middle later. If anything happens, you must shout. So Xiaoduo commanded on the spot. Okay. The 5 people below were so angry that their stomachs swelled. This brat is here to make things more difficult for us, isn't he? But it doesn't matter. Since you insist on coming, we'll take care of you as well. Even if you're the champion of the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, how talented are you? After all, you've only entered the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy for a few days. How much cultivation can you have? In front of an absolute difference in cultivation level, you're still a little brother. Straight ahead. Don't go astray. So Xiaoduo reminded again, as if he was worried. Understand, Xiangbing nodded. Roar. So Xiaoduo let out a strange cry and took the lead to rush down the hillside. Xiangchong and Xiangbing also jumped up and left the hilltop. After a long while, the other side finally moved. What should we do? Should we move immediately? Let's wait a little longer. We'll move around and rest for a while. We'll move around 10 p.m. The 5 people were all wearing the uniform of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. It's too early. There might be an accident. 10 p.m. is still too early. I think so too. Then let's do it at midnight or after midnight. Let's do it at 2 a.m. This is the time when normal people are the most tired and their willpower is the weakest. We have the highest chance of success. We must finish on the first day and retreat quickly. Otherwise, when they gather on the 3rd day and start searching, we won't be able to hide at all. There'll be endless trouble. Understood. Number 2 and 3, you guys go and deal with number 1. He said, crush him directly. I'll confirm again. That bastard is called Xiaoduo. He's the champion of the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament. His strength is far above Xiangchong and Xiangbing. You 2 go all out and kill him in the shortest time possible. Understand? Understood. Number 4 and 5, you 2 go and deal with Xiangchong. The same way you dealt with Xiaoduo. Don't give them a chance to call for help. The 4 of them were silent for a moment. What did the boss mean? Did this mean that he was going to deal with Xiangbing by himself? Did he plan to take it all for himself? Do it by himself? There's no share for us? The boss looked at the 4 people's faces and immediately understood what they were thinking. He said angrily, what are you thinking? Are you afraid that I'll take it all for myself? The way I'm doing it now is the most effective and fastest way to kill the target. If the 5 of us were to move together, wouldn't I be the one to go first? Do you have any objections? Or are you unhappy? What are you talking about? Boss, you should be the first. The other 4 laughed lasciviously. As long as the boss didn't take it all for himself. What they were afraid of was that the boss would kill them with a slap after having his fun. That would be boring. Don't keep thinking about this. This matter is very important. I'm telling you, if we mess it up, none of us will be able to escape. Dying without a burial ground is considered a light punishment. Of course. Boss, have you planned the retreat route? Of course. As long as we complete this mission, we will immediately leave Fenghai. This place is already outside the city. In the next 2 days, we will cross 10,000 miles and hide our identities. I have already prepared a new identity for all of us. After that, we just need to wait for the money to be transferred to our account. 1 billion. Brothers, this time I won't take much. We 5 brothers will take 200 million each. For the sake of our harmony for the rest of our lives, we will split it equally. The boss smiled and said, I don't want to quarrel with all of you for a little money in the future. How could we? The 5 brothers were all smiles. Since everything was ready, then let's do this mission and fight for a lifetime of support. Let's find a clean place and wait for the target. So with Xiaoduo, Xiangchong, and Xiangbing each did their own thing and walked forward, maintaining the same pace. In this way, Xiaoduo's harvest speed slowed down. In the monitoring room of the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School, seeing that this guy had finally slowed down, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. He stopped for 7 to 8 hours and started again. But the speed of gaining points is much slower. Yes, he should be injured. He doesn't dare to act recklessly like before. I think he must have encountered a high-level primordial core realm star beast. I think so too. Even if he is injured, with the resources on him, he should be able to recover, right? Is there a need to inform Teacher Wen? Chapter 429. I don't think it's necessary for the time being. He's starting to kill star beasts again. Even though his speed is slower than before, his growth rate is still about the same as Li Chenglong's, who is ranked 2nd. I feel that his speed is already very fast. That's true. Let's wait for a while. If his speed continues to decrease, we'll have to inform Teacher Wen Xingtian to go over and take a look. If he's really injured and we don't report it in time, it'll delay our plan. That's right. We still have to pay close attention to this Zhua Xiaoduo. The sky was getting darker, and Zhua Xiaoduo and the other 2 were getting deeper and deeper into the forest. The star beasts that appeared now were already very difficult to deal with compared to Xiangchong and Xiangbing. Their strength was basically at the late stage of the early stage Origin Core Realm. Occasionally, there would be mid-stage Origin Core Realm beasts. Xiangchong and Xiangbing had already been injured several times. There was even one time when they were surrounded by a group of star beasts. It wasn't easy for them to break out of the encirclement, so Xiaoduo didn't dare to ask for too much help. Even though the star beasts weren't difficult for him to deal with, he still pretended to be very tired and embarrassed. From time to time, he would cry out, "Ah," in a miserable voice. Fuck. He was very angry. So many. He was very frightened. Run. Come and help. Hence, Xiangchong and Xiangbing really did come over. Then, the 3 of them shouted together, rising and falling one after another. Ah, too many. Too fierce. Come and help. It had to be said that Xiangchong and Xiangbing's acting skills were at least a galaxy away from Zhua Xiaoduo's. Not to mention outstanding voice and emotion. They didn't even have the slightest bit of style. They were completely lifeless. However, the 3 of them continued to kill and kill along the way. They used real swords and spears, killing and chopping. They didn't care about acting, and they were completely immersed in the battle. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing felt that this trial was going very smoothly. They kept pressing the harvesting points on the trial communicator, almost forgetting that there were still enemies coveting them. Zhou Xiaoduo was really impressed by the brother and sister's careless temperament. Fortunately, you two grew up in a big family. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would have grown into a towering tree by now. What time is it? It was Xiang Chong's voice. 10:30 p.m., Xiang Bing replied. I'm a little tired, said Xiang Chong. Hold on a little longer. Otherwise, we might not be able to get into the top 3. Xiang Bing was also very tired, but she still encouraged Xiang Chong. How dare the two of you covet the top 3? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. Between the two of you, at most, only one of you can go in. Meng Zhongjun might not necessarily be inferior to Xiang Chong. The second place would definitely be Li Chenglong. Zhou Xiaoduo knew Li Chenglong's ability better than anyone else. That guy was very meticulous. He could guess what kind of star beast was here just by looking at a blade of grass. Who could compare with such a talent? If not for Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation and combat strength being much stronger than Li Chenglong's, even Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Li Chenglong. There were many new students in Hidden Dragon High School. There were 24 classes, with a minimum of 36 people in each class. 700 to 800 people were scattered in this area, but there was basically no one to be seen. The trial area was really too big. As time passed, the gap between each class would only widen. All the students were trying their best to harvest their credits. The more the better. Even if they couldn't get into the rankings, it was still a harvest. It was also a resource for the future. No matter what, they couldn't be left too far behind. At the very least, they had to have enough credits. If they were left behind once, they would be left behind again and again. Others would never stop and wait for you. The same batch of students who entered the school had the same background. Some of them had become generals in the Sun Moon Pass, but some of them weren't even squadron leaders. This kind of thing could be found everywhere. Most of the students who were promoted to Hidden Dragon High School were outstanding in the martial arts schools they came from. Naturally, no one wanted to be left behind. They persisted until after midnight. So Xiaoduo felt that it was about time. He began to consciously move closer to the center. If it were me, how would I do it? If I were to do this, I would definitely do it on the first night because I still need time to escape. My own life is more valuable than other people's. So I would prepare everything for my escape, including identity, money, route, and possible supply points. If it were me, when would I choose to do it on the first night? After midnight and before 3 o'clock in the morning. Before midnight is too early, and after 3 o'clock is too late. If I do it after 3 o'clock, the darkest time before 4:30 is not enough for me to run too far. Once dawn comes, it will be too easy for me to be discovered. And the most tiring time for a human's body is between midnight and 3 o'clock. It is also during this time that one's vigilance is the lowest. So Xiaoduo had already thought about all of this countless times. Every possibility, every hypothesis, they had all been calculated. He put himself in this state of mind, put himself in that state of mind, and calculated everything, no matter how big or small. He had already determined countless variables and had countermeasures for all of them. He didn't miss anything. Now, Zhou Xiaoduo was on Xiang Bing's left, about 200 meters away. It was obvious that even though this girl was on full alert, she had still been successfully ambushed. Damn, this was too useless. If it wasn't for Zhou Xiao Duo, this operation would have been a guaranteed success. Another horrifying tragedy. However, Zhou Xiao Duo did not attack directly. Instead, he quietly went around and moved to Xiangchong. At the same time, he crushed the jade of astral souls given to him by Wen Xingtian. Xiang Bing's life was not in danger for the time being. That guy definitely wanted to have some fun, and having fun was the goal of their trip. So Xiaoduo was very sure of this from the beginning. However, if this guy really wanted to have fun, he would need some time to prepare. However, After assessing the strength of the two people with him, Xiaoduo realized that if he delayed for even a second, Xiang Chong might die on the spot. With a brother and sister's vigilance, Xiaoduo did not dare to have any hope. Sure enough, on the other side, Xiang Chong was roaring angrily. Blood was spurting out of his body. He was obviously seriously injured. Two black figures surrounded Xiang Chong. Their hands were shining coldly, and their movements were as agile as ghosts. At the border, when Xing Tian's body, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, soared into the sky. With a single leap, he soared 1,000 meters into the air, bringing with him an extremely sharp whistling sound. His movement speed was even faster than the speed of sound. The air behind him started to burn. It actually created a long fire dragon in the night sky. This was a sign of air fire that could only appear when one's speed reached a certain level. When Xing Tian's speed was already shocking at this moment, the overwhelming aura of the imperial spirit was like the blue sky suddenly collapsing. It instantly suppressed the whole place. Isn't it awesome? Monthly votes? Their bodies were actually changing shape in the air like fairies. All the bones in their bodies had been smashed to pieces, and their bodies rapidly changed from long to round. Blood spurted out from their bodies. So Xiaoduo did not even bother to check on the two of them, nor did he care about the unconscious Xiang Chong on the ground. He immediately put away his hammers and rushed towards the center like lightning. Xiang Bing was still in the hands of the last person on the other side. In the blink of an eye, he had covered more than 700 meters. He saw that the black-clothed man had already chosen a flat area and put Xiang Bing down. At this moment, he was standing there, looking at Xiang Chong with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Obviously, he had heard the commotion just now. He already knew that there was a change in the situation. So Xiaoduo did not hesitate at all. Like a mad tiger, he rushed out and shouted, "Who are you?" His voice shook the air and spread far and wide. Previously, he could not shout. Once he did, he would alert the enemy. If this guy sent a message to the mastermind before he died, it would definitely mess up the follow-up plan. But now he could. So Xiaoduo was confident that he could control the situation. Even if when Xing Tian did not come, he could still smash this guy until he could not free himself. The man in black's expression changed. He took out a long sword and was about to attack. His strength was obviously a level higher than the previous four people. He was vaguely above the high level of inner core. However, there was a sharp sound in the sky. The biting cold aura was like the sky falling down. "Leave it to me." One Xing Tian descended from the sky with a fire dragon. In a flash, he was in front of Xiaoduo. His voice was as cold as ice. When Xing Tian was afraid that Xiaoduo would not be able to control himself and would not be able to withstand the power and kill this person. With a shout, he reached out and grabbed Xiangbing. First, the enemy would have no hostage to rely on. Although he was not afraid, he did not want that kind of change to happen. Bang! The man in black had just stabbed out with his long sword when Xing Tian's palm hit his chest. His chest felt heavy, as if it was pressed down by a mountain, and he was about to retreat. But, slap! With a backhand, he slapped the man in the face again and knocked him out. With a poof, when Xing Tian grabbed him by the chest and pulled him over. When Xing Tian did not dare to use any strength. He was afraid that he would hurt this treasure by slapping him to vent his anger. Now that he was sure that he had captured him alive, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His fingers moved like the wind and sealed all the meridians in the man's body in an instant. Then, he pinched the man's chin and exerted some force. With a crack, the man's lower jaw was dislocated. Then, he started to check from head to toe. He even checked every inch of the man's meridians. He was afraid that there was something that could immediately trigger suicide. He searched every inch of the man's body. Even his intestines were almost checked. How is Xiangchong and Xiangbing? When Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiangbing is here. He should have just fainted. Xiangchong is a little further away. He is seriously injured, but should not be fatal. I killed the 2 people who surrounded him, but I was worried about Xiangbing. I did not have time to check on his injuries and rushed here directly, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Well done. With Wen Xingtian's experience, he naturally knew the severity of the matter. He praised him and stepped in front of Xiangbing. He used his hand to feel the pulse on his wrist. Vigorous vitality rushed into his body and instantly woke Xiangbing up. However, when Xiangbing opened his eyes, Wen Xingtian had already disappeared and went to Xiangchong's side. In the blink of an eye, he came back with Xiangchong. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and shook his head. The other 2 men were dead under Zhuo Xiaoduo's full-strength sledgehammer. Wen Xingtian's gaze was a little regretful. It would have been better if they were all captured alive. However, one look at their injuries, and he knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hold back. There was not a single complete bone that was bigger than a fingernail in their bodies. How could they still be alive? What happened to my brother? Xiangbing was shocked. She thought that something had happened to Xiangchong. He's fine. It's just that I didn't stop the person who attacked him and killed him. Wen Xingtian said lightly, Xiangchong's injuries are not light. However, most of them are flesh wounds. At most, some of his muscles and bones are damaged. It's not a big deal. I'll give him some medicine later, and he'll be fine. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to hide his trump card. Wen Xingtian naturally would not let his hammer be exposed. Otherwise, what was the point of entering the Tower of Annihilation to practice martial arts every night? Of course, he had to take responsibility for everything. Xiangbing was relieved. Immediately, her face flushed red with embarrassment. It was not because of anything else. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already warned her, but she still fell into his trap. She was knocked unconscious without any strength to fight back. She did not even realize that the enemy was coming. However, after thinking deeper, her face became more and more unpredictable. Sometimes it was pale, sometimes it was red. The former was due to fear, while the latter was due to embarrassment and embarrassment. She was really too useless. Wen Xingtian did not say anything more. Even if he wanted to say something, it would not be now. After waking Xiangchong up, he applied medicine and took the medicine. Finally, he drank a whole bottle of spring water. He handed them over to Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian checked them. Their injuries were very serious, but it didn't matter. Wen Xingtian was confident that they wouldn't die and could even ensure that they lived healthily until they were worthless. Chapter 4:31. This is a treasure. We can't let it die. Wen Xingtian took out 2 bottles of spring water and poured them down their throats without hesitation. He said to Zhuo Xiaoduo, I'll ask the principal for reimbursement for this spring water. I'll reimburse you for 20 bottles. Half for you, half for me. Let's form a clique and line our own pockets. Now that the matter was settled, Wen Xingtian was in a good mood. He even joked with Zhuo Xiaoduo, I won't stand on ceremony. Huh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. This was good stuff. After drinking 1 bottle, Xiangchong's severe external injuries had scarred visibly. It was estimated that he would fully recover in half an hour. This effect was almost comparable to the nutrition chamber. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo not covet it? However, the rings of the 2 dead men were still broken. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo very unhappy. Even if these rings were not broken, they would not belong to him. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo still felt sorry for the rings that he had broken, because this meant that in the future, he would still break the rings that belonged to him. Just thinking about it made Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart twitch. That's all my money, you know? Oh, right. When Xingtian was about to leave, but he stopped and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. You, Zhuo Xiaoduo, huh? Did you really see it through physiognomy? About Xiangbing and the others? When Xingtian asked in an unprecedentedly cautious tone. I really saw it through physiognomy. As long as a person is facing a great disaster, as long as I see this person, I can see it, no matter who it is. Zhuo also answered in an unprecedentedly cautious tone. When Xingtian was stunned. After a long time, he muttered, Okay. He looked at Zhuo as if he was looking at a piece of treasure. At this moment, when Xingtian was thinking, this guy, why don't I let him fight in the future? It's a waste to let him fight with such skills. It's only right to protect him like a national treasure. However, when Xingtian himself did not think it was possible. First of all, when Xingtian would not agree to it. Zhuo would not agree to it. With this guy's current foundation, it was most likely that he would become the strongest person in the world since ancient times. How could he be compared to him with his identity as a fraud? He had walked the thorny path 20 to 30 times, and each time he had walked it several times more than the others. This was simply a deranged bastard. Go and continue with the trial. When Xingtian's gaze deepened. All right, give me the Annihilation Tower. I'll use it for a while. Bring the three of them back alive. The space ring could not store living things, but the tower could. These people could not be exposed to the outside world now. Now was not the time to talk about this. On the way back, when Xingtian's figure was not as fast as when he came, but the trajectory of his movement was much more strange. He floated like a ghost and carefully went back. At the barrier, Xiang Quangren's heart had already exploded several times, but he still had to pretend that nothing had happened. This kind of torture almost drove the first vice principal crazy. Finally, he heard the voice transmission. Come out to the big pit 1,200 meters ahead on the right. When Xingtian was back, Xiang Quangren suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone at the side was shocked. They just saw this person here enjoying the scenery with a relaxed face. Why? Did he suddenly disappear? Xiang Quangren suddenly appeared in front of Wen Xingtian. Even Wen Xingtian was shocked. Why are you so fast? What's the matter? Xiang Quangren was about to go crazy. Here, there are 5 people. 3 are alive and 2 are dead. Wen Xingtian pointed at the 3 people on the ground, but used his thigh to stop Xiang Quangren from going over. Wait a moment. You can come over after I'm done talking. You have to promise me that you'll stay calm and not act rashly. Can't you just say it? Are you crazy? Xiang Quangren was about to die from anxiety. These people want to do to Xiangcheng and Xiangbing what they did to Xiangcheng and Xiangbing. What they did to Vice Principal Cheng's family. When Xingtian said vaguely with a dark face. Xiang Quangren exploded when he heard this. Fuck their mothers. One Xingtian covered Xiang Quangren's mouth with one hand and used the highest power of the royal god tier. Xiang Quangren whimpered and looked at Wen Xingtian angrily, but in the end, he did not act rashly. Wen Xingtian lowered his voice and said sternly, I know you're angry, but old Xiang, let me tell you, you understand. You have to calm down and not be impulsive. These are the only 3 people we've caught alive in the past 20 years. If you dare to act rashly, I'll fight you to the death. The only 3 people alive. Do you understand? Not if you do. If you don't, I'll say it again. If you don't calm down, I'll attack you. When Xingtian looked at Xiang Quangren sternly, the anger in Xiang Quangren's eyes receded like the tide, and what followed was an icy calmness. This matter was too big. The only 3 people alive. If you, old Xiang, dare to kill them, I will definitely kill you. When Xingtian's eyes were bloodshot, he finally let go of Xiang Quangren. Xiang Quangren stood for a moment and calmed down. What do we do now? When Xingtian's eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. Now, only the 2 of us know about this. Xiangcheng, Xiangbing, and Zhuo. There's no one else who knows. You know better than me what to do in the aftermath of this matter. You must act quickly. When Xingtian's face darkened. Think about it. Now, are you going to go back to boss, or should I go back? Xiang Quangren said, I'll go back. You still have to take care of the students. If you leave rashly, you'll be a bigger target than me. There's a day of buffer time tomorrow, so it'll be a good opportunity for me to go back and report to boss. It'll be reasonable for me to come back and preside over the situation. I believe no one will notice anything amiss. When Xing Tian said, "Okay, then you'll use the Annihilation Pagoda to bring these people back and hand them to boss. But you have to hurry up and send the Annihilation Pagoda back to me. I still have to go back and bring Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing back. Do you understand what I mean? Now they're both dead. This is the only way to buy more buffer time." When Xing Tian said slowly, "I understand, I completely understand," Xiang Quangren suddenly perked up. "What do you understand?" When Xing Tian asked, "Well, it's to spread the news that Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong have been killed." Xiang Quangren said cleverly, "To confuse the enemy. You understand my ass." When Xing Tian couldn't help but curse, he suppressed his voice and said angrily, "What you should do is to send people to monitor all the banks from now on. It'll be fine if you can get the names of these people, but if you can't get anything out of them, you'll have to look in that direction. Even if everything goes smoothly here, the other party who sent the money is our next target. That's what you should understand. Idiot. Even if they want to silence them, if they can't find them, they can only send the money. Do you understand?" When Xing Tian scolded without holding back, Xiang Quangren lowered his head in shame. He really didn't think of that. If you don't have the ability to monitor all the banks, ask the boss to find someone. When Xing Tian pointed at Xiang Quangren's nose and said, "Only the three of us know this. If you dare to say it out loud, I'll kill you." "Well, definitely shut up and stop talking, okay? I mean, you can't say anything to the Shi and Chung sisters either. They've been suppressed for too long, so it's easy for them to change their attitude." When Xing Tian said directly, "Understood. If you understand, then hurry up and go." When Xing Tian put them into the Tower of Annihilation and said angrily, "Remember to send the Tower of Annihilation back to me as soon as possible." Xiang Quangren took it, but he was still a little unhappy. He said, "I'm older than you, my position is higher than yours, and I'm your elder brother. You scold me every day. Can't you show me some respect? Do you have a brain?" When Xing Tian rolled his eyes, "Are you that free? Do you have a lot of time? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to hear me scold you more?" Xiang Quangren did not dare to say another word and ran away. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing waited in the dense forest where they were. The brother and sister could not help but tremble. If Xiaoduo was not here today, it was easy to imagine what kind of tragic fate would have awaited them. This had nothing to do with courage. Even though they were both martial artists and had participated in many battles, this was the first time they had faced such a life-and-death battle. Not to mention the meaning behind this operation, the danger involved, and the tragic fate they would face if it came to fruition. The two of them could not help but shudder with fear. The brother and sister looked at each other and saw each other's pale faces. Zhou Xiaoduo pattered over and sat down. He said, "Look at your expressions, martial artists. With this kind of courage, haven't you killed anyone before?" Xiang Bing's face was pale. She said, "Of course we've killed people before, but the people we killed were the kind of people who committed all kinds of evil. It felt good to kill them." "You've never experienced such a conspiracy?" Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. "I really don't know how a big family like yours educates their children. You throw them out one by one like by Hua Hua. They look smooth and elegant, but they're just embroidered pillows in their bones." In the school, among the 24 form teachers, there is a traitor. At least one. When Xing Tian's eyes flashed with extreme pain. Among the 24 form teachers, which one of them didn't have a life and death experience with him? If there was really a problem with one of them. Brothers, we have all broken through the life and death obstacles on the battlefield, which is equivalent to crawling out from a pile of dead people. How can we still fall at this time? Can still be changed? When Xing Tian couldn't figure out the key point. However, the previous point was still certain. There must be a traitor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 5 of them to appear in the training grounds without making a sound. Even if the venue was twice as big, with the joint efforts of the 24 form teachers, they would be able to guard it flawlessly. Now, I can only hope that there's a problem with the locally recruited form teachers, and not you guys. Wen Xingtian closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. An hour later, Xiang Quangren's figure appeared in front of Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian didn't waste any time. After receiving the space-destroying pagoda, his body turned into an invisible smoke and rushed in the direction of Xiangcheng and Xiangbing. Only after successfully putting the siblings into the space-destroying pagoda did Wen Xingtian feel slightly relieved. Then, he waved his hand and called Zhuo Xiaoduo over. Wen Xingtian began to calculate and formulate a follow-up plan step by step, but he intended to let Zhuo Xiaoduo be the advisor to perfect the plan. This was because Wen Xingtian found that Zhuo Xiaoduo's degree of experience in this kind of thing was at least further than Xiang Quangren's. As for the problem of the traitor, after Wen Xingtian finished speaking, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately gave a different direction of reference. Even on the battlefield, there are real swords and spears, and there are few tricks. You really don't have many ways to deal with those dark sides. It's normal that you can't deal with them, Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. But as a martial arts school, it's a mistake to avoid these dark sides too well. Yes, Wen Xingtian's face was heavy. Why go back this time? I'll specifically mention it at the school meeting. You can continue the trial. Wen Xingtian said, I'll go back first. I'll borrow the air-exterminating pagoda for 2 days. Don't worry, it won't swallow you. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of righteousness. Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of stingy person? If the school wants to use it, just use it. He was forthright and generous. Wen Xingtian was stunned and said, why don't the school requisition it for half a year, and we'll talk about the follow-up after half a year. Zhuo Xiaoduo was suddenly dumbfounded. He looked at Wen Xingtian with a twisted face. Wen Xingtian pointed at this guy and made him stagger. You dare to play this game in front of me? You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but your methods are still immature. You're just a kid. Get lost. Okay, I'll get lost. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran away like a wisp of smoke. He was afraid that if he stayed for a second, the requisition for half a year would become reality. Damn! A head teacher who was stationed here felt the abnormal movement, but he did not expect that there would be such a daring person who dared to take such a big risk. He hurriedly gave an order and chased after him. As a result, after chasing for hundreds of miles, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo rushing out desperately with 7 or 8 fluffy, snow-white little guys in his arms. His face was full of urgency and his whole body was in a mess. He was as busy as a stray dog, as anxious as a fish that escaped the net, as a weasel that succeeded in stealing a chicken, fleeing in panic. Teacher, run. No. Can you help to block them? Before he finished speaking, he passed by with a whoosh. Damn, the teacher cursed. Which class are you from, you bastard? But Zhuo Xiaoduo was already gone. Immediately, he saw thousands of huge white tigers rushing out from inside. Each of them had a pair of wings on their ribs, a striking word king on their heads, and 2 sharp golden horns. They were twice the size of an ordinary elephant, and there were faint flashes of thunder and lightning on their golden horns. Surging, flashing, and crazily rushing over. The moment they saw this teacher, they attacked together. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts blasted over in unison. Son of a bitch. This teacher had teleported several thousand feet away in a flash. He felt speechless in his heart. He had already reached the extreme. How long had this bastard been in there? And he had already caused such a big trouble. This group of lightning white tigers had obviously been driven crazy by him, and they had even pushed the blame onto him. The taste of being a scapegoat was not good. At this moment, even if they saw the teacher running away, the group of lightning white tigers still ignored the previous boundary and crazily chased after him, turning out in full force. This formed a situation of one person running in front and thousands of lightning white tigers chasing behind, like a huge wave rolling over. The scene was simply spectacular to the extreme. As the head teacher ran, he roared to the sky, "Come quickly! Help me chase this group of tigers back." The head teacher was very sullen, very sullen. How could there be no reason for these tigers to be here? Although the training area outside Fonghai City seemed to be an ungoverned area, but if there were no divisions, how could it become the training ground of the Hidden Dragon High School? That year, it took a lot of effort to divide it layer by layer, and then various visible and invisible disturbances were applied, little by little influencing the Star Beasts to occupy their own territories and divide them clearly. These were all treasures, renewable and sustainable resources. With his cultivation, of course he could kill them, and even kill all of these lightning white tigers. But these were all Star Beasts for the students to train. What was the point of killing them? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? In fact, the training area that the Hidden Dragon High School had created with his own strength, even the adventurers of Fonghai City were not allowed to enter. Why? It was to keep these fellows to continue to develop and to be used for the students to train. But now, that kid who had just entered had stolen several nests of their cubs. The reason why it was several nests was because these lightning white tigers would never give birth to more than 3 cubs each time. And in that guy's arms, there were at least 7 or 8 cubs. Damn it. The teacher was completely speechless. Which class is this bastard from? Does he have any manners? It was already the 3rd day, and the student stamina had basically reached its limit. This was especially true for the area around them. After a few freaks had swept through the area like a plow, and with the combined efforts of 800 to 900 students, almost all of the adult Star Beasts had been captured. Many students had already stopped trying to catch them, and had instead gathered together to chat. As for the remaining ones that had escaped the net, even if they caught all of them, it would not change the current ranking. In such a big environment, the teachers naturally had some time to calm down. When they heard the long howls, they immediately rushed over. And when they looked over, they were all shocked. Some of the smarter ones instantly knew the whole story. It must be that these lightning white tigers' nests have been stolen. Otherwise, they would not be so crazy. When Xingqian also came, when he saw such a scene, there was almost no hesitation, and he did not need to use his brain to know who did this good deed. Other people, besides not having such big guts, also did not have such big methods. It must be that troublemaker. He did not have time to explain in detail, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, crashing down on the tiger pack. The group of lightning white tigers instantly felt an irresistible and terrifying aura, as if life and death were at stake. They suddenly stopped in their tracks, and some of them rubbed their front paws on the ground, and rubbed them far away before they could regain their footing. After a short while, thousands of white tigers roared towards the sky. Howl when Xingtian shouted sternly, "Go back!" Thousands of white sword auras suddenly appeared in his hands, and they were filled with murderous intent. Under the extreme pressure of the threat of death, the lightning white tigers turned around unwillingly and retreated. Many of them roared at the sky, but after a short while, they all lowered their heads and looked back every few steps. Their cubs were lost, but they did not want to lose their lives too. This 2-legged beast in front of them was too scary, and they could not afford to offend it. At most, they could go back and work harder if the situation was stronger than the beast. So what could they do? Facing this scene, the other 20 or so teachers were all shocked and inexplicably shocked. It was not difficult to make a tiger retreat, and there were many people in the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School who could do it. However, What was surprising was that the one who made the move today was Wen Xingtian. Wasn't this guy the head of the martial arts department, civil affairs department, who rarely made a move personally and always placed himself in the commanding position? What was going on today? Did the sun rise from the west? You actually took the initiative to make a move that a few teachers gathered around. Head of the civil affairs department. Brother one, they were slightly closer. Old one, they were comrades in the past. Brother 13, they were sworn brothers. They all addressed each other differently. It's okay. Take care of your students and don't let them be eaten by the tigers. When Xingtian snorted and left in a flash. All the teachers. Something is wrong with this guy. One of the teachers frowned. Not only did he come too suddenly, but he also took the initiative to make a move. Even when he left in a panic. This is not like his usual self. It's indeed a little strange. Another teacher touched his chin. I don't think he has a guilty conscience. The teacher called when Xingtian 13th brother snorted and said firmly, it must be one of the students in his class who stole the tiger cub. This guy is here to clean up his mess. Do you think I don't know him? That's right. That must be what happened. Let's go and take a look. Let's go take a look. Let's go. The teachers had a simple discussion, and then they all rushed into the distance and chased after him. This time, Xiaoduo rushed back as if he was on fire. A total of 9 tiger cubs were brought out by him. They were all snow white and looked very adorable. The tiger cubs were about the same size as kittens, and their white fur was unusually soft. When he held them in his arms, it was like holding a ball of cotton, and it felt very nice to the touch. These tiger cubs were worth a lot of money. A lot of money. He was rich, but the premise was that they could not be confiscated. And if he took them out like this, they would definitely be confiscated. But Master Zhua had a way. As he ran, Xiaoduo shouted, Beauties, 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 look at me. Beauties, I'll show you a big treasure. I promise you'll like it. Beauties, I have a treasure. Beauties, looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscribe. Although it was a little exaggerated, its speed was indeed comparable to an eagle's. It was definitely good stuff. For a moment, the eyes of the girls were filled with stars. The little stars almost incinerated the by tiger cub in Zhua Xiaoduo's arms. More and more beautiful young girls gathered, and the sounds of wow and oh rose one after another. At this moment, when Xingtian, who had just arrived, sighed, it was over. Don't even think about returning these little tigers. Just by looking at these girls' appearance, one could tell. If these girls saw these little cuties, it would be a trap. With Zhua Xiaoduo's intelligence, how could he not know the principle of not revealing wealth to outsiders? However, at this moment, these tiger cubs were exposed. It was obvious that he planned to directly make a move here and then withdraw his huge sum of money. After that, everything would have nothing to do with him, and he would be safe. As for wanting to get the cubs back from these girls, that was something he didn't even need to think about. Just tears alone could drown you. Move aside, I still want to sell them. Don't spoil them. So Xiaoduo shouted anxiously. Sell. He was actually selling them. Hearing such good news, the girls' eyes widened. They immediately swarmed forward, no longer as reserved as they usually were. I want one. I want one. I don't care how much it costs. I'll reserve one. You must save one for me. I'll pay you big money. Here, one had to mention a sentence that's what Changlu once taught Zhua Xiaoduo. Women's money is the easiest to earn. However, it's too difficult to make women willingly pay. The art of using it lies in the heart. You must start with a cheap price. Now, at this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo was using the unique skill that his father taught him. How can I do this? Zhua Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. I'm planning to sell these tiger cubs to the first grade of the firmament. They'll buy them at a high price. How can I sell them to you? Where'd he find the time? Money. Cultivation resources. This was the real deal. Starting with a piece of high-grade jade of astral souls. So cheap? I'm determined to get it. 10 pieces. 10 times the starting price. Who else? Go away. I'll pay 100 pieces. 100 times the starting price. Forget it. I'll pay 500. 5,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Jean Piao shouted. She actually increased the price tenfold. 5,500. 7,000. 10,000. 14,000. In the blink of an eye, the price had already exceeded 10,000. The highest bidder was Yu Yin Air. She had already bid 17,000 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. Everyone, Yu Yin Air shouted. There's still 9 of them left. I don't have much left. I've already used up all I have. Everyone, please let me go. I'm deeply grateful. I'll definitely repay you in the future. There's still so many left. Sisters, if we fight too hard, Class Monitor will only take advantage of us. Class Monitor Zwa is an unscrupulous businessman. Don't be fooled. Spend wisely. As she spoke, she bowed and thanked them. So Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. He wanted to kick this girl 30,000 meters away. I'll send you 1,000 miles away, but after thinking about it, he decided to bear with it. If he wanted to teach her a lesson, he would have plenty of chances. The key now was to sell the goods. After today, he would make Swollen challenge her 100 times a day. It was all for naught. Looking at the Bai tiger in someone's arms, her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Others got one for 17,000, but I bid 67,000, and it was all for naught. This feeling was as depressing as a dog. However, the winner's face didn't look good either. After all, it was bought at a high price. Just thinking about it made her want to vomit blood. Looking back at Jean Piao and Yu Yin, who got one for 17,000, they were so envious that their eyes turned blue. This was a surefire way to save both money and face. Both sides of the coin were covered. If they had known, they would have been the first to bid. They definitely wouldn't have spent so much money. It was a pity that money couldn't buy things. It was an ancient truth. At this point, the 9 baby tigers each had their own owner. So Xiaoduo smiled and took out a few pieces of paper. Junior sisters, come. If you haven't paid the money, give me an IOU. You just have to pay within a month. We're blood brothers. If one of us can't pay the balance within a month, it's okay. I'll spread the news and look for another buyer at this price. I believe the new owner will be happy to take the IOU to your place to take the little tiger. Who will owe you money? I'll give it to you when we get back. The girls were all arrogant and haughty. Since they dared to bid, how could they not be able to pay? If it's a little more expensive, I can afford it. Zwa Xiaoduo smiled and handed out the paper to collect the IOU. Zwa Xiaoduo sold the 9 by tigers for a total of 286,888 pieces of top-grade astral souls jade. This profit was really beyond Zwa Xiaoduo's expectations. This group of girls is really rich. I'll definitely come out again next time. Zwa Xiaoduo held the 9 IOU, his face convulsing with laughter. The 9 girls also became the center of attention. They hugged their little babies and were very happy. The other girls were jealous and came over to touch them again and again. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Wow, so cute. One of them screamed, it's licking me. Wah wah wah. Begging voices came from the girls' group, that a few of them came to Zwa Xiaoduo with red eyes. Class Monitor Zwa, get a few more. Zwa Xiaoduo's head was big. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Get a few more? I won't go even if you beat me to death. With just these few, I'm already standing at the mouth of the volcano. If I go in and get more, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Behind them, not far away, the dozen or so head teachers looked at each other. To be honest, these baby astral beasts were of high quality. They were at the nascent soul stage, but they were still in the infancy stage and needed a long period of growth. If they were really sold, the average price of 20,000 top-grade astral souls was already a sky-high price. However, in such a special environment, Xiaoduo sold them at twice the price, and no one said that he was black-hearted. The starting price was a stone of astral souls, and the subsequent prices were all raised by themselves. No one could say that he was black-hearted, right? This little bastard. Is he in your class? A teacher looked at Wen Xingqian with a dark face. Ahem, he's our class monitor. Is he the Sword King? Kicking the crotch? Ahem, why? He's really a bastard, several teachers said in unison. This guy is really a bastard. He's too cunning. Several teachers sighed again and again. They were sure that even if they didn't ask for the baby astral beasts back and let Xiaoduo take them away, Xiaoduo would never be able to get them out and pass the inspection. They would definitely be confiscated. In the training area, no one was allowed to hunt or hurt the baby astral beasts. This was a rule. Otherwise, how could there be more astral beasts? What Xiaoduo did was taboo. However, the baby astral beasts that Xiaoduo got were indeed obtained by crossing the boundary into the territory of the nascent soul stage astral beasts with his own strength. It was not an opportunistic move. He had the strength to cross the boundary, but they could only let him do whatever he wanted. Even if he did that, the school would still confiscate half of the baby astral beasts. It was absolutely impossible to let him take all of them away. However, this guy was treacherous. He actually held an auction in the training area. He broke up the 9 baby astral beasts into 9 girls, and each of them carried one out. This was much more difficult to deal with than Xiaoduo himself. They bought the baby astral beasts with money, and they were all sold at sky-high prices. You want to confiscate them? How could there be such a logic in this world? If the school really dared to do that, wouldn't it be a case of robbery? If Xiaoduo did that, it would be fine. Even if he was beaten up, it would be fine. If he was a boy, it would be fine. Besides, it was a business without any capital. It was still the usual practice to leave 3 or 4 baby astral beasts for him to buy or use. However, now that the baby astral beasts were in the hands of multiple girls, what could he do? Not only would they cry in front of him and fight him to the death, but their respective families would also immediately come to him. How could you bully my Nan? Oh, it's just a bye-bye tiger. Could it be that your hidden dragon high school is so poor that you've gone mad? Everyone could already imagine such strange words and the feelings of various big shots. Therefore, these bye-bye tigers could no longer be touched. They were already private property. No matter how unwilling the hidden dragon high school was, they could only pinch their noses and accept it that from the beginning to the end, there was only one winner left in this matter. When you're cultivating, you can also carry it in your arms. Cultivating is based on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time you're absorbing, the tiger cub is also absorbing spiritual energy, so you don't have to worry about it causing trouble. In fact, this is the time when they're most obedient and docile. The girls were even more envious. Carrying it in your arms to cultivate, carrying it out to play after cultivation. Why did I really want it? Li Qinglong talked nonstop, all the way until the trial ended. His mouth was dry. He went up to Xiaoduo excitedly and rubbed his fingers with a wretched look on his face. Xiaoduo looked confused. Li Qinglong's face turned gloomy. Xiaoduo, huh? Li Qinglong's nose twitched. You want to go back on your word? Your spatial ring. I'll give you another 1% discount. Xiaoduo reluctantly gave in. Li Qinglong was confused. May I ask if I can repay the debt for my spatial ring in this lifetime? Good luck, Xiaoduo encouraged him earnestly. Li Qinglong's face twisted. I'm so stupid. Really? I actually wanted to take money from Zhuo. I'm so stupid. I've lost my mind. I was wrong. Li Chenglong sighed. The girls were now feeding the little tigers nutrient solution. They were all very careful and gentle. It was hard to describe their gentleness. Gather! A loud shout suddenly rang out. All the classes gathered and prepared to leave the trial field and return to school. The purpose of this trial was to give credits to the students. And now, the experience had been completed perfectly. The large number of star beasts hunted this time could also make up for the deficit of the Hidden Dragon High School. There was even a surplus. They lined up in a line. Li Chenglong looked around and said, "Zwa, where are Little Worm and Little Ice Egg?" Zwa Xiaoduo's face darkened. "We'll talk when we get back." Li Chenglong sensed that things were not good and could not help turning pale as he said, "Are the two of them all right? Didn't I say we'll talk when we get back? Why are you being so long-winded?" Li Chenglong's eyes turned red. He said sadly, "Did something really happen? We'll talk about it when we get back." Li Chenglong's aura suddenly changed. A fierce, murderous aura burst out. He said sternly, "What happened?" When Xing Tian turned his head and said sternly, "Shut up." Li Chenglong did not listen. He looked up and asked, "Where's Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? Why don't I see them?" The other students also reacted. "Yes, we're the siblings." When Xing Tian took a deep breath and said lightly, "We'll talk about it when we get back. This is a serious matter." When the entire class heard this, everyone instantly fell silent. The entrance and exit were checked very strictly. The higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School all looked gloomy. Their eyes were like swords as they looked around. Vice Principal Xiang Quangren was already nowhere to be found. This trip back made everyone feel that the atmosphere was not right. Their hearts were heavy and they were very depressed. Could it be that the siblings, who were so straightforward, actually got into an accident? Li Chenglong did not say a word along the way. His whole body was filled with anger and murderous aura. As he walked, drops of tears quietly fell to the ground. "These few days, I was not very happy when you called me Swollen Dot, but now, I really hope that you two will suddenly appear in front of me and call me Swollen Dot." As he thought about it, he could not help but feel sad. It was hard to suppress. On the way back to Hidden Dragon High School, the matter of the ranking of all the students in Class 1 had already been thrown out of the window. His heart was filled with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. What exactly happened? At the entrance of Hidden Dragon High School, there was a huge hole. Chapter 437. All the teachers in the on-duty room of the Hidden Dragon High School had a deep impression of this demon. He kept pressing buttons as if he was cheating. The teachers even suspected that the buttons of the training communicator had been broken since the beginning. They looked at the record. 45,678. 45678. Such a number that you must be doing this on purpose, right? Do you like a straight so much? Brother, are you playing card stud? This is a straight flush. The other students who had the most didn't even have more than 10,000. This guy actually had so many. Take them out. Hence, Zhuo started to take them out in batches like the Yangtze River. Moreover, he took out 100 at a time. He didn't even need to count them. When it reached 5,000, he took away a batch. When it reached 5,000, he took away another batch. He kept taking them out and taking them away. The other teachers and students in the queue were all stunned. Finally, the embryonic breathing realm star beasts were all taken out. However, just the embryonic breathing realm star beasts alone had taken out more than 40,000. Then, he started to take out the origin alchemy realm star beasts again. It was still a batch of 100. The origin alchemy realm star beasts were relatively large in size. They were taken out in batches. When Zhuo finished taking them out, he counted the total number. It really was 45,678. Not one more, not one less. Everyone was stunned by this number. This guy must be one of the legendary big shots, right? If he wanted to reach such a shocking number, he would have to destroy everything in his path. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The calculation is correct. The hair on this teacher's forehead drooped down. He looked very weak. He turned around to take the last batch into the warehouse. However, he faintly felt that something was not right. However, he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. What exactly was wrong? Why couldn't he figure it out? He could only shout, "Next!" Xiaoduo looked at his warehouse and mixed with everyone's harvest. Only then did he feel relieved and leave immediately. The dragon blood flying dagger on his body had already turned an unprecedented dark red. It was still the same, emitting a faint heat. In the end, why did Xiaoduo rest? It wasn't that Xiaoduo wanted to slack off, but the dragon blood flying dagger couldn't be used anymore. For the first time, the energy was fully absorbed. This time, he had really earned a lot and was overjoyed. The dragon blood flying dagger was fully charged, and he had earned more than 280,000 high-grade Astral Souls Jades. Apart from that, the credits would also belong to Hai. Being the champion was definitely not a problem. After Xiaoduo, the next one was Li Chenglong. Swollen's harvest was also very impressive. After harvesting more than 9,700 astral beasts, he was firmly in second place. In third place was Meng Zhangjun, who had a little over 9,100 points. Class 1 had really taken the top 3 places in this experiential learning. Back in the classroom. When Li Chenglong saw that the seat beside him was empty, he could no longer hold it in. He choked with sobs and said, "Did something really happen to them? Are they gone?" Suddenly, he burst into tears and wailed. The atmosphere in the class was solemn and heavy. A few girls' faces were red, including Zhang Piapiao and Yu Yan'er. Even though they were still hugging Bai Hu, they suddenly did not feel happy anymore. When Xingtian was also in a bad mood, when he saw that everyone was present, he said a few words and waved his hand. "School is over. Go back and cultivate. Don't run around if you have nothing to do." Then he went out first. The students' footsteps were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. When they walked to the empty seats of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they could not help but take a few more glances at them. All of them looked sad. So Xiaoduo stood at the side and said gloomily, "What are you looking at? Is it strange that someone is missing? When we gather a year after graduation, even if half of them are missing, it's still considered missing. When we gather 10 years later, it's already a great fortune if 10 of them are still alive. Isn't it just 2 people who died? Can't you see past this kind of thing?" So what Xiaoduo said gloomily. "As a martial artist, can't you see past life and death? Today, Xiangchong and Xiangbing are missing. Who knows who will be missing tomorrow? Isn't it normal to lose one's life because of carelessness?" So Xiaoduo said, "Stop looking. Go back. While you're still alive, sleep more and play more. If you don't want to die, then practice more." His voice was cold, gloomy, and even ruthless. Many students looked up at him angrily. "Class monitors, why are you so cold? It's our classmates who are missing. Our classmates who get along with each other day and night. Then what do you want? Cry? If crying can save them, how about I take the lead and cry first?" So Xiaoduo said coldly, "What's the use of your concern? Can you avenge them? You're not even as good as them. How dare you criticize me? Think about your own insignificant cultivation. Huh? What's there to cry about? Maybe you'll be the ones dying tomorrow. What's the big deal? Anyway, I won't cry." So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Those who die deserve it." Jiaquang snorted angrily and strode out. So Xiaoduo, "Wait until my cultivation surpasses yours. I'll beat you until you cry." So Xiaoduo laughed and mocked him desperately. "So you don't dare to fight now? Ha! You'll feel good if you say something fierce, right? Jiaquang, beat me until I cry. Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you cry. I promise I can do it. I can do it now. Come up if you dare." So for this operation, we must capture everyone related to the Tao League in one fell swoop. We can't miss a single person, And we can't kill a single person. We must capture them all alive. We must not let them go unpunished. Interrogate them one by one. We must pry open a gap from this side. Xiang Kuangren said, since the target has been confirmed, I'll apply for Sister Shi, Sister Liu, and Old Cheng's family to participate in this operation as well. Even if we can't take revenge from the root, it's good to see the light at the end of the tunnel. When Xing Tian and Yi Changqing fell silent at the same time. After a long, long time, Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. All right. However, the others must not know. Then, they should not make a move if they can. For the time being, it's better to hide in the dark. Otherwise, manpower for the operation? The entire school's upper management, all the teachers in the school. When Xing Tian frowned. Kuangren, Xing Tian, the two of you are in charge of the operation. I'll hold the line in midair and confirm if there are any unusual movements among the people dispatched. Yi Changqing's expression was solemn. Okay, this was undoubtedly a major breakthrough. The few unsolved cases of more than 20 years had finally revealed the tip of the iceberg today. The three of them felt their blood boiling. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Most likely has nothing to do with the rape and murder case at Vice Principal Cheng's house. Li Chenglong said with certainty, there's another scheme behind this. It should be another faction's attempt to shift the blame to Jiangdong. The inclination of this method is too obvious. They probably want to kill two birds with one stone. No matter what happens, it will be beneficial to the person who set the trap. Kill two birds with one stone? It's not just about Vice Principal Xiang himself, but also killing two birds with one stone? So Xiao Duo frowned and pondered. There's still too little information about this incident. I can't analyze more, and it's hard to come to a conclusion. But so far, the clues point to a third-party scheme. Li Chenglong pasted a large piece of paper on the wall and began to draw a relationship diagram. First, it's related to Principal Yi Changqing's damaged heart meridian. Then, it's Vice Principal Xiang's incident at the River of Forgetfulness. Then, it's Vice Principal Shi's past. After that, it's Vice Principal Liu's incident and Vice Principal Cheng's incident. Then, the following are related. In the middle is Hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts. Everything extends from here. The replacement Vice Principals are here. They can be roughly divided into 4 points. Around here are the big families and gangs of Fenghai City. I'm still collecting information about this. Now, there must be a lot missing. It's still far from being perfect. Here is the prince's mansion of the Central Plains, which can't be avoided in Fenghai City. And here in the distant Shangjing, the big cities around here, and even the big cities that radiate the whole country. It might not be from there. It might not be only Fenghai and Shangjing that can operate. There are too many possibilities. Also, there's the factor of the River of Forgetfulness. Only the Umno Alliance has the River of Forgetfulness, but it appeared in Fenghai. It's almost certain that there must be a stronghold of the Umno Alliance in Fenghai, and there must be a special treasure like the River of Forgetfulness, which only the Umno Alliance has. At least some of the core stargates of the Umno Alliance must exist. It might not be the doing of these things by the Umno Alliance. These are all clues. Li Chenglong's face was serious. He connected the lines to each other, as if he was playing with the right answer. It didn't take long for the lines to be densely drawn. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would definitely not be able to stand it. However, Li Chenglong's face was full of enjoyment. Finding out what he needed from these complicated clues was what he liked to do the most. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with disgust. Looking at the dense lines gave him a headache. You do it slowly. I'm going back to practice. Oh! Li Chenglong was absent-minded. Then, he was suddenly shocked. What about the two of them? They're safe. Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared with a whoosh. Safe. Li Chenglong shook his head and drew another line. Connect from here. This piece of paper is still too small. There are too few empty spaces left. In the future, if I want to deduce everything, I need to add too many things. When Li Chenglong was done, it was already an hour later. He went up and called Zhou Xiaoduo down to take a look. This is what I've just deduced. Look at the top. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a headache. It's not even 1/3 yet. I can't understand it, even if I look at it. There aren't any clear clues. Let's talk about it after you analyze it clearly. Li Chenglong's face immediately turned bitter. He had spent so much effort and so much time. How could he be like this? Humph. Let's go. Follow me to sell things. Let's go to the first grade of the firmament. That's where you need to work. Show off your knowledge and your eloquence. First grade of the firmament? What good things do you have to sell? I have a lot of good things. They can blind your eyes. Just watch. Zhou Xiaoduo pulled Li Chenglong out of the door. On the other side, in the warehouse of the hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, a few teachers were staying up late to check their gains. The more they checked, the more they felt that something was wrong. Come over and take a look. Why do I feel that the color of these Starfire Fox skins is too dull? The skins of these bears are also dull. And these. Damn, why are there so many things wrong? There are also some here. I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong with these gains. But I couldn't tell what the problem was. So it's like this. What's going on? Check the inner core. The condition of the inner core is also not right. A teacher frowned. This seems to be caused by the lack of energy in these star beasts. Compared to other beasts of the same species, they're missing at least 1/3 of their vitality. I have the same feeling too. It's about 1/3. Not only their skins, even their bones, inner core, blood, and spiritual energy. They are all weakened by 1/3. But this shouldn't happen. Could it be that these star beasts are all malnourished? Pooh, to hell with malnourishment. Can they still be used? They can still be used, and it doesn't affect them much. But it feels like there's a fly in a perfectly good meal. It's really disgusting. Will these hinder the sale? It definitely will. We can only sell them at a discount. If we don't sell them at a discount, it will definitely affect our reputation. It won't be good for the future. Let's talk to the finance department and the school's affairs department. Let them send people over to take a look. Don't think that we are. That's true. These two departments are so troublesome every day. They're always blocking people. I don't like them. You go. Sigh. Actually, we don't have to tell them. The affairs department is Vice Principal Wu's people. We can just let them take it over and sell it. As for the problems, what does it have to do with us? The ones the students handed in are all fine. Damn, Zhang Xiaofei. You are so cunning now. Where did you learn this from? Hee. They almost blocked me to death. Besides, I'm not scheming against them. This is wisdom. I'm judging the situation. Hee. Good idea. Let's do that. Judge the situation. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong walked leisurely and arrived at Common Sky, Grade 1. Li Chenglong's eyes wandered around. He wanted to look for the decorative puppy again. He was still thinking about the puppy. Zhou Xiaoduo entered first with his head held high. Where's your manager, Kai? I have a big deal and plan to talk to him about it. Zhou Xiaoduo had his hands behind his back. His temperament was unusually cold. Sorry for the late update. When I woke up in the morning, my wrist was very swollen. So I went to the hospital for the whole morning. The ointment that I kept on was out of stock. After the swelling subsided, I took a few normal ones from the hospital. Oh. Chapter 439. This. Young master, may I know what kind of business it is? You should at least tell me so that I can report to the manager. Otherwise, the manager will scold me. Haha. The rank 1 firmament receptionist had obviously undergone strict training. His words were neither servile nor overbearing. His words were meaningful and amiable. It was easy for him to get close to people. I have a large number of live star beasts that I want to sell. So Xiaoduo said, roughly, there should be at least a few 100,000 kilograms. The problem now is whether you can eat them. More than a few 100,000 kilograms. The receptionist did not say anything and immediately left in a hurry. There were not many people who dared to joke around with rank 1 firmament, even those who showed with cultivation was very low. After a while, a middle-aged man came out with a smile. "Ah, isn't this young Masterswa? Young Masterswa, young Masterly, hello, long time no see. Please, please. You still remember us?" Swishauduo was a little confused by Manager Kai's attitude. Customers who come to rank 1 firmament are all our gods. Remembering the names of gods is naturally our basic professional quality. Every customer who has taken care of our shop within this year must be remembered by every receptionist. If we can't remember or call them wrongly, our salary and bonus for this month will be gone. Manager Kai laughed. "Fortunately, the two of you are so outstanding that I have a deep impression of you." "Ha!" Li Chenglong and Xiaoduo looked at each other. There were really talents in all walks of life. This matter looked simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Rank 1 firmament was full of people. It was unimaginable to remember all the customers who came and call out their names. However, Manager Kai had done it. Both of them had only come here once, but they were able to accurately call out their names after so many days. It could be seen that this manager was really something. Manager Kai directly brought the two of them to a large open space behind the shop and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, young Masterswa. The Star Beast corpses can only be placed here. It's a little rude. Please don't leave later. I'll set up a table to apologize to you." "You're welcome," Xiaoduo said. "We're also quite busy. He wanted to finish the job quickly, earn some extra money, and leave. Otherwise, you'll be scolded if you're late." Manager Kai chuckled along with him. Xiaoduo waved his hand. Hundreds of pythons appeared first. Apart from the Origin Core Realm pythons, there was also a Soul Transformation Realm Python King. Their snow-white skin was still flickering with fluorescent light. The outer skin of each python was intact. Manager Kai's expression immediately changed. After throwing out so many giant snakes at once, there was no blood at all. It was obvious that the wounds on the snakes were very small. In other words, all the flesh and blood essence was still in the best condition. Judging from the color, these pythons had all just died, so their freshness was also extremely high. Just these snakeskins alone were enough to make tens of thousands of high-end clothes. Not to mention that there were at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms of snake meat inside. Young Masterswa is truly generous. These are all goods from the Hidden Dragon Trial area. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy has long agreed that cultivators who aren't from the academy are not allowed to go on a hunt. It's been a long time since there were so many goods. Manager Kai expressed his deep admiration. "Can you eat all these?" Xiaoduo asked. "Haha, young Masterswa, you're joking." Although the goods given by young Masterswa are excellent, and there are a lot of them, even if it's 100 times more, we'll still be able to eat all of them. As long as it's something given by young Masterswa, no matter how many there are, we'll take it. We'll definitely be happy to see it. Manager Kai's tone was very arrogant, but it didn't make people feel disgusted. That's good. I'm really afraid that you won't be able to eat them." Xiaoduo waved his hand. Suddenly, countless Star Beast corpses filled the backyard of a few thousand square meters like hailstones. They were piled up more than 10 meters high. "This is all I have. No problem, right? Eat all of them." The muscles on Manager Kai's face kept twitching. "Damn, I was too full of myself just now." Young Masters with space ring was like a bottomless pit. How could it be so big? The interspatial ring itself was already a rare treasure. Manager Kai, do the math, Xiaoduo said calmly. "I've selected the best quality of meat according to your menu. It's best to gather spiritual energy, has the best texture, and can even make use of the fur. I've selected and kept them." Li Chenglong smiled and said, "Manager Kai, your purchase price is very clear. This kind of white jade python, regardless of its fur, blood, flesh, or inner core, as long as it's in good condition, you'll buy them all at the price of 1 mid-grade Astral Souls jade per kilogram. Moreover, the fur and inner core are calculated separately. And this Starlight Badger, your price is And this star-piercing deer, and this. Manager Kai stared at the other person who had just opened his mouth, dumbfounded. This fellow had actually recited the acquisition manual from his side. As his mind raced, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Do you guys have to put in so much effort? The rarer something is, the more expensive it is. You guys have so many astral beasts. No matter how good the quality is, it's easy to cause oversupply and inflation. Manager Kai's mouth twitched, and he muttered, "Young masters, do you want to pay with Astral Souls Jade? Or do you want to pay with Star Yuan coins? Half Star Yuan coins, half Astral Souls Jade." But the Astral Souls Jade only needs high-grade ones. Of course, if there's a top-grade Astral Souls Jade, it's best to pay with a top-grade one. Manager Kai smiled bitterly. Looks like young Masters is really new here. Where would you find top-grade Astral Souls Jade in the world now? In Fenghai, all the top-grade Astral Souls Jade have been taken away by your Hidden Dragon High School to treat your principal Ye's illness. Otherwise, why would the Astral Souls Jade market be so chaotic in Fenghai? So Xiaoduo was stunned. Principal Yi? What illness? Why does he need top-grade Astral Souls Jade for treatment? It's said that there's a problem with your principal Ye's heart. I don't know the details. Manager Kai spoke carefully. So Xiaoduo was deep in thought. The old man is sick, and it's an illness that's related to his heart? But why didn't I see it the last time, but top-grade Astral Souls Jade? Sai, I wonder how much I need that I really owe Hidden Dragon High School. If I didn't know, it's fine. Now that I know, I can't pretend that I don't know. I'm going to lose money again. So Xiaoduo suddenly felt his heartache. Although he hadn't taken it out, his heart was in so much pain that it was spasming that he calculated the details. Manager Kai went to ask the supervisor. Zhou Xiaoduo's bank account had an extra 5 billion star coins in reserve. At that moment, he felt that he had financial freedom in this life. His sleeves were filled with gold, and it was just an ordinary life. And with this transfer, the cash flow of the first-grade firmament was emptied. After all, the first-grade firmament had always paid with Astral Souls Jade. They didn't have a lot of star coins on hand. As for the other two-thirds, they were all paid with high-grade star coins. In an instant, another 130,000 high-grade Astral Souls Jade was in his hands. So Xiaoduo was very generous. He shook his hand and gave swollen 10,000. Your commission. Swollen flattered. Thank you, boss. Boss is so generous. I wish you to be the groom every day and enter the bridal chamber every night, getting harder and harder. So Xiaoduo said lightly, you have to return what you borrowed. After all, your commission has already been repaid. These 10,000 high-grade star coins will be returned to you at 90%. Li Qinglong was very open-minded. I don't care. You can calculate as you wish. Here are 2 VIP cards, Qin Feng said. Before they left, Manager Kai asked the supervisor to give them 2 high-grade Astral Souls Jade VIP cards. Young Master Zhua and Young Master Li, please accept them. With these cards, you can eat at our restaurant anytime. All your expenses will be at a 30% discount. This is our restaurant's best offer. It's just a small token of our appreciation. The boss said that he will come to Fenghai as soon as possible and specially treat Young Master Zhua and Young Master Li to a meal. When the time comes, please give us some face. Okay, you're too polite. Thank you, boss. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little emotional. He patted Manager Kai's shoulder. Old Kai, your talent. Li Qinglong agreed with this sentence. This Manager Kai was truly a genius in the workplace. He was smooth and slick, and the way he spoke was extremely appropriate. Every word he said made people feel comfortable and at ease. He gave people the greatest respect and the highest treatment, but he did not make people feel flattered. This kind of person was really rare in this world. At least, the two of them had never seen him before. You're flattering me. Manager Kai smiled pleasantly. I hope to work with Young Master Zhua and Young Master Li in the future. When I have the time, I will definitely give you some face and let this Kai have a chance to offer a cup of wine to the two of you. After leaving rank one of the firmaments for a while, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were still talking about Manager Kai.